Guys, what's going on? I hope you guys are well. I hope you guys are staying safe. I hope everything's good wherever you are. I hope you guys are keeping well. I hope you guys are staying safe. Happy New Year to everybody. Uh, it's nice doing my first live stream of the year. Appreciate all you guys supporting me over the years, supporting the channel. Really means a lot. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot to everybody that supported the channel. Get your questions in and let's start the first live stream of the year. Yeah, let's get the questions in. And if anyone wants to join the stream, you're more than welcome to join the stream. And let's start talking boxing. Um, let's get those questions in. Smash the like button, everyone in the stream. If you can smash the like button, I'd really appreciate it. If you smash that like button, it'd mean a lot. Carl, you watching the Martin fight? Most likely, yes. I probably will do, yes. If I'm honest with you, yes, I will do. As you can see, I'm in a bit of a state right now. So my New Year's resolution is to kind of go and get myself a haircut and a trim. Because at the minute I'm in a bit of a state. But yeah, I most likely will be watching the Martin and Ortiz fight. I think Ortiz will knock him out. That's just my opinion. I think Ortiz will stop him. Um, I don't think Martin. I don't really rate Martin. Okay, I don't really rate Martin whatsoever. To be brutally honest with you, I think he's very overrated. He's average, and I think Ortiz will stop him within like probably a couple of rounds. To be honest, Ortiz is a good fighter. I rate Ortiz. I think he's a bit underrated. I like Ortiz. I've always liked Ortiz. So yeah, I think Ortiz will beat him. But yeah, what do you guys make of this Reynoso coming out quite bullish and saying that, Canelo's nowhere near going near Usyk? Also, the Fury White situation, I want to talk about that as well. I want to talk about those two situations. I found it quite interesting that, Reynoso has come out and, basically said, the Usyk fight is a no go. It's not happening. People need to stop talking about it. The weight difference is too much. Fury White. It looks like the WBC have determined the split 80-20, which I think is a bit. I think 80-20 within their rules. I think interim champion gets 70-30, which is a bit surprising for me. So yeah, get your questions in, guys, about these two situations. Let's get the ball rolling. If anyone wants to jump in, you're more than welcome to jump in as well, and we can get the ball rolling. Dan Sosa says, "Sup, Imran? Happy New Year! Happy New Year to you as well. Happy New Year to Carl. Happy New Year to everybody in the stream. Everybody that's here. Smash the like button, guys. Everyone in the stream, if you can smash the like button, I'd really appreciate it. And it really helps the stream. So yeah, if you give the like button a smash, get your questions in, guys. Get your questions in, and let's get this live stream. Let's get this live stream going. Get these questions in. Let's get these questions in, guys. If you want to join the live stream, I've dropped the link. You're more than welcome to join the stream. Let me just drop the link again for those that want to jump in. There's the link again. So if you want to jump in, jump in, and then let's get this ball rolling. Anyone that wants to jump in, jump in. Get your questions in, guys. The more questions we get in, the better. Get those questions in, guys. Salute Imran. Happy New Year to you, Ramiro Flores, one of my loyal subscribers. Thank you very much for your support. Yeah, Happy New Year to you. Blessings to you as well. Hope you have a blessed 2022. Fantasy fight. Jose Lopez, Happy New Year to you as well, brother. I hope you're good. Fantasy fight. Who wins, Calzaghe or Canelo? That's a good fight. I don't know. It's a tough one. That tough one. I like both guys. I don't know. Probably Canelo. To be honest with you, I think Canelo might be too much for Joe, because I think Joe didn't really fight anybody like Canelo in their prime. So if we're talking about prime for prime, then yeah, I don't really think Joe fought anybody on Canelo's level in their prime. He fought Roy Jones and Hopkins, and they were at the end, to be honest. So in their prime, it would have been different. I think Canelo probably beats Calzaghe. To be honest, Calzaghe might have outpointed him. I just think Canelo hits too hard, and Calzaghe was down a couple of times, and I don't really think Calzaghe could keep Canelo off. I think he wasn't big enough puncher. Could he outbox Canelo for 12 rounds? That'd be tough. It'd be tough. Happy New Year to you as well, Sebastian. I hope you're good. Appreciate you coming on. First year of, I mean, sorry, first year, 1st of January. Yeah, so Happy New Year to everybody in the stream. Hector, Hector says, "What's up, Imran? What's up, Hector? I hope you're good. I see Hector commenting on Facebook and YouTube. Really appreciate your support, Hector. Happy New Year to you, brother. I hope you have a blessed 2022." Dan Sosa says, "Do you think Usyk is too big for Canelo?" Absolutely, he's too big for Canelo. Absolutely, and Usyk's just a great fighter. He's just a great boxer. You know, even if Canelo was in the same size, it would be a tough fight. For Canelo, the best boxers are only the ones who he chose to fight. And if you suggest another best boxer to beat, then you are a hater, a great ducker. For Canelo, the best boxers are only the ones to choose to fight. If you suggest another best boxer, I get, what do you mean by that? Yo, Marky Dan, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year, Marky Dan. I appreciate your support. Thanks for coming on. As always, Happy New Year to you, brother. The Brotherhood Sports says Canelo fights are fixed. I'm sure Usyk will take a dive. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Let that go. Let that go. Ahmed said Usyk is too big and strong for Canelo. I'm not sure about strong. He's just too big. I don't think Usyk is strong. I think Usyk is just too big, to be honest. He's a very good boxer as well. So that'd be a nightmare fight for Canelo. You know that'd be okay. We've got some marquee that I think Calzaghe output and foot speed would be too much. Possibly, I don't know. I don't know. You know that'd be a good fight. It'd be a good fight. I just don't know because when I look at some of Calzaghe's fights, he was down. You know, he got hit with shots and he was down. I think Canelo hits hard. And Calzaghe had good recovery. You know, he recovered well, but I just don't know whether he'd be able to keep Canelo off. You know, and that might be a problem. He does have good foot speed and hand speed, but Canelo can offset that. You know, so I don't know. I don't know. That'd be a good fight, a good 50-50 fight. Hector, you're welcome, Imran, and Happy New Year to you. And likewise, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Eric Teller says, "Will Bud v Spence?" Okay, this is a great fight. Spence v Crawford. You know what? I need to do a video about that. I was going to do a video about Spence and Crawford. I want to talk about that. Look, that's the fight I really want to see. I want to see Spence v Crawford. I think it's a magical fight. I think it's a great fight. Do I think it's going to happen? Probably not. I don't think it's going to happen. I wish it will happen, but I don't think it is. For some reason, I just don't know whether Spence wants it, to be honest. I might be wrong, and maybe Spence does want it, but at the minute, I just don't know whether Spence wants to fight. You know, he doesn't seem like he wants to fight. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh. But yeah, Spence just doesn't seem like he wants it. You know, I might be wrong though. I think if Spence and Crawford do fight, I got Crawford in that one. But it's a great fight. It's a great fight. It's one that I want to see. I want to see how Spence looks against Ugas. That would be a good fight. Let's see how Spence looks in that fight. Let's see if Spence looks good and comes back well, and then we'll see how he looks. A fantasy fight. Chavez v Duran at lightweight. It would be an all-time brawl. Yeah, it would be. I got Duran in that one. Just think Duran was a monster. I think Duran might be too much, if I'm honest, but that'd be a good fight. Marky Dan says, I got Martin tonight. I got Ortiz. I don't rate Ortiz. I mean, I don't rate Martin whatsoever. I think Ortiz will knock him out. That's just my opinion. I don't rate Martin, man. I don't rate Martin whatsoever. I think he's bang average. There's another excuse that I forgot to mention in your last video. If Canelo fought and beat Usyk, if they're gonna say he took a dive, uh, yeah, yeah, you know, only haters would say that, right? That he took a dive. Why would a guy like Usyk want to take a dive? Why would Usyk take a dive? Come on, you know that's ridiculous. Spence fight Ugas and he moves up to 154. Yeah, I think I won't be surprised. I think that might happen. I think that might happen. I think Spence might move up. I'm not sure he's going to fight Crawford, but that's what Eddie Hearn said, didn't he? He said that he don't think he's going to fight Crawford. which wouldn't surprise me, to be brutally honest with you, because Spence hasn't been too keen on fighting um, Crawford. I Drone Film says Canelo is good, but can he beat Prime Mike Tyson? Everyone needs to chill and give Canelo. No, that's a crazy question. No way he can beat a prime Mike Tyson. Canelo, he's not in fear of Usyk, and I will some point future. Happy New Year, Happy New Year to you, Jose Ruiz. The deal is done to finalize Keith Thurman v Barrios. The fight is on February 5th. Yeah, that's a joke. I don't know how they're putting all these fights on pay-per-views. Martin v Ortiz on pay-per-view. Thurman v Barrios on pay-per-view. The American fans, wow, you're forking out some serious money for some not even big fights, really. They're not big fights. That's a regular TV kind of fight, man. That's not a big fight. I don't consider that a big fight. Canelo, what's happened to the days where pay-per-view were just big fights? Now we're getting like fights that are not nowhere near pay-per-view standard on pay-per-view, which is kind of concerning. You know, iDrone Film says Canelo is good, but he can. Okay, we've already answered that. Marky Dan 123 says Spence said the beginning he would clean up his side of the street and then jump. But yeah, but Bud is now not on any side of the street. Bud is now a free agent. Bud is not he's not on anybody's side. Terence Crawford is a free agent. He's no longer with Top Rank. So if Spence wants to make that fight can happen instantly, So there's no such thing as on that side or this side, The fact is that fight should be able to be made instantly, That's just the way I look at it. But yeah, Makai, you there? Makai?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, Makai? You good?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
Yeah, all good, all good. Just quick second, guys. In the live stream, can you all see Makai? Because I can't see him. Can you hear him perfectly?
Yeah, I can't see myself on there anyway. I just see your name pop up in the middle. That's it.
Oh, is it? But can they hear you though? That's the thing. If they can hear you, that's fine. Can you hear Makai? No, they can't hear you. Oh, crap.
Let me join and let me leave and join back then.
All right, okay. All right, guys. Usyk is too big for Canelo, and you think? Okay, Imran, isn't boxing in the UK off? Yes, boxing in the UK is off. There's no boxing in January, unfortunately. Okay, so Ahmed, not happy with Conor Ben v Broner. Yeah, Makai, I think they could hear you, but they can't see you for some reason.
Oh well, I left because
yeah. As
I
long
left
as you
because
can,
someone
as
said
long as they
no.
can hear you, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. But yeah, Makai, hi, Happy New Year. How are you?
Oh, thanks, Imran. Happy New Year to you. Yeah, I'm not too bad. I mean, have you
yeah,
heard of,
Happy New Year to everybody in the live stream. I mean, in the stream as well. Ray, Eric, Alex, Carl, Dan, Sosa, everyone in the live stream. Happy New Year. Hopefully we have another great 2022. Yeah,
good year
so yeah,
boxing?
Happy New Year to everybody. I'm pretty sure Makai, he also shares the same views.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I hope we get
Yeah,
good good year boxing as well. Again, it was obviously at the
I don't
start
know,
of last
Makai.
year.
We've had a year. January's been cut off, hasn't it, in UK?
Yeah, I saw on the news about that earlier. So that means the Williams Eubank fight is rescheduled again, which is gutting because I'm looking forward to that fight. Just the build up and everything. It's exciting me even more.
Yeah. I think Khan Brook and all of that might get rescheduled. I think that might get rescheduled for the better though, because I think they may do that fight in a bigger stadium because of how quickly it sold out.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, when wasn't that fight in February?
Yeah, it is February,
Yeah, wasn't it
but
just announced that the January one? But it'll probably go
yeah,
longer,
they
I
probably
reckon.
they might cancel Feb as well. Who knows?
Mm.
But I want to jump into it, Makai. Well, Eddie Reynoso has come out quite bullishly and said that Canelo's not fighting Alexander Usyk. That fight's not happening. Usyk's too big, and there's no way Canelo's ever gonna fight him. I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. I mean, Canelo shouldn't have to fight heavyweight anyway. I mean, yeah, I don't really know why the fight was getting spoke about. I guess they're kind of complimenting Canelo in a way, trying to make him fight someone as skilled as you use Usyk and who is a heavyweight. But yeah, that I do for a fact that fight will never ever happen. I mean, I'm pretty sure Usyk would rather want the Fury fight, the undisputed fight, than Canelo. I mean, Usyk did say he would come down, but I wonder what that would do to his body.
I don't know though, Makai, because Usyk, he's the one that called that fight out, didn't he?
It wasn't actually on Usyk's mind. He got asked about it. He said, and then he was, I could come down and fight him. But yeah, I don't think Usyk ever was thinking, I want to fight Canelo. That's just the fans and obviously the media that was spreading that fight around.
But I do think he would love that fight though, because it'd be a big payday, and he in his head he'll think he'll win easy.
Probably, yeah. I mean,
it's a big payday though, isn't it, against a small guy?
But I feel the Usyk Fury fight would. Okay, fine. I don't know. I was about to say it would do more numbers, but yeah, I'm wrong.
I don't know about
Canelo Usyk.
I don't know about Fury's pulling power. I don't know whether people are over just because of that Wilder. I think that fight itself sold because of the rivalry between the two. I'm still not convinced about Fury's pulling power if he fights. Like Usyk would be a massive fight because Usyk's now kind of a name in boxing as well.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I don't know about Fury's fighting. I mean, power. If he's fighting somebody that's not as well known. Like I know with Canelo and Usyk would be massive because we all know Canelo. Anyone he fights is massive, right?
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
And that's the thing. Do you think Usyk beats Fury?
Yes, Imran. Honestly, yeah. A lot of people made fun of me for thinking that. Obviously, I know you wouldn't, but a lot of people made fun of me for saying Usyk would beat Fury because they go on. They'd say, "Oh, Fury's too big," but wasn't Joshua too big for him? And then look what we done to him. Like we can't just be using the Fury's too big. Yes, he is. He's like 6'9". That's still obviously it plays a factor, but I still think Usyk can win the fight. And back onto the Fury with the numbers. After those two Wilder fights, I think he has become more of a global star. Like I feel he's like Canelo, AJ.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like he's that stardom, but I could be wrong. But the WBC clearly think that as well because obviously the split, it got announced that it's 80-20 for the Fury White fight. So I feel the WBC believe in Fury stardom as well.
I think I'm still not convinced how big a star Fury is, to be honest. If Fury was to fight Helenius, for example, not Dillian White, do you think that's a big fight? I don't think that.
It's not a big fight like a flipping Usyk Joshua or something like that. But I think it would sell out. It would sell out. The stadium would definitely sell out because it's Fury. It won't do great pay-per-view numbers. I mean, I don't think Canelo Yildirim done good pay-per-view numbers because of the opponent.
Put it this way, then. Put it this way, Makai. If Fury fought Helenius, do you think it'll be bigger than Khan Brook?
No.
Yeah,
just the rivalry, the rivalry in that, especially when it's sold out in like 10 minutes. No, because that fight's been going on for 10 years. Khan, we all know he's got a great fan base, very loyal fan base as well.
Yeah.
Well, kind of, but Brook, he's He's got a fan base with him as well. Obviously, Sheffield. But yeah, just because how long that fight's been in the making for, I feel it will do bigger than a Fury fight versus Hellenius, of course.
So what we'll do is then we'll chat a little bit about Canelo, and then we'll jump onto Fury, White, and Joshua, and that in the next part of the discussion. What I wanted to talk about here is I've seen a lot of criticism. I've seen a lot of criticism for Canelo because I've seen few channels that have actually said that, you know, Canelo's now refused to fight Alexander Usyk. Do you think this is a bit of a joke, like with all this weight class jumping and people trying to get, you know, is it a case where there isn't a lot of people for Canelo to fight, hence why they're wanting him to take a fight, or is it just a case where people want to see Canelo lose?
Yeah, they just want to see Canelo lose. You know what I mean? Canelo, obviously, he went up to cruiserweight, so he's put on himself because they were like, oh, Usyk can come down, stuff like that. But yeah, they are the fans. Well, let's just say the fans, but I'm going to say the fanboys. They're going too hard on him. You know, it's a bit like this. The guys that, like, you know, I want to see Canelo fight Beterbiev, Charlo, Benavidez, etc. Benavidez has got his fans. Beterbiev's got his. Charlo, etc. If Canelo fought Beterbiev, Benavidez's fans and Charlo's fans would say, "Oh, he's ducking them. They don't want to fight." So Canelo, either way, Canelo will never win in getting what the fans want. Let's just say. So that's just how I look at it. Really, he can only fight one person at a time. But making him fight someone like Usyk, who is at heavyweight and who's on a mission to become undisputed in that division, yeah, that's a bit of a joke.
Who does he need to fight then? So what do you want to see him do? I know you were very critical of him fighting Makabu. You thought that was a joke move. Who do you want to see? Who do you want to see him fight then? Obviously, it looks like. Would you think he'll fight Makabu, or do you think no?
Well, apparently he might not be fighting Makabu. I heard a rumor. I don't know, saying it looks like Canelo will be fighting Charlo in May.
I heard that as well. Well. I don't.
I hope that's true. I mean,
what's going on? Where are all these names popping up from?
Honestly, I don't know. You know, Canelo's trainer, manager, Reynoso, was in an interview, said that Canelo's going to cruiserweight, and then he like completely dismissed Benavidez.
Yeah, and then I heard about Golovkin as well.
Then he said, "Oh, the fights like the money fights are interesting, but then Benavidez is a money fight, so that was a bit silly for him." But he said Charlo or Golovkin.
Is Benavidez a money fight though? I don't know.
Yes, absolutely. That's a big fight, big fight in Mexico. You know, I can understand Reynoso's point. Yeah, Benavidez is, you know, he's missed weight twice. He's not disciplined enough to get the Canelo fight. I can understand what Reynoso's saying there, but he said that he would fight Benavidez. He's been saying for months they will fight Benavidez. And now he just come with that. That's why people were probably, you know, getting a bit annoyed with that. Because it irritated me a little because they was talking about it, saying they would fight Benavidez, and now, you know, they're saying he's undisciplined and everything.
I get where you're coming from. Ahmed, what's going on? You all right? Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, more happy New Year to you as well, Anton.
Happy New Year to you, man.
Ahmed, what do you make of this whole situation about Canelo having to fight Usyk and stuff?
I agree with you when it comes to fighting somebody like that at the end of their career is better. You know, when they've got nothing to prove. Just the way Roy Jones did it when he had nothing to prove. So at this moment in time, I don't think he should go to Usyk. I think he should go to 175 and fight someone there where he won't get any criticism from any of the fans. Because obviously after 168 to 175 is the way up for me.
Yeah, good point, Ahmed. Lil Penny, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year.
It's always good talking to Little Penny, my guy. Little Penny, what do you make of the news? Before we start talking about everything boxing, what do you make of the news about Eddie Reynoso coming out and being quite bullish in saying that Canelo's not fighting Alexander Usyk? Forget about that. He's too big.
Yeah, but isn't he saying that because they're fighting Makabu next?
Do you think so? Do you think he's trying to? Do you think he's trying to cover their back a little bit because he's fighting Makabu?
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. Because I don't think those guys are playing around. You know what I mean? Because they already announced that at the WBC convention. I think he will fight. He will fight Batoviev after Makabu. But yeah, with Usyk, yeah, that's I don't know. That's a little at cruiserweight. I don't think even Usyk. I know he said he said that he'll go down at cruiserweight to fight Canelo. Man, but that's a big jump, a reverse jump per se. Because man, he has to lose 30 to 40 pounds. That's a lot of that's a lot of pounds. Oh, by the way, Imran, just letting you know, we can't see like each other on your screen.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I'm just trying to see if I can sort this out. 1 second. I don't know what.
Oh, there you go. Now you can. But we can't see you though. Oh no,
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Yeah. So, yeah. Sorry, Little Penny, you got cut off. What were you saying?
Yeah, I'm just. I was just saying that Usyk, with Usyk, if they do fight a cruiserweight, and there's no rehydration clauses and catchweights, I'm gonna favor Usyk in that fight because I think Usyk might be just too big for Canelo.
Yeah,
But I do give Canelo a chance because it's a big reverse jump for Usyk. Losing 30 to 40 pounds is not healthy, and Usyk is not like he's in his early 20s, right?
Yeah. He's not. He's late. He's in the
mid-30s.
He's definitely. He's old, man. He's old.
Yeah, so that's not a very wise move from a physical standpoint.
If Usyk wanted to get a good cut, it would have to the camp would have to be for long, or they'd have to give Usyk time, to cut down properly, more healthier and everything, and then obviously they can announce the fight and everything for the camp. It was a bit like what Mikey Garcia done.
But Makai, even so, right?
Weight.
Guys, can I ask for a favor? Can you post the link? Can you post the link into the chat, because Steven wants to get on, but it's not letting me post the link for some reason. I don't know what's gone on. It's just not letting me post it for some reason. So if one of you can post the link, if you've got it, into the chat.
I don't know how to do that.
So just post it into the chat. If not, I'll try sorting it out.
Yeah, I can do it. You guys talk. I can do it.
Oh, okay.
All right, cool. Yeah. So Ray, what's going on? Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year, Imran. Happy New Year, boys. How are things?
Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
Good, man. It's all good. It's great having you on as always.
Nice one.
Yeah, man. You heard what we were talking about. Reynoso, he's recently just come out in an interview, and I don't know whether this is like because people were linking Canelo to fight Usyk, and he's just come out. We ain't fighting him. There's no way we're fighting him. What do you make of that? What do you make of that comment, Ray?
He said he wants Frank Sanchez to fight Usyk.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
So he said he doesn't want. But then again, why would he want it to risk Canelo against somebody where you have you're looking at, instead of it being a 50-50 fight, it's a 70-30 fight.
Mm-hmm.
I really, at cruiserweight, especially, or north of that, I don't really give Canelo much chance. I think we need. I think the problem with boxing fans today is we get caught in the moment of thinking, of seeing a fighter, and start to think, oh, this fight is absolutely unbeatable. No fighter's absolutely unbeatable. Hence why they pick and choose their opponents when they get to a certain level.
Yeah.
Usyk is not a good matchup for Canelo. I
Yeah.
don't. You know, if you know your boxing, you just know. Canelo can't do anything against Usyk. He'll
Yeah.
get soundly beaten. He's too big, too clever, too smart. Yes, he may not knock Canelo out, but he'll beat him. So he needs to stay well clear of that. And Eddie Reynoso's not dumb. He's not daft. He'll know that. He may not articulate that, but that's what you'll be seeing behind closed doors.
I think Usyk could stop Canelo later on.
Really?
Yep.
I don't think so.
I wouldn't argue. Is that Ahmed?
Yeah.
I wouldn't argue with Ahmed. I'll tell you why. Because of the accuracy of Usyk's punches. And
and there's only so much punches you could take off someone like Usyk.
That's the next thing I was going to say. There's only so much you can take clean on the jaw before it has an effect. So yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. I have a funny feeling, though, Ahmed, that Canelo may just took up, and against in the Kovalev fight where he hardly threw any punches.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling that's what he'll do against Usyk. He just won't throw a lot. He'll just be mindful that he's not winning a fight, but he doesn't want to get stopped, so he'll go into defensive mode. That's what I think would happen. It'll be a complete shutout.
Yeah, that's
Right.
I wouldn't argue against a Usyk stoppage of Canelo.
Are you guys for this fight though? Let's just say happened. Are you for this fight?
No.
Yeah, it makes me feel weird thinking about this fight, even talking about it.
Makai doesn't need to happen for. You know what I mean? Usyk's got business with Fury, Joshua 2, all them boys. Canelo has got business at 175.
He's the one that mentioned it, isn't it?
He's got no business at 200 pounds.
Usyk said that I'll go down to cruiserweight to fight Canelo. If my heavyweight titles aren't taken away from me, I'll be more than happy to go down to cruiserweight to fight Canelo.
That's on the media though. They asked him it. Yeah.
I kind of agree with
Makai.
I kind of agree with Makai. I think he's just saying that for a bit of clickbait. I just think that Usyk, if you asked him really what's for stake, a fight with Canelo or to sort out what's going on a heavyweight, he's going to pick out sorting out going on a heavyweight every day of the week, twice on a Sunday.
I don't know, because I think he'll look at it like it's an easy payday. Do you know what I mean? He'll look at Canelo as like an easy payday.
None of the belts are going to allow him to have that fight.
Ray, can I just say that guys, the link is on the YouTube video, not on the rest stream. So if you go back to the YouTube, just click on that link, Stephen, because I think Stephen wants to come in. So go back to the YouTube.
So go on to YouTube, Stephen. Click the live stream, and then in the video, in the comments, you'll see the link. Because I can't post it for some reason. It's not allowing me. So you're gonna have to go onto the YouTube video.
Yeah.
I can't actually see the link either though for him, because I'm trying to I can't. Yeah,
well, on the video, not in the comments. In the video of the actual of the thing, it should be in the comments. So you're gonna have to click off the chat and then go onto the video, and then the comment section. I think that's where Little Penny's pasted it. But so if we talk about Usyk trying to obviously Usyk is going to be trying to clean up in the heavyweight division. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I think that it's more of a fight, as Ahmed said, it's something you do towards the back end of your career if you're Canelo, where you're about to finish, and then you fight someone like an Usyk, where it doesn't really matter as much. Whereas right now, Canelo's still got a lot of business to handle, really.
Yeah, and I mean, how I look at this as well is, as good as Canelo is, I mean, that's a really easy fight for Usyk. Just because of the size as well and everything. That's a really easy fight for Usyk.
Yeah, but it's so easy. What does it do for his credibility?
I mean, he may be fighting a star, a pound for pound guy like Canelo, but Canelo, he's going all the way up to cruiserweight to fight Usyk, who is coming down from heavyweight, and as skilled as he is, it just won't do anything. I'm pretty sure people would want him to fight Fury for the undisputed, then him fighting Canelo.
No, I don't think then fighting Canelo comes into it. I think he just fights. I think he just does his business at heavyweight. I don't see people clamoring for a fight between Usyk and Canelo. Call me daft, but I can't see it, Mackay. I can't see any hardcore boxing fans calling for that fight.
Oh, hardcore, I agree. Yeah,
we want to see a super middleweight fight a cruiserweight. For what?
I mean, and even when Canelo was at light heavy, he didn't look good at all. I mean,
of course he
didn't
look
good at all. He looked slow and everything.
He wasn't winning the rounds. He wasn't winning the rounds. I mean, where people getting their idea from that? This is the problem. There's been quite a lot of we've been blessed in the way because we've had a lot of fantasy fights and we've had a lot of catch weights and that kind of stuff. But we need to get realistic, man. I've said before, there's weight classes for a reason.
Yeah.
Let's be serious.
But it's a huge money fight, right?
It's a huge. It doesn't make sense. I don't even think it's a huge money fight.
Really? I think it's a big fight.
It makes sense for Usyk, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yeah.
No,
financially, it does nothing else. If you take away finances, it does nothing but Usyk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's nothing for his legacy. That's not him being Canelo wouldn't be like a massive achievement for him. And as good as Canelo is, it's just, I mean, he's coming way out of his comfort zone here.
I don't know though, because I think it's like Roy Jones fighting Mike Tyson. If Mike Tyson had knocked out Roy Jones, it would have still done a lot for Mike Tyson's legacy.
Hang on. You're not on about that stupid exhibition they were having.
No, not that. I'm saying if they had fought in 2000, like when it was actually talked about, not the exhibition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. I still think it does good for Usyk's legacy to have a name like Canelo on there. It'll just be because the fact that Canelo's a little small.
Yeah, I reckon it's the other way around. I'm with Ray on this one. I think it does more for Canelo rather than Usyk.
Yeah, because if you remember, Imran, Roy Jones had fought in heavyweight. Yeah.
No, but here's the thing, though, Ray. Here's the thing. If Canelo fights Makabu and wins a title there, then we can't say, well, because Usyk's not saying
he hasn't done that yet. He hasn't done that yet. He hasn't done that yet. We're going off now. So if you're going off now, right? If you're saying that the way you're saying something to me is you're debating if his next, how good of a fight would be with Usyk, not attaching conditions to it. We're going on now.
No, so I'm
going on now.
I'd fight
now. How is it a good fight? How is it good for Usyk apart from the financial gain? It does nothing for Usyk because then what people say is he's beating a far smaller fighter.
Thing is with Roy Jones' situation was Roy Jones positioned himself. He gave himself all the confidence. He cleaned out the division, 175. He was undisputed at 175 with 12 defenses. Canelo has to position himself. So I don't think he's got the confidence to be a Usyk. So to build his confidence, he's got to be a better BF. He's got to be a Bivol. He's got to be a Joe Smith Jr. to give himself all sort of chance in terms of confidence as well to be an Usyk.
Yeah, true.
He's not in the position.
So if he beats everyone at 175, what's there going to be for him to do? Nothing.
Then he can jump up and try his luck, adding something, towards the end of his career to his legacy.
But Ahmed, he can beat Makabu though at cruiserweight.
Yeah, he can beat him, but I think you'd rather clear up at 175, like the way Roy did. Become undisputed at 175, even have one or two defenses, and then go up and try to add to his legacy, secure his legacy.
Because Ahmed, that Makabu fight might not be there, because Makabu might lose. You know what I mean? So it's better to kind of quote unquote cherry pick that first, and then go to light heavyweight. You know what I mean? Because if he loses, Makabu loses, the guy that he lost to, he might be like a killer. So which Canelo can't win. So it's better to do it this way, so that it's kind of like it's cherry picking, right? But I'm gonna give him a pass on that one.
I'm hearing that Canelo won that Makabu anyway.
The reason that you've given little cherry picking to the absolute maximum, and the fans aren't stupid. They know the only reason why he's going from the same reason why the rookie feeling after opportunity. It's an opportunity to go for a weak champion, beat that champion, and then go back down to your real weight.
Ray, because he's cleaned out so many divisions and he's fought so many champions, you don't give him a pass.
Well, it depends what you mean by cleaned up, because for me, cleaned up is becoming undisputed. That's only really one weight class. He's only cleaned up at.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I know what you mean, though. He's won titles in many divisions, but I just don't think this guy who's 5'9", 5'8" should be jumping up to cruiserweight, picking on the weakest one, coming back down, starting with Joe Smith Jr., slowly working his way towards Bivol and Maturviev. What happens then if another weak cruiserweight gets a world title? Say Lawrence Okoli moves up, Bradis retires. Is Canelo going to move up the cruiserweight again to get the WBO, because it's fallen in, it's gone to somebody like, I don't know, Jack or Chris Billen-Smith.
So there's a few points coming in, Ray, to what you said. Hector said that no, it's not cherry picking because Canelo is giving up a lot of weight.
It is in the sense of the opponent, because if it wasn't cherry picking, why is he not fighting Lawrence Okoli? He'll still be giving up the same weight. So why is he not fighting Lawrence Okoli?
And especially when he's pound for pound number one, you'd think he'd go from the best guy.
Exactly. I know where he's coming from. He's got lots of disadvantages, Canelo. I get that, but for me, cherry picking is about the opponent, because you're still giving up the same disadvantages. You still got the same disadvantages if you fight Bradis, if you fight Lawrence Okoli, but he won't fight Lawrence Okoli, will he? Because Lawrence Okoli's are more of a threat than Makabu. So I would disagree with what Hector's saying.
The face of boxing says, by that logic, Mayweather and Pacquiao never cleaned out a division either.
Yeah.
No, they did.
Yeah. Well, it didn't.
But it didn't matter for them.
It didn't matter for them
at the time.
Yeah. It wasn't
So what we're saying is cleaned up. I mean, you guys tell me. I've been consistent with what I'm saying. To clean up a division, you've got to become undisputed.
Yeah.
How can you clean up a division if there's still belts left?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so Canelo's
Ray, at 154, who was remaining? Because Canelo won a lot of belts there. So at 154, who was the remaining guy that had a belt that Canelo didn't fight?
Well, what belts did he get? He got the he got WBC.
I think he had 2 belts.
He got WBC, and did he get what did Trout have? Did he pick up one from Trout?
I think one of the Charlo brothers had the. I think the Charlo brothers, because they were both at 154, and both of them they both had a belt.
Yeah, because
I think that could have been it.
Yeah. So it could have been because when he fought Liam Smith, was that for Liam Smith's belt as well?
Yeah, WBO.
Yeah. So he picked up the WBO, and I think he picked up the WBC as well. So it would have been the WBA and the IBF. I know he never had the IBF.
But Canelo, he couldn't make 154 anymore, and that's why he was doing catch weights, and then he eventually moved up. Yeah, he was killing himself to get to that weight. Yeah. So I wouldn't say he was ever like ducking anyone that way. He was,
Yeah. So I know this is the thing, because what Little Penny's trying to say is he beat most of the top fighters at that weight class, which is true. But from a technical point of view, from belts, that doesn't necessarily translate to the phrase he's cleaned up in terms of belts.
Yeah.
And he's got 2 out of 4.
Yeah, true.
So for me, clean up means you've got all four. That's why I rarely use the phrase, but that's just me.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. He only did it at one weight class, which is 168. But for the in the Mayweather Pacquiao era, I don't think that was I don't think that was their intention. I think their intention was to be lineal, to be honest.
Yeah. I would agree. I don't think Pacquiao and Mayweather. I think Mayweather's even come out and said in a number of interviews he was never intent on becoming undisputed. So they have, you've hit the nail on the head there, Little Penny. Their intentions were different. Their intentions were, to be seen as a lineal champion, Ring Magazine champion, if you like, or go up through the weights. They didn't have the mindset of, I want to stay and hang around and be undisputed. Mayweather were quick to recognize the politics of boxing would make it very difficult for him to do that. Josh Taylor's been kind of lucky in the sense that he's had a tournament, and then when he came out of the tournament, the other guy he left the face had 2 of the belts. I wonder if there was no tournament at 140. I wonder if that would have been so easy for him to do. Perhaps not. So I know Crawford done it, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's easy, because then my argument would be, well, there's been so few in the modern era.
Yeah, I think Pacquiao may have done it.
Yeah. If the thing is though, Ray, if Canelo does wipe out, I was reading a comment on Facebook. If Canelo does beat everybody at 175 and becomes undisputed, are we looking at a guy that deserves to be in the top 10 pound for pound fighters of all time?
Then you only really, because of how difficult it is to be completed, that has considered. But the difference is, if you go up on that list of your top 10 pound for pound fighters of all time, the key denominator is the quality of opponents that they face at the time. I know that's not necessarily Canelo's fault, but I keep going back to the point was he hasn't faced the caliber of opponents of people in his weight class of years gone by. It's no fault of his own, but you've got to hold that against him. So if you've got somebody, if you're going to compare him to the achievements of boxers of old, then that would be my sticking point against Canelo. How many pound for pound fighters has he beaten?
Yeah, true.
You know, he's only really faced Golovkin. Take Golovkin out. How many has he beaten? You know?
But Ray, if he beats Usyk at cruiserweight as well, I think that might put him in that top 10 pound per pound list.
For me, that certainly would. I mean, for me, because of how difficult it is to become undisputed, I would put him in for sure. I think that's enough. But I could see, if you speak to my dad, for example, the first thing he would say is he hasn't fought enough a genuine pound for pound. And I can see that, and I think that's a great argument to have. But what I would say to my dad is, but he's beating the best of who's available today. You can't hang around and wait for a pound for pound fighter who's at 54 to move up. You know, he's beating the best. And if he comes undisputed in 2 weight categories, that's some achievement. And this is why Clarissa Shields needs more credit than what she's getting.
Yeah. Hey, Ray, sorry, just to sorry to cut you off, but Ahmed wants to come in. Ahmed, go to YouTube, click or copy the link, and then you can come in rather than being here at Restream, because I don't think you can see it here. You have to go back to YouTube.
Didn't I not drop the link in the YouTube?
No, there was no link that popped up or anything.
Yeah,
I think
I dropped it in about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, Stephen wants to come in as well.
I don't know. I don't know. It should be in the chat, really.
Yeah, I dropped it in 10 minutes ago.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, but right. So just going back to your pound for pound point, yeah, I agree with the quality of the opponents and also when you fought them, because I don't have Mayweather in my top 10, a pound per pound list. I have him in my top 20, but I've got Pacquiao in my top 10 because the quality of his opponents, and more importantly, when he fought him, because I thought that Pacquiao fought more quality guys in their prime than Mayweather did, because Mayweather did some cherry picking from 140 to 154. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Or you're probably gonna anger a lot of people in the chat for saying that.
What about Pacquiao?
No, about Floyd Cherry. Oh God,
listen. Floyd Mayweather, in my opinion, was a better fighter, as a better boxer, skill wise, than Manny Pacquiao. Far superior, right? Far superior.
Yeah.
However,
Floyd just didn't take
I
the risk like
would argue that Pacquiao has the better resume, and that makes a difference when you're looking at pound for pound who's the best, as well as looking at ability. But how good is somebody's ability if the opponent isn't good? I'll give you an example in terms of, all right, if you've got let's just say Christian, like Henrik Larsson. Henrik Larsson played for Celtic. Celtic was a Scottish league. So when Henrik Larsson's banging in goals, 40 goals a season, the argument was, yeah, it's great, but the defences in the Scottish league are terrible.
Yeah.
Compared to the Premier League, he wouldn't be winning the Premier League. So although he's a Celtic legend in terms of world football, his achievements at Celtic aren't really revered, are they? Because he was in the Scottish league, and that's kind of like the example that I'm giving. You know, if you know, that's probably what does it for Joe Calzaghe, in terms of like Joe Calzaghe was a British legend, but his opponents until the tail end of his career, you know, weren't, you know, you would expect most of the to be getting through them. So, and that's
Ray, speaking of Calzaghe, I saw a video of Eddie Hearn last night, and he was asked who's the greatest British fighter ever in his eyes, and he said Calzaghe.
I mean, there's an argument, but to me, it's Lennox Lewis.
I would have went with Lewis. Lewis fought. Lewis had a better resume, as I've been banging on about, and Lewis to be fair, revenge these losses. Joe Calzaghe's more underrated than Lennox Lewis, but I would definitely go for Lennox Lewis in my opinion. But that's Eddie Hearn's opinion.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he went. He's big mates with Carl Froch, isn't he, Eddie Hearn? So I'm surprised he went for Calzaghe, but yeah.
Yeah, and he said that he also another question was who was the most entertaining British boxer ever, and he said Prince Nazim Hamed.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't even have to finish the question, Little Penny, and I would have said most people would have went for Naz. Naz was rare, very rare talent, and a lot of people, Naz, Amir Khan, Amir Khan definitely. Eubank, but he sparked a lot of, in the UK, British-born fighters. He sparked a big resurgence in boxing.
Ricky Hatton too was entertaining. I
understand why people go for Naz in that one.
Well, he wasn't doing dances to the ring and everything like Naz. He was something else. Like if we're talking entertainment.
Oh yeah. Imagine Naz being promoted by Eddie now.
Oh my God.
Mate, huge star.
I don't really think Naz needed a promoter.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But with social media today, Naz, in my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think he'd be twice as big as Ryan Garcia.
Oh yeah,
because Ryan Garcia, for me, he's a sweet boy. He's clean cut, clean shaven. You know, he does all his Gatorade stuff, and you just see him on Instagram, and he's punching bags as quick as he can. Naz had that spite. He had that nastiness. He had that real arrogance. He would say
right. When Mayweather fought Jose Luis Castillo in the post-fight interview, Larry Merchant asked Mayweather if you wanted to fight Prince Nassim Hamed, and Mayweather said, "Yeah, I'll fight him," because at that time Prince Nassim was so big, and he said he's willing to go down to 128, even though Prince was at 126. So it'll be at a catch weight because Mayweather was at 130. So at 128. Do you think Prince would have beaten Mayweather at 128?
Nah,
Mm.
nah,
Okay.
nah.
No.
I think
I thought-
Floyd would have been too ferocious for him. You know, he
Even
would
at
have been too.
128, right? Because that 2 pounds is a lot.
It is, but the thing with Floyd is Floyd done it before in those lower weights where he wasn't eating for 5 days. And the thing with Floyd is he rehydrates really well. So that makes Mackay, is that your little nephew in the background?
No, that's my nephew. That's my nephew.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that, little
See,
penny.
I've got a
Yeah, I
camera.
think.
He's in his room, but I've got a camera just to see if he gets up because everyone's gone out.
Oh, okay. Noise.
So he's making some noises. I don't know whether to go upstairs and see, but I don't know whether he's got up or he's just.
No, he sounds as though he's just stirring. Trust me, I've just had a kid that age, so I know. But if it keeps going, then you may need to. But yeah, little penny, I think that's the difference. You know, I know what you mean. Those little pounds make a big difference, but it all comes down to how well you rehydrate. Floyd rehydrated quite well, apart from his later years. He had issues in the air. Later on, he had to have IVs, but a lot of fighters do. But I just think that Naz struggled with people who put pressure on him and landed often inaccurate, and that was Mayweather's style back then.
Yeah, Mayweather was very, very, very offensive.
He was. That's the thing, Mackay.
Yeah.
He threw a lot of shots and he landed. So Naz didn't like that. Naz liked the slow pace. He liked to set the pace, slow it down, be on the outside, land a heavy shot, be back on the inside, take his time to go back on the outside again. Where Floyd Mayweather wouldn't have given him, Pretty Boy wouldn't have given him that space. He wouldn't have let Naz get comfortable.
And especially with the size difference as well, and the power difference with them. Yeah, it would have Mayweather would have laid him out.
Yeah. Do you think because of Naz's freakish power and his ability to punch from any angle, is that why you think he had a chance, little penny?
Yeah. Yes. And also the weight cut. I think because Floyd, I think after that fight, he went to 135. He didn't stay at 130. So, and Floyd just wanted to say that because he wanted a big money fight. Because at that time, Prince was like I think he already fought Kevin Kelly, and he was really big. And that's what Floyd wanted to have that fight, but obviously Nas didn't want that. But
then came the Mexican.
Yeah, Barrera.
Yeah.
Guys, listen, I'm just gonna go upstairs. If you guys can carry on talking, I'll be down in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, no
worries. Cheers,
Yeah,
guys.
Ray, Mackay, is Sugar Ray Leonard in your top 10 pound per pound list ever?
I don't actually have a list, really. But if I was thinking, like, if you was asking me top 10 greatest fighters of all time, I think Leonard might have been in it.
Yeah, okay.
I think so, yeah. But I mean, so definitely like fighters like Pacquiao would have been in it. But I don't know about Leonard. I'd have to like actually go through it and everything.
Yeah, for Lil Penny, that's probably a task for me to do in the new year. To do my own. I've kind of done my favorite 5 in most weight categories, but I've never really sat down to do my own of all time. Would he be on there? I mean, his achievements stand alone. If you look at his achievements at welterweight, I wouldn't put it this way. If somebody came up to me and said Sugar Ray Leonard's in my top 10 of all time, I wouldn't put up an argument against that.
Yeah.
Same with Hagler as well. Even though I put in my list of middleweights, I put Carlos Monzon ahead of Hagler. I wouldn't have an argument against Hagler being in anyone's top 10 of all time.
But Ray, with Carlos Monzon, even though he reigned for like 10 years, kind of like Azuma Nelson reigned for 10 years at featherweight, but who did those guys beat at those weight classes?
Well, the thing with Carlos Monzon is, I mean, he was absolutely untouchable in his prime. Like no one was near him. No one was getting near him. So that's your that you've got to consider what Carlos was on. Like, no one was getting near him at all. Ability-wise as well, he was, because obviously he was undisputed, you know.
Because Ray, just on top of my head, I'm thinking maybe Emil Griffith was probably one of his best wins. But apart from that, I can't roll off. Like same with Zuma Nelson at featherweight in the 80s. I can't roll off someone to say, oh, he's beaten that. Like,
well, he beat Jeff Fenech, didn't he?
Yeah, but that was in the 80s, though. Oh, sorry, 90s. That was in the 90s.
Yeah, true. But it was still a good win for him. And I suppose...
Yeah, although, Ray, he lost that first fight, Ray, in Las Vegas. I do agree he beat him in the second fight. Obviously, he knocked him out. Yeah, but in the first fight, I think Fenech won that fight.
I don't know. Yeah.
Because, Ray, I don't have Monzon in my top 10 because of the quality. He doesn't have any. Like, I know he reigned there for 10 years, but who did he beat?
Yeah. Again, it comes down. It gets subjective, though, doesn't it? And this is what I was saying before. You know, you have to look at the resume, and it is important. But he does have some good wins on there. He does have some good wins on his record.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
I suppose they're not as well known as what Hag, because he was the champion, and he was able to have a lot of people come over to Argentina. Now, from what he did have, and then later on in his career, he started to go to Europe a lot more. You know, he was all over Europe, like France, Italy, Germany. You know, these places. Fighting America. He fought an Italian there in France or somewhere who had a good reputation. So some of the opponents that he was fighting, you know, there were mandatories with very good, reputable reputations until he stopped them. So I suppose that's why he's won there. But it's a bit like, you know, I think you asked me the other day, Little Penny, you know, about your top 5 cruiserweights of all time. And when I speak to people about this, often Johnny Nelson's name comes up. And the reason why is because he reigned for he had 13 defenses, and he had a record number of defenses, a bit like Bernard Hopkins at one point had the record number of middleweight defenses. So sometimes that comes into it as well, you know.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for that, guys.
No worries.
His mom's back now.
No problem.
Yeah, that was thing because I had his camera on and he started crying. So it's like I had to go.
Yeah, don't worry about him, man. Your time will come soon.
Yeah. It's not great. That was scary. That was.
Are you babysitting Imran?
Yeah, because obviously, like, they were out, but they just come back in the nick of time, like, as soon as he started crying. But to be fair, he went quiet after I picked him up, to be fair.
What's people arguing about in the chat?
The Charlos and...
Is it about... Yeah, I think it's about Andre and the Williams fight. Yeah, I think I saw a comment saying that like Williams didn't give him any problems, which is ridiculous.
Have any of you boys seen the mandatory for Andre?
Oh my god, he's gonna duck that fight badly. That's a hard fight.
Yeah. He's an awkward southpaw, isn't he?
That's why Andre's moving up. Andre
he's tall, isn't he, as well?
Oh, he's huge,
Kazakhstan. He wants to fight.
Yeah,
he wants to fight a Kazakh.
Well, yeah.
Golovkin. Oh, there you go. You got Kazakh waiting for you. He wants to fight. He really wants that fight, but you know, it doesn't seem like Andre's interested. He's now all of a sudden moving up. That tells me something.
I wanted to talk about Andrade as well. I was gonna just come on to Andrade as well, and you guys just brought him up.
Go on, Vince. Go for it.
You think he beats that guy?
No, I don't think he beats.
I don't know because listen, I know he's not here to defend himself, but I would wager a bet. Well, I wouldn't actually, but what I would say is I would be very surprised if Andre beats the Kazakh. I would be very, very
Really?
yeah. Honestly,
Christian said
from what
that
I've
he's
seen-
a better fighter than Golovkin. That's a better fight at this point than Golovkin.
Well, yeah, shall I tell you why? Because Golovkin's slightly past his peak. This guy, this Kazakh kid, peak.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah.
So if that fight and he beat this Kazakh kid, we would have to take notice. But believe you me, I don't think he beats.
I'll be honest. I never really spoke about that, Janibek, because I didn't think, because a lot of people obviously don't know him. I mean, yeah, he's Andre's manhood, but he's not really known. So if Andre moves up, they're just going to think, oh, he's just moving up. They're not actually going to look at the mandatory and see the threat in there because he's unknown. But obviously, us hardcores, we know about this Janibek, and we know he's a very dangerous fight for Andre.
Oh yeah,
very dangerous.
He wants the Canelo fight, don't he, Andre?
Big, long, skilled.
Yeah. The thing is, he can do anything that Andre can do. He can do anything that Andre can do. I mean, he's just as skilled. He's got just as good footwork. I'll probably say he hits harder than Andre.
Yeah.
I think physically though, I think they're probably about the same size. I don't think he's going to be that much bigger than Andre, but it's not going to make a difference because he's very. These Kazakhs aren't a joke at all. I don't know whether you guys follow amateur boxing or the Kazakhs are a serious powerhouse. Amateur boxing.
Yeah. So the Cubans, aren't they?
Yeah. You got the Cubans, but the Eastern
Cubans are always
Europeans,
good, isn't it?
the Ukrainians, kids, the Uzbeks, the Kazakhs, the Russians.
Yeah.
You can't write them off, and they're turning to be good pros.
With
Cubans in the past, they haven't really turned out to be that good as pros. They may have won world titles here and there, but people like Gamboa, they've not had the discipline. These Kazakhs, they've got the discipline.
Yeah.
The thing is, I can only think of three. I don't know if there's more. I can think of Gamboa, Rigondeaux, and the other Ugas, isn't it? That's won world titles. I can't think of any more.
Luis Ortiz.
Morel,
Yeah, but he's not.
isn't he?
Yeah, but he's not won a world title.
Oh no, you win about once a world title. Okay.
Yeah.
Because they don't. Well, yeah.
They don't allow pro boxing, do they?
They don't have the discipline in, man. I think what happens is when they defect, the money gets to them and they lose the motivation very quickly. Because they have a lot of talent, but as soon as they start enjoying their life,
yeah,
Hey guys,
what is the Kazakh style? Is it what Janibek's got? Is that the Kazakh style? Because him and Golovkin, they're completely different. There's always been a British style. There's always been styles. What is actually the Kazakh style? That's what I want to know.
I don't
really believe in a style, man.
It's kind of true.
Style.
I don't know.
I don't know.
To answer that question, Mikhail, because
what style did he have?
If you look at, there used to be a welterweight Eddie Hearn had called Yulushinov.
Oh yeah.
The Kazakh style, and then he released him. Everyone was saying he was the next Gennady Golovkin, but then I had a feeling people were saying that without watching him, because when you watched him, there's nothing like Golovkin. He was a southpaw counter puncher who would take his time for very minimal shots and fight off the back foot.
Right.
This Janibek is a little bit like that, apart from he can actually go forward and be a lot more aggressive than Yulusov. He can be a lot more aggressive, but when he takes you though, that's when he becomes aggressive. But he starts off being as a counter puncher.
Yeah,
but it depends how much amateur success they had, because most of the ones that have been successful as an amateur, they're the ones that perhaps are southpaws, counter punchers.
Yeah,
the ones that have done well in the Olympics, but the ones that have been at the Worlds and maybe got to the quarters and quite haven't medalled, they're the ones that are quite come forward aggressive.
Hey guys, just going back to Andrade. if Andrade goes to 168, I don't think those title holders will give him a shot. Like
He's
for example,
going to 168 because he's Canelo's mandatory. That's why.
Yeah, but he could have done that. He could have done that ages ago. You know, Canelo's been at 168 for ages, but Canelo's going up to cruiserweight. So I don't know why.
Yeah, but he
Andrade's
knew that he
now
wouldn't get
going
the
up.
Canelo fight because the Canelo was going to fight the other champions and unify.
I think Andrade's
then the
being very
mandatory wouldn't be able
calculated with
to.
his move.
Whereas
what I think he's doing.
now he knows that. Thing is, I don't think Canelo's going to come back down to 168, so I don't think he's going to get that fight anyway.
Yeah, true.
But then, having said that, Canelo hasn't vacated the titles, has he?
No.
So, you know, I don't know because he look, Canelo's already said he ain't fighting Andrade. Ray, what do you make of that? Canelo saying he's not fighting Andrade.
Well, if he's not fighting Andrade, he's not fighting Andrade. I've always said it's down for Andrade to win that mid tournament between him, Big Charlo, Benavidez, and see who's the best, and then the winner of that can fight Canelo.
Canelo's at a stage in his career where he doesn't need to fight Andrade. It's not like the whole world ordering him to fight Andrade. They're like, he must fight Andrade. I mean, only a few people actually really wanted to fight Andrade. No one really cares about that fight. People want to see him fight Beterbiev, guys like that.
I would love to see the Andrade fight. I think it's a fun fight. I think it's a good fight. I think the build-up would be nice and spicy as well.
The build-up would be nice, just to see him, just to see Canelo, you know, tell him to fuck off and everything, and into like he done last time.
Yeah,
So funny.
Canelo's interviews are much better now that he's speaking English.
Yeah,
he used to be quite boring. I swear, Canelo used to be quite within himself, but now he's kind of opening up and showing his other side.
What was he saying to him? I remember, oh my god, I was dying when he said to Andrade, like, when he was shouting payday, you want payday.
Horrible fighter.
Like, that's just something what Floyd or someone used to do, yeah.
But here's the thing, if Christian was here right now, Christian would be saying that, you know what, Andrade would beat Canelo quite easy.
Yeah, of course he would say that.
I don't think it would be easy. I don't think it would be easy. No, I mean, Andre would have to be skin to still be in the fight coming up to the championships.
Are we overlooking Andrade? Is that Andrade special? Are we overlooking him? I don't know. Or is he just a hype job? What do you think?
No, he has talent, but I couldn't call him special. My threshold's a bit high to call somebody like him special. Because what he's achieved isn't much different from what Billy Joe's achieved as a professional.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't, no one here would call Billy Joe Saunders special.
But you know, here's the thing though, Ray. You know, when you hear these Americans talk about him, like Keith Thurman and that, Terence Crawford, these guys are saying like, Andre, trust me, this guy he's the business. This guy, he goes, we know this guy from a young age, and this guy is the business. Weren't he the reason why Terence Crawford said that Canelo avoids black fighters because of Andrade? He rates Andrade very, like all of these guys, these American guys like Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, they all rate Andrade so highly. Like they said, this guy was the man. You know what I mean? Back when we were young, he was the man. But his career's not really taken off. He's not really got the fights. Okay,
let me jump in there for a sec because you said a few things. That Terence Crawford comment, as much as I love Terence Crawford, we've got to debunk that. We've got to debunk because Canelo had fought a number of black fighters, and he's fought probably better black fighters than Andrade, i.e. Floyd Mayweather. So we need to stop with that one straight away. The second point is, although they might all be saying he was a beast back in the day when they were all kids, that's not translated to anything as a pro. I'll give you an example. In the UK, we've got two fighters. One's called Frankie Gavin, who's retired. The other one's Billy Joe Saunders, again, who's retired. If you ask anybody, they would all say those two were both the most gifted, naturally gifted boxers anyone had ever seen. But when you look at their pro careers, does it translate to a fighter who's the most gifted you've ever seen? No, they've achieved. And Andrade, in my opinion, has underachieved. So I can't.
But the thing is, Ray, Andrade's not getting, like with Billy Joe, he got his opportunity finally against Canelo. But Andrade's not getting that breakout fight, so we kind of don't know.
He actually has, though. That's the thing. He's pulled out. He had the fight with Jamel Charlo when he was at 154, but he pulled
I
out
get what you're saying,
some
Makai,
money,
but
and
he
then
hasn't actually had that fight. That's what I'm saying. So we don't
Yeah,
know.
but he
But
would have
if he
had that
takes
fight.
that fight and wins, then he is the real deal, right?
Yeah, if he beat Jamel Charlo, because obviously Charlo they have a lot harder than him, he probably would have got and they probably would have got a lot more hype than he
I
does
think
now.
he would have beaten them as well, you know.
Yes,
I think
he definitely would have beat. Well, yeah, he probably would have.
Because both Charlos,
Makai,
Makai, both Charlos struggle with that kind of style. Say that again, sorry.
He would have beaten the one that drew Castano.
Both of them. I think he beats both.
Him versus Jamal, that's a good fight.
1 minute, Makai. 1 second, Makai. Jamal. Jamal for me lost to Korobov. He got the decision. I don't think he won that fight. And Andre's better than Korobov in my opinion.
The thing about Jamal is I wonder how he would do with Jamal's jab and physical strength. That's my worry with what Andre, because he didn't like it when Liam Williams put it on him a little bit. That's my only worry. But I could see him outboxing the Jamel. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's in a special category. I mean, he can fight. He's talented, but I can't put him I can't see special.
Yeah, and it doesn't help.
What do you
his
see?
last performance against Quigley. What did you make of that?
Who, me or Little Penny?
No, just you. What did you think of his last performance?
Yeah, but this is the thing, Imran. Quigley was never on his level. Quigley was never on his level. Like I said when I was on last bell, that that he would walk through that fight. I can't believe, because Carl got Roberto Diaz on the channel, and I wasn't there for that interview, the third one. But what I said to the boys was, look, that's a horrible fight for Quigley. And when we heard that Eddie Hearn was looking to make that fight, and I said, nah, man, Quigley shouldn't take that fight, because he's not going to be paid that much for it. He'll get a good payday, but not an outstanding one. You shouldn't be taking that fight, because he's going to. And I said to Andy, he would obliterate Quigley within inside 4, and I think he did it in 2. Was it 2 or 3 rounds?
Yeah, 2. He knocked him down in the first round.
Yeah. So
it was almost over in the first.
He was nowhere near. He wasn't on that level. For me, Williams was a better operator than Quigley. So I don't think that's a good. It's a bit like judging Canelo off the Yildirim fight. That was a difference in levels. If you hadn't seen Canelo before, and you're looking at the Yildirim fight and you're going, "Oh wow, this guy's an absolute monster." Well, he's a terrific fighter, Canelo, but the Yildirim was so poor in that fight. It's difficult to judge how good Canelo is. And this
Ray, that was the most entertaining fight I've seen Andre at. He's got to do that more often.
Yeah, that was a brilliant. You know what? To be fair, Little Penny, his fight against Sting was quite entertaining. Williams, I thought he was bashing Williams up, and then all of a sudden he just went into his kind of,
The thing was, Little Penny, the Quigley fight was only entertaining because Andre was aggressive, because he knew he could get him out of there. With the Williams fight, that was entertaining because Williams gave it back to him. At no point, unless I missed something, did Quigley look as though he could do anything to Andre.
Ray, I will say this though, when Andre put Williams down early in that fight, I thought the fight was over. I thought he was going to knock him out in 2 rounds, because Andre just levels above, and then all of a sudden Andre just kind of like went into, he just went defensive and kind of into his shell.
He was feeling the pressure of what Williams was bringing.
Yeah. He should have jumped on him, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he should have done it. Like he let Williams off the hook. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know. Andre's a bit like, he starts off a fight a bit like Amir Khan, where he just jumps on you and just like, overwhelms you with his speed and his athleticism. But then kind of once you get used to, the top fighters get used to it, he kind of just gets into his flow and just kind of like, ebbs and flows through a fight and just gets a very boring, whereas Khan was never boring, but, I just feel like, I feel like Andrade fights within himself a little bit. He can do a bit more, I don't know whether that's because he's afraid.
I think that's the weight.
I don't know. Hey?
Yeah, it might be to do with the weight. It might be because he's not actually a conservative guy. Because that's his style, really. He's a boxer as opposed to being an aggressive, come forward fighter. But he doesn't have that nasty streak in him. He only had that against Quigley because he knew Quigley couldn't live with him, and Quigley couldn't. I can't see. Could you see him being aggressive? And this is a question for more Little Penny. As aggressive as Andrade was against Quigley, can you see him replicating and maintaining that aggression against Jamal Charlo?
No.
It would get knocked out if he tries that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that. I just think, I think Ray, you know what he would do there? I think he would look to box more. He'd look to get on the... But I don't know. Thing is with Andrade, I don't know whether he's got the discipline to do that. I think he likes to have a fight a little bit. I think he likes to... I don't know whether he's... I don't know. Look, people say that he's this slick guy and can't be hit. I've seen him hit a lot, to be honest.
Yeah,
and I don't know whether he can box a disciplined fight for 12 rounds. I'm not sure. Hence why I think Canelo would definitely knock him out. Right? I don't see him going the distance with Canelo. No. Even Golovkin, I think, knocks him out, by the way.
Yeah.
And my brother did a video. I don't know if you've seen it. My brother actually said that there's no way Andrade goes 12 rounds with Golovkin. I just cannot. I can't envisage that fight looking at both their styles. Andrade can't hurt Golovkin, and Golovkin's going to walk through him, and he's going to nail him somewhere in the fight. There's no way this guy's going to be walking through Andrade.
Do you think that fight will ever happen, though, Imran?
What, the Golovkin one?
Golovkin Andrade.
Well, I know. I hope so.
I don't think it will. I don't think him fighting Charlo will.
They're both on his own. They're both champions at middleweight. It should happen.
But Makai, if he stays at 160, he has to fight his mandatory first, right?
Who are you talking about, Golovkin or Andrade?
Andrade.
Andrade should fight that. He's mandatory.
No, he doesn't though, Little Penny, does he? Can't he unify? If he unifies with Golovkin, surely he doesn't have to fight his mandatory.
Oh yeah, well that would trump the mandatory, but he obviously it's not happening. Charlo. I don't know what's going on with Charlo, but Golovkin, he's fighting Murata. Golovkin's unifying. Why? I don't get why Andrade and Charlo, didn't fight when they can see that Golovkin's fighting Murata. They can fight each other, and then the winners can fight for undisputed. I don't know why it's not going like that.
I think it's a disgrace. I want to know what all you three think. Actually, I think it's a disgrace that we've got two middleweight American undefeated world champions and they're not fighting each other. I think
what's annoying about Imran is that their fans get annoyed when we say, why don't they just fight each other? They want they want like either Charlo Andrade to fight Canelo or Golovkin. They want them to fight an old guy. They don't want them to fight each other in their prime. Like it makes absolutely no sense. What Andrade and Charlo are doing, they're not taking any big risks. They want the money fight. They want the Canelo fight, but they don't want to take any big risks, so they don't, just in case they don't lose it. That's what they're doing.
I think Campos makes a good point. He says, tell Charlo to stop ducking Andrade the way Charlo ducked Canelo. I think he's right. I think Charlo's the one that's ducking that fight. It's quite clear, Ray. Little Penny, they're ducking that fight.
They just need to get it on. They just need to get it on because, for me, they're all waiting for Canelo to pick. They should fight each other for the right to fight Canelo. So all this, he's him, they're ducking him. Actually, they should just get it on, fight each other, and I'm gonna include Benavidez in that mix. If they can all agree, if Benavidez can make 68 one final time, get themselves some fighting at 68 and get it on, so we can determine which one has got the right to fight Canelo. Because for me, it's not Canelo avoiding any of them. Canelo is in the right by saying you guys have got to earn the right to fight me, and that's what these guys have got to do, because none of them. I mean, me and you said it before, Nimran. Take Canelo out. Everyone at 60 and 68 has got a poor resume because they're not each other.
Yeah, terrible.
So let these guys. Canelo's done his thing. Let these guys fight each other.
But they have to. These guys at 160, they have to realize that for Canelo to fight them, they have to have a belt at 175, because we all know Canelo's not going back to 168. So the only person I think that Canelo will fight without a belt at 175 is Jose Benavidez. Other than that, you have to have a belt. That's where Canelo is. So and for Andrade and Charlo to think that they're just going to get the Canelo fight, you're not going to get it. You have to beat one of those guys at 175 first, and then you can fight Canelo. Other than that, they're not going to fight him.
Actually, look, mate, I think Canelo and his team are all for the Charlo fight. Reynoso, he speaks very highly about that fight. I remember in an interview, Reynoso said Charlo was easy work. I think they're all in for the Charlo fight. Andrade, yeah, that's out of the window. That fight's never happening. But Charlo, I do think we will see Canelo in there with Charlo at some point, even at 168. I think Canelo will go back down there. He hasn't vacated any of his belts or anything.
What about the lightweight division? What do you guys want to see happen there?
Well, I can't wait to see Garcia against Cruz.
You can't see what? Ryan Garcia?
I can't wait to see Garcia against Cruz.
Right, Ray, is Garcia actually going to fight this time?
Ray. That ain't happening. He ain't going to go near Isaac Cruz.
Well, he's been talking that he wants that fight.
I'll give Ryan Garcia credit if he goes near Cruz. I would give him immense credit if he goes near Cruz. You know what I said, Ray? Why not just make the Gervonta Davis fight if you're going to go and fight Cruz? It makes more sense. Why take a fight that's high risk, low reward? Why not just take the Gervonta Davis fight?
Yeah, true.
True. Fair. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that. I wonder if he's trying to do what Loma's been doing with Richard Comey and Nakatani, where he thinks I'm going to do a better job on them, is what the guy I've got in mind has done.
What did you guys score that Davies Cruz fight?
I think Ray had it 7-5, right? I think Ray had it 7-5. I remember you telling me to Gervonta, I think.
I remember watching that fight.
I had it 116, 112 tank.
All right. So that's 8-4, isn't it? Was that?
Yeah.
What's that? 8-4.
So I gave Cruz 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds.
I've only watched it once, but when I was watching it, I was thinking Cruz was up.
I think Ray made a good point that it's got he was aggression, but was it effective?
Yeah.
It was very effective for me. He was putting him on the ropes and everything. And people said Davies was landing the harder punches that were that like counting the uppercut. That uppercut was never really landing. Cruz was blocking it with his glove. That's what he was trained to do. Like we even saw in the highlights. We even saw it in slow-mo when Davies was landing the uppercut and the commentator said it just grazed Cruz's face. It didn't. It hit his glove. It clearly hit his glove. Like I don't know.
Honestly, I think Cruz might not. I think Cruz might knock Garcia out.
You think so?
Cruz is tough. He's tough. And Ryan
I don't know, Ray. You know what, Cruz? Yeah, he can take a punch, right? And not just that, he comes forward with a lot of aggression, and I think he's a bigger puncher than Luke Campbell.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. But the thing is, my argument. I'm not going to disagree with that because he could do, and I think Garcia's problem is he goes back in straight lines with his head in it, with his chin in the air.
Yeah.
But he does have. He's a bit like
power.
He's a bit like the David Price of the lightweight division. What I mean is, he's got all the tools to dominate. Height, power, speed. It's whether or not he uses them in combination with what you need defensively. And if he does that, then actually I think he can beat Cruz comfortably. He sharpens up the
I
fence.
just don't know whether he can put that together though, Ray, against someone
That's
like.
the point I'm making.
Garcia is very big and long. He's very good at timing people fast. But when you figure those kind of things out, he can be easily exposed. But Cruz, he's not really, a guy that I can think that's just going to figure Garcia's speed out. He's going to get hit. We all know he's going to get hit. But can he take it? That's what I want to know. But if he can, then it could be a good fight.
Honestly, I need to do a video about Garcia Cruz, because that's a flipping great fight, by the way. That if Garcia takes that fight,
I'm just saying, we're all hyping up Cruz now, because of obviously what we saw in the Davies fight. Is Cruz good, or is Davies just overrated? He isn't as good as we thought.
Davies has proven, like in other fights, that he's
Davies
good.
was that.
Can you say that again, please?
Right. I'm just saying, I've never really rated Gervonta Davis as highly as a lot of people have. Now, some people have him as the number one guy at super lightweight, thinking he can beat guys like Loma. I mean, how do we know that Cruz is actually really flipping good? Davies could just be overrated. Well, he is overrated. He is. He is overrated.
Styles make fights. That's the other thing that we've got to consider, Mackay. So Tank did struggle with Cruz. I know I had him winning by 4 rounds, but I wouldn't walk off saying Tank dominated that fight. He didn't.
But Ray, Cruz, I don't think Tank is overrated. I don't think Tank.
In terms of his boxing ability, I don't think he has much. I think he's very good. But you see, what you've got to look at, and what I look at is he wasn't outboxing Leo Santa Cruz. At times, Barrios was getting the better of him. The Cruz fight, I was expecting if he was going to win on points, it would be a lot wider and a lot more convincing than what it was. So in terms of his overall ability, he's a terrific talent. But in terms of his boxing ability, I don't think he's as skilled as what people are saying. So I would say he's overrated in that point.
See, Ray, all of those 3 fights have asterisks. Santa Cruz is not a 130 pounder. He's really 122.
That's why Davies picked him.
Yeah,
but Lil Penny,
he's not really a 122. He's not really a 122. Because
here's the thing, though, Ray.
Lil Penny,
didn't you say that you think that Gervonta Davis beats Josh Taylor?
No.
I did.
I swear you said the other day that you would favor Tank in that fight slightly.
Probably someone else.
No.
I can't remember. But Imran, just on the Cruz Ryan Garcia video that you're going to do, I think Ryan Garcia's team has sent out the contract to Cruz.
Yeah, they're in negotiations.
The reason why I say that is because in social media, someone was trolling him, and then Ryan Garcia replied back and said, blah blah, just sign the contract. So I think the contract is there. I think Cruz hasn't signed it because I think it's probably unfair, financially unfair.
Yeah, I think that's a dirty tactics. But going back to that point, I've never said Tank would beat Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor's.
No, I swear it was Ash and Little Penny. I swear, Little Penny. What's your take on that fight?
Interesting. 140, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna say Josh Taylor runs over him, because I do rate Tank a bit. Although some of his fights are have asterisks in them, I can see how people think that Tank is special. I'm gonna have a 50-50 fight on that Josh Taylor versus.
It was
Tank.
Definitely Little Penny. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, was it?
No. Because I remember it was you and Ash saying that. No, was it you and Ash? It was you. I know it was definitely you and someone else. I'll even get that live stream back up. But basically, it was you saying that you slightly would lean towards Tank in that fight. And Ash
But
said, "Yeah, I'm not a real big fan of Taylor. I think he's a little overrated."
Yeah, Imran, that's probably before the Cruz fight. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you see another fight, you think, "Oh, hold on a second,
Yeah,
Tech's
yeah,
actually not
possibly,
that good."
possibly.
Yeah, that's
possibly.
true. I agree with Little Penny because sometimes, you know, a new fight can expose a weakness in that fighter. And in this Cruz fight, I was expecting Tank to show what skills he has. I know he's a short guy, but at least what he can do on the outside. Said there's going to be somebody that stands up to Tank's power, and then what's he going to do? What that fight showed me is not much, because Cruz kept coming forward. He was aggressive, but it wasn't always effective. Now, if you've got somebody who's effective going forward, I don't think Tank's gonna. I think Tank could run out of ideas. I really do. So that's why I wouldn't be confident in Tank would beat Josh Taylor.
Do you think that's a good fight, though, Ray? Do you think that's a good fight?
For Josh Taylor, it is. Yeah. For Josh Taylor, it'd be a bit like what we're arguing at the top of the show, the sort of Usyk, Canelo, although because really when you're talking about Little Pennies on about having an asterisk, you could put an asterisk next to that win for Taylor and say, well, Gervonta Davis really is a 130 fighter.
But it would elevate Taylor's popularity, though.
It's a good fight for Taylor. It ain't a good fight for Tank.
Yeah. See, I don't know why Tank is not fighting these big guys, these guys like Haney, Loma, Tiapima, versus 135, because those are pay-per-view events, and that would do well.
Does Tank beat Kambosos?
That's an interesting fight. That
a
very interesting fight. Does he beat Kambosos Jr.? I tell you what, if he has Kambosos Jr. hurt, like in that round 10 that Lopez had Kambosos Jr., Kambosos Jr. is not seeing out that round. That's the difference between Tank and a lot of others. Tank's a straight killer in that aspect.
Finisher.
I've just seen a couple of comments that are really interesting. Joker says Kambosos Jr. destroys Tank. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I don't think Joker likes Tank. I don't think Joker likes Tank, to be honest.
Well, fair enough. I think, I mean, I don't think he would destroy Tank. He's in with a chance, but I think Tank would overpower, to be honest.
I
was also going to say that somebody, I think he's called Lake a Raven, made a really interesting point. Yeah. Tank versus Shakur Stevenson.
Ooh.
I can't see Tank going anywhere near Shakur Stevenson. And if Tank is as special as they say, why not take that fight? Because Shakur Stevenson, for me, is a special talent.
Yeah, the eye test says
they're trying to get Stevenson to fight Loma.
Shakur, I'm telling you now, Shakur Stevenson would beat Tank.
That's a good fight, man. That's a flipping good fight.
How do you guys see him versus Loma, though? You know, Aram, he's keeping
I don't know.
about Stevenson,
the thing is about Tank, I don't think we can guarantee anyone beats him just because of the fact that, or for sure because of the power that he has. He's got such explosive power. He could wipe anybody out at any given moment. You know, he has that, that wild attack power at the lower weight classes.
Yeah,
where he could wipe somebody out with one punch.
See, Imran, you know Mayweather's intention for Tank is for him to become a pay-per-view star. There's a path there. All he has to do is fight these guys at 135 that are there, like what I said before: Loma, Haney, Shakur, Kambosos.
That's how he becomes a star.
Why isn't he not doing that? It's already there. All you have to do is just fight him. I don't get it.
Because they're afraid that he loses and then that's it. It ends because Mayweather built his whole career on that O. And that O was so important to his promotion of a fight. If Mayweather had lost, Mayweather wouldn't have broke all those records. If he lost, the reason why a lot of people watch Mayweather to see if this is the guy that's going to beat Floyd Mayweather, especially towards the back end of his career. Early on, Mayweather wasn't that big. Like, I didn't even know who Mayweather was until he fought Ricky Hatton.
No, until for
I didn't even know Mayweather wasn't that big early on in his career.
No,
like,
he wasn't.
I wasn't really into boxing that much early on when Mayweather was fighting early on in his career. So I wouldn't have known much about Mayweather. But when like Mayweather only really got known to the casual audience here in the UK when he fought Ricky Hatton. Mayweather wasn't known. So Mayweather built his own leg, like, you know, towards the back end where he made, like, it was, that's where Mayweather made a lot of money, right? Towards the back end of his career, where he broke all those pay-per-view records. It was towards the back end of his career, right? So the point I'm making is that back end of his career was based around that.
He was still pound for pound as he was transferring from being Pretty Boy into Floyd Money Mayweather. But you're right, he wasn't known over here because of he didn't have an exciting style. It was about carefully selecting fights to preserve preserve his career.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't have to you don't have to be undefeated to be a pay-per-view star. Kind of like with De La Hoya and Pacquiao, they all had losses, and Mayweather knows that because that's De La Hoya was his predecessor, and two, Pacquiao is in his era. So it's not like a blueprint to be a pay-per-view star. You know what I mean?
I think it's just ego,
that's
really.
What we say now. That's what we say now, Little Penny, because we're educated boxing fans. But the problem is the casual audience. The casual audience wanted to see that. I think things are changing now. I think we're getting back to the point where people are happy to pay and watch people that have fought and lost, especially in the UK. If you've got people like Chisora and Parker headlining and are on pay-per-view, then that supports my argument. So you can become a pay-per-view star with losses. Does that work in America? Hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. I'm sure, you guys were saying about Wilder and Joshua. The last time I was on, that's what Little Penny was putting towards me, and they both got losses. So, of course you can become a pay-per-view star. I just think Mayweather saw an opportunity to milk as much money out of boxing as possible, and that was a blueprint he took. But for most of the boxers who don't have the talent that Mayweather has, I'm sure you can be a pay-per-view. Look, Canelo, he's had a loss, massive pay-per-view star.
Yeah.
But Ray, don't you think Mayweather kind of used that to his effect, where a lot of people watching him to see him lose?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Especially in the later on in his career. Put it this way, there was some people telling me, albeit it was in a bar, that there was a chance McGregor could beat him. People were convinced Conor McGregor could beat Mayweather.
Even if just say McGregor pulled off the unthinkable and beat Mayweather, people would have said that was a fix. They wouldn't even believed it. People wouldn't have believed it, because they would have said, nah, there's no way McGregor can beat Mayweather. Imagine how ridiculous that would sound for a guy that's never boxed, with a guy that beat everybody in his era, all the best fighters, and then gets beat by an MMA fighter. Literally, people would have said that's a fix. That's not right.
That would have killed boxing, that scenario.
It would have done. I was very, very confident, but I was always very confident that he would beat Pacquiao. Especially later on that fight happened. I was always very confident.
But right, not in 2011 though. I wouldn't have been as confident, but I still think Mayweather would have won. Imran asked me, and I still would have went with Mayweather. Because Pacquiao was destroying everyone at that time.
But again, styles make fights, and I think Mayweather's style was all wrong for Pacquiao. And the later on that fight got, the more and more I got convinced that aging affected Pacquiao more than it would Mayweather.
Ray, I think that's the thing, though. Mayweather at that point, Ray, he was afraid of Pacquiao in the sense that he was afraid that this guy could beat me. Hence why he didn't take that fight at that point. In my opinion, That's why that fight didn't happen. Now, because you got to look at the excuses that Mayweather was coming out with at the time. Like, oh, you know, his head's got bigger and he's bigger and this, that, and the other. Like, he was just coming out with all kinds of excuses, which made you think that this guy looks at Pacquiao as a massive threat.
Well, he had
he
the
looks
drug,
at
he had the
Pacquiao
drug
as a guy
testing.
that's
The drug testing
Hey?
seemed valid at the time.
what
Yeah,
do you mean, the
but
drug
Ray,
testing
but
point that he
Ray,
made?
but Ray, Pacquiao agreed to that in 2011. Like that was already Pacquiao already agreed to all of those random drug testing by 2011.
Yeah, what was it? Then they make him like. Then they try and test him like a day. I don't know what it was. It was just ridiculous. And then Pacquiao refused it.
For me,
Not what it
Mayweather
was.
didn't want that. Mayweather didn't want that fight.
Oh yeah,
in
Mayweather didn't want
2010.
Pacquiao in his prime.
Yeah.
That's why he waited for
And it wasn't only Pacquiao too. It was also like a little like back in 2008, 2007. He didn't want to fight Paul Williams and Antonio Margarito when those guys were in their primes.
He waited for Miguel Cotto to get old. Mosley.
Yes.
He's done it with a lot of fighters. That's what Mayweather was like.
Here's the other thing, though, Ray, about Mayweather.
Mhm.
Look, he didn't fight Amir Khan, and we know that
Yes.
fight should have happened. He should have fought Amir Khan. That was a massive fight as well. You know, the Paul Williams Margarito fights, he might have looked at it and thought, you know what? Those aren't that bigger fights in financially. The Khan fight would have been a huge fight for him financially.
No, Imran, I disagree. I think the Margarito fight would have been really good because
Yeah,
at that
'cause he's
time
Mexican.
Margarito
'Cause
beat
he's
Cotto,
Mexican.
right?
Yeah,
and that
and
would
he
have
was
done well.
he had a
on
country
pay-per-view.
behind him.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah.
Williams fight wouldn't have been that big.
No,
But what
no,
I
no,
mean
yeah.
is like Margarito was big and strong. Like for me, you know, like Mayweather, when he saw a guy as a threat and he thought, whoa, this guy's a little bit dangerous. I felt like he would avoid that fight and then wait until they get a little weaker.
It's what they're
Or
doing
when
with
they show
Tank.
sign of a bit of slippage.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing with Gervonta Davis.
It didn't
Yeah.
make sense why he didn't fight Khan, Ray. I don't like a guy
I
that
agree.
people say has
I
got a
agree.
dodgy chin. That's a big fight financially. It doesn't make sense. And then he did a poll about him and Maidana. Khan won the poll, and he sidestepped that fight. It didn't make sense to me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he said
He
something
thought
like
people were
Amir
gonna choose
Khan
Maidana.
announced the fight before he did, which was childish. That's the type of stuff you come out with in primary school. But I agree that he should have taken the Khan fight, and there was no, you know, it was a bit suspicious how he avoided Paul Williams and Margarito.
Winky Wright as well.
Why do you think, Ray? Why do you think he did not take those fights? Khan, Williams, Margarito. Why do you think?
I think Khan's height and speed would have caused him, would have been awkward for him. Look, I mean, I'm still confident in saying, and this is the frustrating thing about Mayweather is, I still would have had him winning those fights.
Yeah.
I still would have had him winning those fights. However,
I would have had
this is what I would say is the counter argument, which I don't think anyone's saying, is he still fought Maidana, and then when people said, "Look, Maidana won that first fight," okay, I'll beat him again.
He fought him again.
He fought him in a rematch. Same with Castillo. Cotto wasn't an easy opponent.
Yeah, that was a tough fight.
You know, and although Canelo was very green, it was still a surprise when it was announced he was fighting Canelo. So although we're sitting here all having a go at Mayweather, not fighting him, not fighting that, he still fought some real dons.
Yeah, he did. He did.
You know what I mean? So let's give Floyd his fair dues and credibility, because I tell you now, boys, I don't think we'll see another fighter like him in another 20 years.
Maybe Shakur.
Maybe longer than that, to be fair.
You know?
Maybe. It's just that I don't know whether, like, I don't know whether, you know, I don't know. It's kind of a tricky one, because there were so many fights that I wanted to see him, you know, him fight. But unfortunately, the Khan fight is the one that I really wanted to see very badly, because I was a bit like you, Ray, where I thought Mayweather would win, but I thought Khan would give him all kinds of fits and trouble.
Yeah.
And then you know what? The Maidana fight turned out to be really exciting.
Yeah.
But it was a kind of a style where, you know, where he fought Maidana, I thought, oh, it's another one of the typical Mayweather type opponents. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was like he's cherry picked this. You know what I mean? But it actually turned out to be very tough.
It did, and
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying, but the thing is, Maidana had Maidana clean. If you're caught him clean, he would have had the power to stop him. So you can't. Anyone picking Maidana, you can't say it's an easy fight. You know, it's not as if he went up against somebody like I don't know, like one of those welterweight gatekeepers. So somebody of that era. I don't think you can give him that much stick if he's fighting a known puncher in quite a feared and avoided fighter like Maidana.
Yeah.
You know,
guys. Nelson came in here like maybe a few weeks ago, and he was saying that Floyd doesn't have that warrior mentality, kind of like what De La Hoya had, what Pacquiao had, what Cotto had, because we're all saying, like, if we just look at it in isolation, like had he fought like Paul Williams, Margarito, and Pacquiao in their primes, in isolation on its own, Mayweather will probably beat them. But the thing is, if he fought them back to back to back to back like all these warriors do, I think he would have lost at least one or two of those fights. You know what I mean? But if you look at it just in isolation, just on its own, I think Mayweather will beat all of those guys.
I don't know whether I would agree and say he's not a warrior because of what he's achieved in the ring. What I would say is a lot more business minded than those, which is why he protected his own. But I wouldn't have the balls to say, especially on camera, that he wasn't a warrior, because I think he would get torn apart. You know, warriors don't achieve. If you're not a warrior, you don't achieve what he's achieved.
Yeah. Now, Ray, what I'm saying about Warrior is taking on, like, say, for example, in 2008 or 2007, take on Winky Wright, and then after that, take on Paul Williams, and then after that, Margarito, then after that, Pacquiao. You know what I mean? Like in the space of, say, 2 or 3 years. Kind of like what Pacquiao did in 130, where he took on Barrera, Morales, and Marquez. And some of those had trilogies, some of those had rematches. You know what I mean? Like that. That's what I meant by warrior mentality, where you take on the best of the best back to back, back to back, back to back. You know what I mean?
Right, a bit like what Carl Froch's done.
Yes, yeah. And see, Carl Froch lost to Ward, but the thing is, people give him a lot of credit because he took on so many great guys in a relatively short period of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see where you're coming from in terms of there is opponents out there for him to fight at the time. But I think it goes back to your point about who he fought and when, because he might not have fought people back to back to back, but within a couple of years span, because fighters are going to have mandatories, aren't they? Or they're going to have easier fights. It's just the way the politics of boxing work. But if you look at some year spells for Mayweather, when he fought Demarcus Corley, the same next year he fought Gatti. Year after that, he's got Zab Judah. Year after that, he's got De La Hoya, Hatton, Marquez, Mosley. And then after that, it was like once a year or once every 2 years. So I think that's Mayweather's problem, where he became almost like the Super Bowl. He became a showcase event.
Yeah, but Ray, Chop Chop Corley is not. First of all, Chop Chop Corley is not an all-time great. Marquez came up from 135.
No. But he was a good.
Hatton
good
came
fighter.
up from 140, so it's like there's asterisks. You can, like, you know what I mean. Whereas, like, say when Pacquiao fought guys at 130, you can't have an asterisk there because like Barrera, Marquez, and Morales were all-time greats. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, and also, had Mayweather took that path I was saying before, where he's taking not the least resistance, this time the hardest resistance, right? And say he lost to Winky Wright, and say he lost to Paul Williams, right? And then he won like with the Pacquiao fight.
Neither those are all. Well, Paul Williams, because of what's happening, he wasn't an all-time great. So I suppose that's Mayweather's argument that
he could have. He just his career got cut short.
Ricky Hatton could have.
No, but what I'm saying is Paul Williams didn't have the opportunity to go forward because he couldn't, whereas Ricky Hatton did have because he had his car accident. But Paul Williams did beat Margarito though, in Margarito's prime. So, and he didn't he beat Sergio Martinez as well?
Who?
No, Sergio Martinez stopped Paul Williams, didn't he?
No, that was in the rematch.
Yeah,
that was on the rematch. But they did fight the first time. I think Paul Williams beat him in the first fight, and then he gave him a rematch, and then Martinez knocked him out.
What was the
outcome
of the first fight?
Sorry?
What was the outcome of the first fight?
I think it was majority decision. I think it was majority decision.
Yeah. And that was Martinez's prime too.
That's a good win.
Because Martinez is a good fighter.
Yeah, he is.
But Ray, what I was saying before is, had Mayweather took that path to harder resistance, I would put, even though he lost to Paul Williams and he lost to, say, Winky Wright, had he done that and still continued like his path, I would have put him on my top 10 pound for pound list because of the fighters that he fought and when he fought him. But because he didn't do that, he's out of my top 10 list. He's in my top 20. You know what I mean? So a loss is like we were saying before, like two or three live streams ago. Sometimes a loss could be a win.
Yeah, and we've seen that. There's so many examples where we've seen that, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna dispute that. But I just think that's something a little bit too harsh on Floyd when we say he didn't have this fight. This fight, I think, was being a little bit overly critical because his resume is
because Ray, the reason why it's like that is because he put it out there that he's TBE or blah blah blah. Whereas like guys like Pacquiao and Cotto and De La Hoya, they didn't really say that. So, but when you put it out there that you're TBE and you fight with asterisks, when you fight fights that has asterisks, people remember that. You know what I mean? Had he not done that, had he not said, "Oh, I'm TBE" or whatever he said, I think he would have been a bit more forgiving.
But I think he's also talking about in terms of skill, because skill, he's better than Pacquiao. He's better than De La Hoya.
Oh, of course. I agree with that.
Yeah, so he's not saying my resume is TBE. He's saying he is TBE. That's a difference.
Ray. I know what you mean. It's from a business standpoint. That's from our point of view, because as you're saying before, we're more knowledgeable boxing fans. But from the casuals, TBE means you're better than Ali. You know what I mean? They don't. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Steven in the chat, he says Floyd's career after De La Hoya was a mirage.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I've got a question here then. If Floyd didn't take risks and he actually, fought the guys that the people wanted him to fight at the right time, would he be undefeated or would he have a couple losses?
No, he would have a couple losses, Mackay. But the thing is, he would be revered more. He would be revered he would be in the same class as Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yeah, who would be the two that you can think on the top of your head that would have beaten him? I think a prime Pacquiao would have beaten him.
I disagree with that one. I think he would have lost to Winky Wright at 154, and he would have lost to Paul Williams at 147. I think he would have beaten Margarito.
Beat Lara? Ray, does Floyd beat Lara at 154?
I think he would have beaten Lara. Yeah.
He would have beaten Lara. He just didn't want the fight because it was too risky. But just because he didn't take those shots because they were too risky doesn't mean he would have beaten them. Doesn't mean he would have lost to them.
Andrade at 154. That's a tough fight. You know when you think about it.
Because Andrade's a lot bigger and he's just longer and everything. That doesn't even just mean about skill. It's just the size and everything of Andrade there.
Yeah,
I think they robbed Lara of a victory against Floyd. Floyd will get the decision in Las Vegas, but I think they'll rob him. You know what I mean? Kind of like what they did to Canelo.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, Ray, Little Penny, Mackay, did Lara beat Canelo?
I thought he did
Yes,
enough.
I thought actually wait. When I watched it, I scored it a draw. Wait, I'll probably think about another fight.
I think I've watched that fight and scored it 3 times. I've given 1 to Lara and 2 to Canelo. So I can definitely see the argument to say Lara could beat Canelo. I've given it to Canelo twice. Some rounds I've scored for Lara, and then when I've watched it again a couple of months back, I've given it to Canelo. You see different things in the fight, but yeah, you can see that was just as good as a learning fight for Canelo as what the Floyd lost.
Yeah, and Las Vegas judges, they always favor the aggressor, which Canelo was, and also Las Vegas tends to like Canelo too. So that's two things there that Lara was working against.
Steven, just a quick one. Steven's in the chat. Steven, go into the YouTube and get the link from the video. So there should be comment section. I'm pretty sure there should be a comment section. Click on that, copy it, and then you can come on. That's how if you want to come on. That's how you.
Yeah, Imran, it won't be there anymore.
You guys not able to post it because I can't post it. It's not letting me post it. You know.
Yeah, I will. I'll post it, Imran, on YouTube.
In the chat.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. If
so
you post it in the chat, and then it comes in the comments, because obviously then Steven can jump on.
Steven's been waiting for ages.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to get on. Yeah, man. I'm interested to see. What about Kambosos Haney, man? That's a good fight.
I love that fight, man. Australia should have an Australian.
See, that's another one. Some of these American fighters are coming through. I don't want to sound because I love the Americans there. I don't Haney. Nah, there's a lot of hype around this Haney boy. I'm not too sure if I'm 100% sold on him.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. To be.
Yeah, I'm not. You know.
Oh yeah, there's definitely flaws in him. Oh yeah, I understand.
I think Gervonta would knock him out. You know.
I just don't like. I just think Haney's chin is so what's the word?
Suspect.
Suspect. That's it. Like even with Diaz when he was hitting,
I'm not even sure it's about the chin
face,
though.
Man.
I'm not even sure it's about the chin. I don't think he's as good as what people are making him out. I don't know. Maybe we just.
I was about to say it's the chin's not even my top 3 criticisms about him.
It's
his boxing ability's not as pure.
I'm
not. People are telling us.
Convinced.
You know, people
like Floyd and that when he was back in the day, like people compared Haney to Floyd. But Floyd was a monster. Like even forget Floyd. Floyd was like something else. Even a guy like Amir Khan, for example, like. For me, he looks way better than some of these guys, man.
Yeah, true.
We can say as much as we want that. We can say as much as we want about.
I just think he looked way better, more gifted than some of these.
Yeah, we can say as much as we want about.
I'm not impressed. Like Floyd is a completely different. Like Floyd is just like when he was these guys' age, he was different. He was a proper, what Steven would say, killer. But like even someone like Khan. You know, who isn't as good as Floyd, when he looks better than some of these guys, man. And I'm just being honest. I don't really see that. Like Shakur's the only one where I think that what this guy's.
Yes.
Whoa, this guy's something else.
I agree, man.
Yeah.
But the others, I don't like T.O. Haney and Gervonta. I do like Gervonta, but even there you can kind of put an asterisk there.
Yeah.
And the other one, who's the other one? Ryan. He's a big asterisk for me. I don't see that. I don't see these guys being those 4 kings that they're trying to make them out to be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've just seen Big Steve's just said Shakur Haney's got the skills to pay the bills. He hasn't got much power, but you see that would be my 3 criticisms for him. His lack of power. He's not as effective on the inside, and when he's on when he's on the outside, I think he's the problem that I've got in him is he's not as sharp as what people are saying and people are making out to be. I don't think. No, I don't. People are saying really he's the one to clean up at, is in win all the belts at 135 because they're saying you'll get it from beating Kambosos. I think Kambosos will get a fight. I really do.
So
match up for hand speed for sure.
Zakamo said Ryan is underrated, Imran, and then Boxing Prince said Ryan could be the next superstar.
He can.
I don't know, man, but as he got the two, see, when people say superstar, right? Oscar De La Hoya had the goods. He was a great fighter. Some of those guys were great fighters. You could see right from the start they had the goods. Ray, does Ryan have the goods?
I'll answer that question, yes or no. Yes. The reason why I'm saying yes is because he's got a lot of power, right? He's very quick, and actually he has got pretty decent footwork. He can get out of range, but can he put it all together? Considering his defensives, no, I've not seen that yet.
Great trainer though. I think so. He's definitely got the potential.
He is with a great trainer, but this is the problem, though. He's still put down by a non-puncher in Luke Campbell, and I still see him making those mistakes because I saw him making those mistakes in other fights. He keeps his chin up in the air and he goes back in straight lines. You do that against anyone, you're going to get tagged and you're going to go down.
Yeah.
He's going in the sea swimming and he doesn't want to get wet. You're going to get wet if you go swimming in the sea. And that's what he's doing. He's leaving himself exposed. Unless he addresses that, he's not going to get very far. So yes,
do you really think he's 100% dedicated to boxing? That's what his mind's on.
See that
I don't think it is. Ryan Garcia, I feel he's not 100% dedicated to actual boxing. I feel he's more like he's also like social media superstar.
Yeah.
Like even Canelo's even said that Ryan. He always has to remind Ryan to go to the gym and everything.
Yeah,
like, his head's just not into it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
But Ray, that Campbell fight. I gave him a lot of credit for that, because he got dropped and then he got back up and knocked out Luke Campbell with a body shot too. You know what I mean? Like sometimes a body shot is a harder to execute when it comes to KOs. You know what I mean? So I actually gave him a lot of credit for that fight.
Yeah, he found the space for that, but Luke was getting on. It was a good win. It was a great knockout shot. He found it on later on, and he used and he worked his openings for that. That's why I said offensively he's great, but when you've got the defensive frailties that he's got, little Penny, he's going to get found out.
Guys, they're on. Steven's on. Finally got him on.
What up?
Finally.
What's going on,
boys,
guys?
I've got a bounce, so I'll join you if you go on tomorrow or something like that.
Yeah, Ray, man, I appreciate you having.
All right, Ray, man. Happy New Year, man.
By the way.
Happy New Year, Stephen. Catch you in a bit.
Ray. Good talking.
You too. Bye.
See you. Stephen.
Yes, sir.
What's good, man? You good?
I'm good, man. We got the feedback. I think whoever K is got a little feedback.
Yeah,
let me tap out and tap back in.
Good, man. All right.
Okay, cool.
All right.
So, Stephen, man, you heard what we were saying in the chat, right? Ryan Garcia, Kambosos, Devin Haney, man. How do you see all of that playing out?
Well, I think all of them, all of those guys, they got the goods, man. Here's the thing, man. Devin the Dream Haney, he just ain't got no power. His boxing skills are on point. Up there. Same thing with Ryan. I think Ryan's skill level is exceptional. I just think that Ryan has more power than Devin, but I think Devin just edges him out skill wise just a tad bit. I think Ryan has more skill than more power than Devin. So that's gonna offset. That'll be a great fight, man. Believe it or not, them two, they'll be a great fight. They know each other going back from the amateurs. That'll be a tremendous fight. I don't know who will win, so don't ask me. I think both of them are equal because, like I said, Ryan has a little bit more power than Devin, but Devin has just a tad bit more skill. So I think they offset. Now, when it comes to who else was you? No, Kambosos. Kambosos is the real deal, man. And I was saying that when he took that fight, when he took the lower Teofimo fight, I was saying that, man, don't count him out because that dude, he has an incredible amount of experience. So I think those guys at that weight class, the 135 weight class, I think that's a very competitive weight class.
Mm-hmm. Who do you think comes out on top if they all fight each other?
Well, obviously, I think if Shakur moves up, once he moves up to 135, they got some trouble. But right now, I say the head honcho at that weight class is definitely Gervonta Tank, man.
Yeah.
Do you know how I look at this? How I see it, right? Obviously, you got Ryan Garcia, Haney, Davies, and let's just add Lopez in, Kambosos. I see those. If they all fought each other, I see it being competitive. But when I add Loma in it against most of them, I don't see it being competitive. I mean, I see Loma and Kambosos might be a good fight. Haney will give him some problems, but I feel Loma will have a bit more of a better time with Haney just because Haney hasn't got the power to actually trouble Loma. It's the reason in the Loma fight when he fought Lopez, he wasn't obviously as aggressive because of the power from Lopez. But Haney doesn't have that, so I feel Loma would figure him out and possibly stop him in the late rounds.
Yeah,
that's a very good assessment. I just think that Devin Haney, I just think his skill level is man, it's up there, man. It's up there. He just like you said, he ain't got that power. He ain't got that power, but he definitely got the skill.
Steve?
Wow, I couldn't really hear anything there, so that was really loud.
He might have cut out.
What's going on, man?
Oh man, just loving it, loving life. Happy New Year, you guys.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
It's beautiful out here. It's been raining for the last few days here in LA.
It rains in LA? What? Since when?
Gosh. Woo! Non-stop.
It never rains in LA, dude.
I was just listening to that song too. It never rains in California.
Yeah.
It never rains in Southern California.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey JP, I don't understand how it never rains in LA, but there's so many palm trees. I don't get that. How do palm trees grow in LA and it never rains?
I'm trying to kill my palm tree right now. It just won't die. I don't know.
I don't think they need much rain, much water, do they?
We have a shortage. It's like it's a shortage we've had my whole life. So there's always a shortage, but we have a lot of agriculture, so a lot of it's dedicated to them.
So guys, what do you make of the lightweight division? What do you make of Kambosos fighting Haney? What do you make of that? Who do you think
that
wins
fight's
that
not
one?
happening next? It's Kambosos versus Loma. It's been ordered and everything, hasn't it? I would have thought that would be happening.
I thought Haney was going to Australia to fight him.
I mean, no, but the WBO ordered Loma to fight Kambosos, and I don't know. I mean, I was guessing that fight was going to happen next. But I mean, if the Haney Kambosos fight does happen in Australia, then good on Haney for actually going to someone else's hometown.
Hey Mackay, that fight in Australia, if that happens, that's going to be a huge fight.
Huge.
Not only financially, but in Australia. Because in Australia, even though boxing is revered as like a brutal sport and everyone wants to ban it, there's a lot of boxing fans actually in Australia. And in Australia, people buy the pay-per-views.
Yeah. But it feels like Cambosis, how he's talking. It feels like he's going for like who brings more on the table, like money and everything, popularity. But he wasn't saying that before. Before he fought Lopez, he wanted to become undisputed and everything. But it's kind of feels like he's going against his word and like going for who brings the most money.
Well, I think that.
What do you
I
think,
think that
guys?
fight.
JP, Stephen, what do you think?
I
JP?
think they're
Oh.
next. Go ahead, man. Sorry about that.
Oh no, go for it, Steve.
No, I'm just saying real quick, man. I think that fight. I think Cambosos and Devin. I think they're gonna fight next, man. What you think?
I don't know who's going to fight next, but that's going to be an excellent fight. I could pretty much guarantee fireworks for the first 6 rounds, and the cream will rise to the top round 7. I predict. We don't know who it's going to be, but I guarantee you, it's going to be a memorable fight, especially if it's in Australia. I got a quick story about Australians. So in Pamplona, the running of the bulls. I don't know if the Australians have an in. But the majority of people that actually got in, and you got to have tickets before you actually get in. We had to. My cousin Dorian and I had to sneak in, but the majority of the people that were running with the bulls were Australians. It was the bloodiest day in Pamplona history. This is 2014. With the author of How to Run with the Bulls ended up in critical condition that day. But what I got to tell you is the Australians were the people that were getting hurt the most. It was visible; you could see it. So they're people that love their combat sports. They love their action, and they are just all in all, they're a fun-loving bunch of people, dude.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
What I think is going to happen in that division, I think that it has the potential, or it's been built up to be, the 4 kings. It could be the 5 kings. And earlier on, we touched on Loma getting in. I want to be very, very clear about Loma. Loma, of everybody there, is the most watched of all the 5 all the 5 potentials. There's nobody else that's been more critiqued, nobody else that's been on the pound for pound list longer, and nobody else that's been more studied than Loma. Every last person there in their head has an idea of how to beat Loma. Gervonta, I can guarantee you he's not going to box with him. Devin, I guarantee you he's not going to sit there and stick his chin out. He won't throw hooks with his chin up. Cambosis will not expose the body. The only person that's actually had any success against Loma in the way that I think that Tank Davis can is Tio. But let's be honest, he was getting teed up at the end. Loma had his number at the end. Everybody here saw that fight. I love that fight.
When Loma felt his power, and then he went for it.
Yeah.
Guys, I'd love to see Shakur Stevenson move up to 135 and challenge Loma or something. That'd be a good fight.
His power will go up. But his power will go up. He's really young. He's only in his early 20s. His power will go up until he gets to 147. That's where he'll end. His power will transfer all the way up.
Who's that?
Him and Lomachenko would be a cracker.
Shakur. I mean, you could tell just his body style.
Yeah,
JP, do you reckon Shakur's maximum is 147 given his size? Because he's so small.
That's where he'll end up. They all end up there in their late 30s. They all end up there. The people that start off there.
Stevenson's a big guy.
No, you're thinking of Stevens not as big as you're thinking of Haney maybe. Haney's kind of he's a big frame guy that
I mean when he fought Herring, he was small, but against most of the other guys in his weight class, I'm thinking Stevenson's quite big. I mean there's Valdez, he's definitely bigger than Valdez. Who else?
Yeah.
Who else is there?
Are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about Shakur Stevenson.
He's more Burchell size.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, more Bichelle. Yeah, Bichelle's quite big. He's moving up.
Yeah.
He's quite big. But if he moves up to lightweight, then obviously not as big guys at lightweight. Obviously, Haney, Ryan, Garcia, he's huge.
At last count, how many is there in the potential running to be ultimate lightweight king? There's Loma, there's Haney, there's Ryan, there's Tio. Who else? There's Shakur. Cambosis is the current champion, and then there's I don't know if we're gonna throw what's his name in there, the dude that the Cruz, or I don't know if we're throwing Cruz in there, but he's gonna make for an entertaining fight two out of 3 times. At least.
What about
who'd you say?
What about Ryan?
We want Ryan and Haney. That's what we want. It's fire and water. We want that fight.
I think JP.
Who's
Steven,
the water? Haney.
Who wins that fight? Well, so I've seen Ryan live. I've seen Ryan live here in Carson. Ryan did not look. Okay, Ryan should have looked impressive. This was his coming out party. This was it used to be called Home Depot Center. Now it's called StubHub or something else, or I forget what it is, but it's a tennis court. Everybody got a good seat. You could see what he was doing wrong, his lateral movement. I mean, he just seemed like he was real nervous. Matter of fact, he was signing autographs before the fight. You could see that it was about something else. Then you see a guy like we'll just throw it out, Andre Ward. You see him, he's sitting in a chair, he's got headphones on, and he's staring straight out. There's noise and there's stuff going on around him, but he's focused. That wasn't what I saw in Ryan. My wife actually came up and actually shook his hand, or actually at least got close enough to shake his hand. We made a joke. She's a redhead. And he was just, like I said, he was just eating it up. He was eating up the attention, and it wasn't like I was witnessing the birth of a champion. It ended up being a 12-round decision, and it wasn't an impressive one either.
Yeah.
Does he have the power to flatten everybody out in that division? We know he does, but it's not about power. In that division, it's just as easy to shake your head off, shake the power off with lateral movement and timing. Power is not everything. Anybody you meet at the gym hits hard. Everybody that's a professional fighter hits really, really hard. Everybody. There's not one person. Paulie Malignaggi cracks against the heavy bag. You know what I'm saying? It's just...
Hey, JP, does Ryan Garcia have the potential to be a star like De La Hoya if he beats these guys?
I think on your channel, I heard that, or I don't know if it was your channel, but I heard that he's already a star in Europe. He's a star in Russia. He's a star all over the place. He is a star. Does that translate very easily to boxing? Well, let's take a look. How's Logan Paul doing? How's Jake Paul doing? I mean, that's star power. Does he have the power to absorb what's happening in the gym that he belongs to? I don't know if I believe I don't know. I don't want to say no. I want to believe in miracles.
It just kind of seemed like at times, man, it kind of seemed like Ryan is he's, like you said, his focus isn't there. He's preoccupied with everything else, and he's kind of losing his way in boxing. But I tell you one thing, man, he need to get busy before sooner than later, because his skills are gonna start to diminish because he ain't in there with top opposition. He need to be in there. He need to be in there with somebody at even a lesser opposition than the top guys. Because it'll be a shame to see all that talent, all that fanfare go to waste.
What a beautiful!
I mean, hearing what Canelo
beautiful
said,
observation. Beautiful observation that was. So you could be
I'm
well
not
preserved.
Sure
you could
he's
stay
as
well.
good as what people make out, but we'll find out. I don't think Ryan Garcia is a De La Hoya. I just don't think you could put them in the same kind of category, to be honest.
No, not yet. Not yet. Yeah, see, so if you want to say like Floyd was preserved at 30-something. Floyd was a well-preserved welterweight. He was a preserved lightweight. He was a well-preserved.
Here's my question to you. When we see talent, right? De La Hoya is a legend. When we see talent, we see it, right? I could tell, or you could tell, and De La Hoya would have fought like I'm a bit young. He would have probably fought like Steven. And you guys would have seen De La Hoya when he was coming through, right?
Yeah.
You can tell when you see something really, really special, right? Does Ryan Garcia strike you as a De La Hoya? Because I can tell you, for me, no, not even close.
No, so that's another astute observation. It's something that he's not passing the eye test right now. He has the power. His left hand has the power. But does he set up that power? That's happening. What Eddie Reynoso said the second he got dropped by Campbell when he got to the corner is "cometiste un error." You committed an error. Now that's the same thing that he said to Saul Canelo Alvarez when he got tagged back in the day against Cotto's brother. So cometiste un error. If he continues to listen to his coach, right now you're durable. When you're in your early 20s, you could fall off your skateboard. You could land. You could crash your dirt bike, whatever you want. You'll get up and walk away. But now in my late 30s, every time I see something like that, it hurts. It sends a chill up my spine. You can make your mistakes now, Ryan. Make your mistakes right now. Take your lumps right now. It's gonna help you later on. You don't have to do that. You learn from those. I think Floyd stayed very well preserved, but he took his lumps early when he was Ryan's age. We all saw those too. You know, not that he's Floyd. He's definitely not Floyd, but I'm just letting you know that he's not gonna be. He's not gonna be able to make it up to the next level. Now, mental illness is it's a motherfucker, dude. It really is. Mental illness is something that has ravaged people that I've known. So I wouldn't tell him to get back in right away if he really is suffering from something serious.
JP, if you have mental illness, boxing is not the sport for you, because man, boxing, anything goes, man. Like if you have mental illness, you shouldn't even be in boxing at all, because boxing is the most brutal sport, not only physically but mentally.
You go through all that in the fighting camp and everything.
You go through it. Yeah, you're right. You go through it. So I think social media is not the sport for you if you have mental illness. That's where you absorb all the ugly. All the opinions of people with no faces, all the opinions of people that don't matter in your life, that don't love you. They actually in turn hate you and want you to perpetuate that in your spirit. It's not going to be a good thing for you. Boxing is different though. Boxing is just you and somebody in that ring that hate each other for 12 rounds, or if it's sparring, you hate each other for up to 18 to 24 rounds on any given afternoon, and then you hug at the end and let them know, you know what, I'm with you. I can't wait for your next fight. I'm going to be in the front row. And it's all love. This is the sport for you if you have mental illness. This is the sport for you to meet or to absorb leadership qualities and see what it takes to actually overcome something. It's hard. Life is hard, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's and you make a good point, man. I think, man, the emergence of social media is kind of it's a crippler. It's a crippling agent. And I just want to get back to one thing real quick before we move on. I mean, there seems to be a lot of comparison with De La Hoya and Ryan Garcia, but the boy De La Hoya was banging. He was cutting his teeth. He was showing improvement early on, man. He already had a namesake, built up that was tremendous. I think, and going back to Ryan, he got to decipher whether or not he want to be a star, YouTube, to say, or Instagram, whatever he own, a sensation, or if he want to be a top profile boxer. Which one is more important to you? Is it the legacy of your of the internet or boxing? Because I tell you what, man, he's treading that line now.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. It's okay if he doesn't want to be a boxer. I'd rather him live a happy life with his children. He's got children. I'd rather him live a happy life if this isn't for him. There's plenty of other guys that are willing to go through the hard work. And trust me, there's a line of dudes all over the planet that'll gladly take his spot at San Diego.
Yes.
Hey, Imran.
Yeah, what's going on, man? You all right?
What's going on? Happy New Year's, man. I know your channel this year's going to grow to 1 billion subscribers. I can feel it.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, Donnie. I appreciate it, bro. Happy New Year to you as well, man. Happy New Year to everyone, by the way. It's great having you guys. It's great having you guys in the stream.
Hey, Imran.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about how the boxing community is kind of hypocritical, because why when Tyson Fury has mental illness and he's suicidal, and it's a big comeback story, but Ryan Garcia can't take a break because he's why is that?
No, he can. What do you mean? I don't get what you mean.
Yeah, he can.
No, I'm just speaking of like the boxing fans. I hear a lot of criticism on Ryan Garcia, but not towards Tyson Fury.
Tyson Fury gets it a lot. Tyson Fury gets it a lot.
Got it as well. He got it a lot as well.
Tyson
Fury, remember though, Donnie? Tyson
not
Fury
as much.
came back and became heavyweight champ though. That's the thing. Tyson Fury's come back and proven it. And Ryan Garcia at the minute, it's not.
Ryan's just talking crap on Twitter.
Tyson Fury, prior to getting ill, he was heavyweight champion against Klitschko. Then he got ill, and then he came back, and then became heavyweight champion again. So Tyson Fury actually deserves a lot of credit for what he did.
No,
In
sure.
terms of Ryan, if Ryan comes back and goes on to do big things, he'll get credit as well. You know.
Yeah, but people have to realize that Ryan's a kid and he got famous fast. A lot of people can't handle that.
Well, see, here's one thing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Here's one thing though. Here's an interesting way to look at it. All right, now the difference is between Tyson Fury, and say like say Ryan is Tyson's always been active and he was adamant about overcoming his mental illness issues. He was he made that very clear by his activity. And we just don't have we just don't have the history with Ryan, because I mean he's only fought a handful of times, man. So it seems that's why, that might be why people are kind of a little critical over him. Now I agree with you. He deserves the consideration everybody else gets, but that is the difference. Tyson Fury, he was he was predicated becoming his objective was clear, and it was sound, and it was visible to everybody. We saw his ups and downs, but we saw his activity too.
Hey, Steven, Steven, the boxers today, are they mentally weak, you think? Where it's like, like back in the days when me and you were growing up, mental illness, even though it wasn't discussed as much, I feel like they were more mentally stronger than today's boxers. Where I know it's an issue now, like even with Osaka in tennis, but I feel like, like Naomi, you're earning millions of dollars. You're fortunate enough to have the talent that you have. Girl, just go out there and play. Like you know what I mean? Yeah. It's not like the fans are like yelling at her, like where they're racially abusing her. You know what I mean? It's like, I think it's like she can't deal with the fame. And to me,
I don't know though, man, Little Penny. I used to think like that as well. But you know what? Yeah, this mental illness, like some people, they get into a rut, man, and it's serious stuff, man. It's serious stuff. Like until you're actually going through it, like the mind is a very powerful thing, right? And when your mind gets twisted, or when your mind gets, I know people that have done crazy things over like, their body, for example. They look, oh, my muscles aren't growing, or this, that. Like your mind, it can start playing games with you. You know what I mean? It's serious, man. It's serious. I know some really horror stories, man.
Yeah, but Imran, a lot of the athletes in the 80s and 90s, they went through that too. But because they were mentally strong,
they went through that silently, because no one really at that point, they went through it silently. But a lot of people, a lot of people, maybe not just so much athletes, but just people in general, like a lot of them went through stuff, and they were in a bad place, but they had no help, because there was no talk about it back then. There was no
cocaine and booze.
Right.
Yeah, cocaine and liquor. Half of them died of overdoses, and they drank themselves to death. A lot of them were on cocaine.
Yeah.
They self-medicated.
Great point.
Imran, if I'm not mistaken,
Camacho, Chavez, Mike Tyson talked about it in depth.
If I'm not mistaken, Tyson Fury had a kid and a family when he wanted to kill himself, right? Drive off the cliff, whatever he said.
Yep, he did.
So that's way more weak than Ryan, because Ryan is just a kid who can't handle the fame. Just think about Imran. If thousands of people started chatting, disrespecting you, like, "Oh, Imran, you're weak. Oh, get out, you YouTube diva. Oh." A lot of people can't handle that. People think they can, so they're in the position.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing with social media, man.
Yep.
That's serious, man. That's serious. You're right.
So you don't know. Listen, there is a situation. We don't know what he's going through. There was a girl that I knew back in the day that looked normal in every way. She was a nice girl. She was a girl that we had known, and she babysat my friend's kid or something like that. I forget what it was, but and everything. I mean, she just was a normal girl. She ended up revealing to my friend that she had an addiction to punching herself and cutting herself. Now, all outward appearances, Tyson Fury sounds like he's doing much worse off than her, but her addiction was to do harm to her own body. Now, if you addiction, your liquor.
Where's he gone?
He went out, but I don't think you can say one level of one degree of mental illness supersedes another. And but I do get what my wife was making a point. She was like she listens to us a lot, and she was just saying there's a lot of circumstantial factors that play into mental illness of today. You got the pandemic, people are closed in, this, that, and the third. But those are good points. But I do want to make I want to talk about what Lil Penny was saying, and Lil Penny he got a point, man. He got a point. I think over time society has kind of become more lenient and more considerate, inclusive of people's feelings. It's kind of in a sense, it's kind of weakening us. The human species isn't supposed to be this weak. We're supposed to be more durable. We're supposed to, it's just like if you have a kid and you want your kid to learn things, and you want to he got to bump his head. You can't save him. You can't pacify people. And social media isn't doing anything but just add more fuel to the fire, because people's whole lives are their whole livelihoods and their whole life is based upon. If you get that extra, I didn't know it was that serious. But back in the day, we ain't had no cell phones. Tell a little Penny, we ain't had no cell phones. We ain't had no.
And Stephen, can I just make a quick comparison? Monica Seles, right? She was a tennis superstar back in the early 90s. She was stabbed in the back by a Steffi Graf.
Where's he gone? Everyone's disappearing.
Little Penny. And Little Penny,
man.
And that's my man too, because Little Penny.
Yo, Little Penny. Where's he gone?
My dude too.
Little Penny, man. Guys, let's go as we're talking about Fury. What about this White situation, man? The WBC have ordered an 80-20 split.
White should have took the 25% because he's ended up with less money now.
Yeah, you're right, Makai.
It's kind of funny to think about it, because he thought he was going to get a lot more money. His ego took over him, and he's ended up with less money.
Yeah, man, you're right, Makai, man. You what's happening, man? It's some crazy stuff going on, but yeah, you're right, Makai, man. He should have took the money when he had to. He just so, man, Dillian White's so silly, man. He's a silly dude, man. He don't exercise, and he don't display good judgment, man. I would have took that, but if they offering them 80-20 now, I mean, that is a little bit that's a little bit unfair, but that'll teach him a lesson. That'll teach him a lesson. That's time money. Yeah,
I mean, and it's not gone to purse, because I hope Hearn can get it. Maybe he can get him Wembley. That would sell out. That would do
he's
good
getting
numbers.
ripped off good and proper. The 80-20s, interim champion. They've actually just changed the rules. Like, an interim champion deserves at least 30%.
Imran, what Bob Arum said? He said that he offered Dillian White $5 million plus 20% of the pay-per-view. But then Dillian White's team, now I don't know if this is true because Bob Arum lies a lot, but he said that Dillian White's team, they said, no, you can't start at $5 million guarantee. You got to start at $10 million guarantee plus 20% of the share. So I think 10 million is a bit much. I think 5 million plus 20%.
Yeah, that would be fair. Yeah, 100%. That would be fair.
And this 80-20 is, I think, it's a bit unfair now too, Dillian. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's what we were saying. It's definitely unfair, man. That's unfair, but in a sense, he did it to himself, though.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I don't really like talking about the politics of boxing, but you know, Dillian White's been going back and forth with the WBC, right?
Yeah.
The WBC ain't gonna do him no favors. Do you know what I mean? So when these things happen, the WBC aren't gonna all of a sudden say, you know what, let's give Dillian White a fair shake. You know, basically the WBC aren't gonna give Dillian White a fair shake. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The WBC is going to be like, okay, now we're going
Imran, didn't Dillian White fail a couple of drug tests when he was the mandatory for Wilder, or?
No. Dillian White didn't fail any drugs test. No. I think he did, and then he you know, the sample came back, you know, like in his favor.
Okay.
Like Canelo situation. I don't know what happened there, but it was all a bit of a mess. But that's the thing. You know, Dillian White is now, for me, he's in a situation where he needs to be respected. JM84 said, Imran, who do you think beats Fury? Usyk. I think Usyk's the only guy that beats Fury. JM84, my man, I think Usyk's the only guy that can beat Fury. I don't think there's anyone else out there. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think Usyk beats Fury.
Really?
Who else? Yes, yeah, Usyk beats Fury.
No,
no, that's it. Yeah, I think Usyk.
Steven doesn't agree with that.
Nah, he ain't beat Fury.
I think Usyk would get the better of him.
Usyk is a killer, Steven. Usyk is a killer.
He a killer, all right. Yeah, but you talking about Tyson Fury, man?
Yeah, he has to deal with Fury's reach. He'll figure him out.
Speaking of Usyk, isn't his name pronounced Usyk?
I don't know. I'd say
Usyk, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah,
Imran, that's what I wanted to talk about. The Anthony Joshua and Usyk fight is all a ritual, because you know how they say television broadcasting, like casting a spell. So now that he won, they're gonna be putting Usyk on the TV. Usyk. Just think about, there's a whole pandemic, and they're trying to convince people to get the jab. It's a spell, a ritual. Usyk, trying to subliminally program people to believe they're sick.
I don't think
it's all a stage.
I don't think that's why. But
it's all a stage.
I love the conspiracy theory. But yes, that's not true. I just think they just don't pronounce his name right. I mean,
you don't even make a connection. You don't even make a connection with that, man. I mean, we starting to get a lot of pros.
Think about it. I'm just saying.
Hey, Makai,
let's keep it to boxing. All
right.
Who do you think wins that, Donnie? Who do you think wins that fight, Usyk or Joshua?
Usyk or Joshua, the rematch?
Yeah.
I feel like Anthony Joshua could win, but ever since he got dropped, he's scared to get hit again, obviously. But I don't know. Most likely Usyk again.
What about Usyk Fury?
Probably Tyson Fury. He's just too big, dude.
That?
Look at when Deontay Wilder cracked him with everything he could, dude, and he just took it.
No, but don't you think Usyk can outbox him?
Yeah, he's skilled. He's super skilled. But the thing is, Fury can box too, and he's big. Yes. The dude is big.
Yes.
Fury can box. He's big.
I don't know though, man. You know, Usyk is a very, very. I think it's a bit like the Joshua situation again, where I think people are overlooking Usyk again. Usyk is something else.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. I don't think Usyk will get. I think Usyk will get overlooked again, but I think he'll surprise a lot of people again.
Yeah, and so what you telling me is that Usyk is gonna win that fight? Is that what you telling me?
I'm leaning towards Usyk for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, Usyk without the hand speed, he'll figure out his reach. He'll find his time and
you know what?
Mix his shots up like he was doing with Joshua Hillman.
If you watch the way Fury fights, he's very sloppy. You know,
yeah, he isn't that much of a good boxer as people think.
he was able to get away with it against Wilder, because Wilder, although he hits hard, right, Wilder's sloppy himself. So,
but Imran, I
very
think
smooth, very silky.
Imran,
Yeah.
if you look at the Chisora fight, Usyk struggled in that fight, but then when he fought AJ had the wrong game plan. Had AJ had the same game plan as Chisora, that might have been a lot closer than most people think.
But,
And
but
AJ doesn't have the balls to do that. He isn't tough like Chisora. Chisora's a come forward fighter who's got a chin. AJ, when he gets cracked once, he doesn't like it.
Yeah, true.
So I think if AJ was to come forward like that against Usyk, I reckon Usyk knocks him out.
Yes.
But did you think that now that AJ has seen that, do you think that he'll now come forward in the second fight?
Is he mentally prepared?
Me and my brother did a video about that actually, and my brother said, yeah, AJ will do that, but AJ probably gets wiped out in 6 rounds because he'll be knackered after about a couple of rounds. If he doesn't get Usyk out of there, he'll be knackered. And he'll just run out of stamina and he'll just get knocked out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you think AJ's mentally prepared to do all that? I really don't think he is. There's a reason why.
Even if he does, though,
Mackay,
even if he does do that, it's not going to be able to go 12 rounds. So either Usyk will get knocked out in the first 1 or 2 rounds, or Joshua's going to get knocked out of 3 or 4.
After he has a burst, which he used to have, he has like 3-4 rounds off. When you're having 3 rounds off against someone like Usyk, But
that's the thing, though. Usyk won't allow him to have a round.
Exactly.
So
do you guys remember?
When he sees him tiring, Usyk will jump on him.
My bad.
Usyk won't allow Joshua to have that time off.
Yeah, exactly.
So if that's the thing, Stephen, what do you think?
What I think about what now? Oh, my bad. I was trying to get ready. I'm finna go get something to eat.
Usyk and Joshua. Yo, Stephen, man, you're always eating from outside, man.
I know, man. You know what? 2020, 2022, man. I'm gonna get shape. I know, man. But let's see. Okay. You already know what I'm gonna say. Usyk and Joshua. I mean Usyk, man. We already said Usyk. I mean, I just think y'all selling. I think it's a shame, man, that y'all still can't give Tyson Fury his respect. Man, y'all ain't gonna put no respect on his name. What he got to do?
Fury's got a lot of respect. It's just he isn't as much of a good boxer, as people seem to think. I just think Usyk would beat him. Usyk's Fury special. Well, actually, no, Usyk special. Fury. I wouldn't say he's special. He gets away with a lot of things because he's 6'9". That's literally why he gets away with a lot of That's why he doesn't get hit with certain shots because he's so tall and long.
Yeah,
would you think about the same way about Fury just say if Usyk and Fury were the same size, would you still think Fury?
God.
Nah, I mean, I think, man, believe it or not, Imran, I ain't gonna front. Believe it or not, I think Tyson Fury. I think he with the business. I think that boy can really, really box, man. Seriously, seriously. Now a lot of times I joke around, but I'm serious. Tyson Fury can flat out box, dude. Now Usyk is a killer too. Now you ask me a question. That's a hypothetical question. I don't know, but I'm anytime Fury's in there, my money's on him. You know what I mean? He's a product of the Crunk gym, dude. You know what I'm saying? Boxing. He's a student of Emmanuel Stewart, the late great, one of the greatest. If I will venture to say he's the greatest trainer ever live.
Who, Eddie Reynoso?
Not Eddie Reynoso, man.
I thought we were talking about the
man. Come on,
dude.
Emmanuel.
No. Hey man, listen.
I'm just playing,
okay,
man. It's all opinion.
It's all good, man.
That, Eddie Reynoso's the greatest trainer.
Oh man, I think so. Just The fighters he has. What? The first Mexican American heavyweight champion ever. Andy Ruiz beat Joshua when Tyson Fury
but he
didn't want to
wasn't his
fight Joshua.
trainer
I
when
don't think
that
he had
happened.
Andrew. He didn't have
Oh, he
Andrew.
wasn't a trainer at the time?
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
he
that's
didn't.
true.
But he did. To be fair, Eddie Reynoso did win Trainer of the Year this year, or last year.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
did.
so-
He
Yeah,
did.
he won it this
But,
year and
but
last
Little
year.
Penny, the greatest trainer of
This
all
year.
time.
No. I mean,
he-
potentially he could be. He could be because he's got Ryan Garcia. He's got Canelo, obviously. He's got Andy Ruiz. If
To be
those
honest,
guys
I think
achieve,
yeah, you're right, because it depends if Canelo goes down as one of the greats.
Virgil
all time,
Ortiz just needs to make
Virgil,
that step. And I
but
think
potentially, not
he
now.
got Ortiz now, isn't
so
he?
Virgin Ortiz gone there as well.
I think so, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Good
Wait a
stable.
minute.
Really good stable.
Hey, let me say something. Let me say something.
Yeah.
Listen, let's not get carried away. We talking about Emmanuel Stewart.
Mm.
Emmanuel Stewart.
Yeah, he was really good. Really good, yeah.
Yeah. No, but what I mean is, Stephen, if Ryan Garcia goes on to become a multi-weight world champion, if Canelo goes on to become undisputed at light heavyweight and goes on to do, great things, Andy Ruiz becomes heavyweight champion again, then, it's not as far-fetched as what we think, Do you know what I mean? Because then Reynoso will have a great resume also.
That's what I'm saying.
Because D'Amato was good, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Yes,
again, Costamato he's an iconic, like Angelo Dundee. Like, they're iconic kind of trainers. They're like Freddie Roach, for example. Floyd Mayweather Sr. These are like iconic trainers. Emmanuel Stewart. Didn't he train Lennox Lewis, Klitschko? Flipping Mike Tyson.
Turns.
He trained literally. He trained so many. He trained so many guys. Emmanuel Stewart.
But Stephen, I with Emmanuel Stewart, I give him credit for raising Tommy Hearn. Same with Freddie Roach, where he raised Manny Pacquiao. But when a fighter who is already good, like when Cotto went to Roach, and then he helped him to get another world title. Same with Klitschko, where Klitschko was already good, then he went to Emmanuel Stewart. Does he get that much credit? Because they're already good when they came to him. You know what I mean?
Thinking the same thing.
He gets credit. You know why? Because he's teaching them a whole different psychology, and it's a reason why those guys go to. They was going to the trainers like Freddie Roach and Emmanuel Stewart. Is because they are. They're like like a encyclopedia of boxing, and they can tell the things that they provide. It goes past routine and skill. It's a whole different mindset. Now, listen, I ain't gonna shortchange Eddie Reynoso. I'm just saying at this stage to compare him to people like, and then we do this all the time, to compare him to people like Emmanuel Stewart and Costamato and everything. Those guys are they legends.
Yeah.
It's like, would you ever talk bad about Burt Sugar? You know what I'm saying?
Carl makes a good point in the chat. Carl says, look at the job that Stewart did with Klitschko. Klitschko was getting battered early on in his career. He got knocked out a couple of times, and then he became a killer. No one could beat him under Emmanuel Stewart.
Yeah, true. Yes.
Look how he changed his career. And Klitschko, let's be honest, was knocked out, and that was a guy that he resurrected.
Man, a lot of these guys are too young. A lot of these guys are too young to even know about Emmanuel Stewart. But if you really study your boxing history, you're gonna know Emmanuel Stewart. You're not gonna find anybody. Eddie Reynoso will even tell you this. Eddie Reynoso will tell you that don't compare me to Emmanuel Stewart.
Hey, Stephen, another one.
Who
Is
were the best guys he probably had? Sorry.
Yeah, Stephen, another one was Eddie Futch. Remember Eddie Futch?
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, Eddie too.
I reckon Angelo Dundee might have been the greatest trainer of all time. He was iconic, man. Him and Ali, that relationship was iconic.
And Leonard too.
Did Angelo Dundee train Sugar Ray?
Yes.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Flipping hell, I didn't even know that.
Who do you think was the best guy Emmanuel Stewart had though? That's what I'm trying to think. Would you?
Hearns. It was Hearns because
I mean,
he
he
had
had Lennox Lewis as well for a bit as
Yeah.
well. And everything.
But Mackay,
I mean,
the reason why I say it's Tommy Hearns is because he was with him right at the start. He had Lennox at the end of his or the middle of his career.
Yeah.
hey man, listen real quick. Listen, hey, I'm whispering. This is me. I'm talking. Listen, the Klitschko's back in the day. Come on, dude. They were showstoppers, dude. They were artillery. Lennox Lewis. Come on, man. Listen. Let's not get carried away. Emmanuel Stewart is that dude, man. He was with the total business, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, didn't Emmanuel Stewart also train Prince Nassim Hamed?
Probably had him for a couple.
Nah, but that didn't work out well. That actually, Nassim Hamed actually had Brendan Ingle, who was a legendary trainer as well in the UK. He's not as worldwide as an Emmanuel Stewart, but he was a legendary trainer. He's massive in the UK. Brendan.
I feel like Canelo's a better fighter than all those dudes you guys just mentioned. He has better style. He's just exciting.
Better than who?
All those guys you just mentioned, Klitschko and this and that. I feel.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly.
Dude.
Not possibly. I know. Canelo's the real deal. That plant fight.
I don't know, man. I don't know about definitely,
man,
but he's great.
Anybody saying that, you know what pisses me off too? Because I heard you guys earlier saying that lower run when he didn't. You can't win a fight running around. If Plant would have went to the 12th round, these people would have been saying he won. Good thing he got knocked out.
No, that. Here's the thing, Donnie. I think the Lara fight was close. I personally thought Canelo won that.
I know he did win. He won. It's not
it was close. It was close.
How is it close? How do you win a fight? It's like running around like that. That's so annoying to me. That's why Eddie Reynoso was the best trainer in the world. Fuck all the answers.
So no. Hang on a minute, Donnie. So was the Golovkin fight not close?
Oh man, while we're on that topic, I was the one who said last time we had like a heated debate. I believe Canelo won those two fights. He won both.
Do you think he beat Golovkin the first time?
I know he beat Golovkin the first time.
What did you score? Hey,
What did you score in the first fight? Listen, man. It's one thing to have your opinion, but when you you kind of showing you kind of showing that you just a Canelo fan by saying it's a long history of boxing, man. Listen. Hold on, listen. It's a long history of boxing. We in the moment now. You thinking and you seeing things in the moment. You're not taking everything in consideration. I mean, to have that, you got to broaden your way of thinking and what you and how you think about things. To say that
no. Actually, because at my age, I'm not gonna say what age I am, but I'm probably the youngest dude on the panel. The stuff that I've done in this world, your whole family generational bloodline probably will never do.
Yeah, I don't think.
And that's just a fact.
I'm
not trying to put people. I'm not trying to put people down, but like I'm not crazy.
Donnie, what are you coming with? I don't.
You seem to come into this, live stream very, negative.
What? How am I negative? Because I said
very bad vibe. I'm getting a very bad vibe.
No, it's because Steven. No, it's because
you seem to be getting very sensitive, man.
Bro, Donnie,
very sensitive.
How?
Keep it to
and you and your conspiracy theories, well, but you sick. That's ridiculous.
How about becoming sensitive when Steven's telling me I need to broaden my horizon, I need to change, I'm this, I'm that.
What Steven is saying, hey, hang on a minute, Donnie.
All right, I'll shut up.
What Steven is basically saying is that there's been a lot of fighters, right? And what we're doing right now is we're living in this recency bias. So what we're forgetting about the great fighters back in the day. It's a bit like saying, well, Canelo's better than Muhammad Ali because Muhammad Ali fought 60 years ago and people have forgotten now because we don't see him anymore. But we're living in the present, which is good. We should live in the present, but we shouldn't forget about some of the great fighters in the past that paved the way.
The funny thing is, though, Canelo probably is better than Muhammad Ali.
Oh, bro, that's no. Come
Right.
on,
You know
bro.
why,
and
Imran? You know
This
why?
dude just trolling, man.
Did
You
Muhammad
gotta.
Ali do rehydration clauses? No, he didn't. Did Muhammad Ali,
Bro, you
duck
cannot,
guys?
you cannot
duck-
say that, man.
I think
Come
I
on.
think
You
Canelo.
cannot say that, bro.
I think
You
Canelo's gonna
cannot
have
say
trouble
that.
with Joe Smith Jr. Joe Smith Jr. will
Bro,
be a very tough fight.
like,
Yeah,
Donny,
but that's
I
what they
got
said.
respect,
That's what they
I got
said
love
with
for you, man, but you can't
Kovalev. That's
say
what they
he's
said with
better than
Kovalev,
Muhammad
and he
Ali.
knocked him out. And apparently, they couldn't believe their eyes. Oh, it was a fix. What the fuck did we just watch? Because they can't believe how great he is. They said that with Plant. What happened?
Bro, Donny, come on. You cannot honestly think that Canelo's better than Muhammad Ali.
I'm curious.
You know why
what
he's
did
better?
you score? What did you score in the Golovkin
Why?
fight? The
Go on,
first fight.
give me your reason to why.
All right, I'll give you the Golovkin score after. Let me just give you the reason why he's better than Muhammad Ali. Because Muhammad Ali was more of a, how do I say it respectfully without getting a little disrespectful, more of a affirmative action USA making movies and what these white people do. They worship black people and they virtue signal to them, and they that's more what that is. Canelo is a real dude that came from the bottom. He came to the States and rose to the top, regardless of what people want to say. It's different to me.
But Canelo, he he
Bro.
took steroids. He done rehydration clauses. He ducked fighters. How the hell can he be greater than Ali? That makes no sense.
If you're putting him on the Muhammad Ali pedestal, then he should have beaten Floyd Mayweather as well. Then at 23.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah,
true. Very true.
Yeah, true. That's
a good point.
Bro, even Floyd.
Do you think he
is
beat
not
Floyd
my-
Mayweather?
Like, I don't think anyone is comparable to Ali, man. I'll be honest with you.
Maybe Sugar Ray Robinson, Imran. I think.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think,
Yeah. Sugar Ray Robinson, yeah, possibly. But like, even even Sugar Ray Robinson didn't have the resume that Ali had, Little Penny.
Yeah.
Think about his resume and compare it to Ali's resume. Ali's probably got the best resume in boxing when you think about it. And a lot of those guys, Little Penny, were in their prime.
Yeah, true. Younger than him too,
George
actually.
Foreman was in his prime, right? He's if I'm not mistaken, Little Penny, isn't George Foreman an all-time great?
Yes.
Is Joe Frazier an all-time great?
Yes.
Yeah. Is
Sonny
Liston an all-time great?
Yes.
Right? Is what's his name? Even the fight that he lost against Larry Holmes, is he an all-time great?
Yes.
Yeah. So how many all-time greats has he fought? Like so many, and he's beaten. Like you said, Little Penny, you only have to beat 2 or 3 all-time greats.
Yeah,
right?
true.
To like being like and he's beaten 3 or 4 in their prime. Like,
Imran,
greats is Canelo beaten in their prime.
And Imran, with Muhammad Ali, even his B class wins, like with Shavers and Ronnie Lyle and Spinks, they're all-time greats too. Like not as big as not as big as Foreman, but yeah.
What about like Henry Cooper? Like no one even like
yes.
This is what I mean. Like Henry Cooper was a great fighter.
The British
Henry
guy,
Cooper was a great fighter.
Yeah.
And Ali beat him. You know what I mean? And like Ali beat so many names like Cleveland Williams.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, just
like, people don't know this guy's resume was like to compare any. Like I'm telling you, Canelo for me in this era is the best fighter without question. But to compare him to Ali, like resume-wise, it's not even close.
And the stuff Ali also had to go through and everything as well, man. Like, yeah, there's no way Canelo is greater than him. Are we saying he can be greater?
Wait.
We don't know.
What did Ali have to go through? Can you remind me, please?
He got put in jail. He was put in jail.
Enlighten me, because I don't know why he went to jail. What happened?
Hey man, listen, man. This dude, man. This dude, y'all see what this dude's doing. He trying to get everybody riled up. I don't know.
How am I trying to get everybody riled up? I just asked
because you talking and you saying a lot of things that just simply don't make sense, dude.
I mean, especially conspiracy theories. No offense, to say conspiracy theory. That mental.
Yeah, man. Stop! Don't do that, man. Don't.
You know about
better things to do,
man.
No, I don't. I really don't. Oh, so I don't know about Ali. I'm crazy. I really don't know why he went to jail. I told you I'm the youngest dude on the
That's
panel.
a con game,
You're
man.
not young. You're not
That's a
younger.
con
Steven.
game you running.
There's no way you're younger than me.
Steven,
Yes,
how
sir.
many rounds do you think Canelo would be able to win against a prime Roy Jones Jr.?
So wait, I'm supposed to know everything about Ali?
I don't know. You know, that's a good question. I don't know if he even could. Roy Jones Jr. was. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Man, you got to talk. You got to think about all the fighters that ever existed before you come to this conclusion. You speaking about things in the moment. You know, like Ahmed just told you. Prime Roy Jones Jr. was the best. He was a freak of nature, man.
Yeah,
So
he was.
And he was a steroid cheat, an actual steroid cheat, right?
Bro.
Can I ask you this? Can I ask you this? Who's greater then?
Oh, I'm
Manny
crazy.
Pacquiao or Canelo Alvarez? Who's greater, Pacquiao or Canelo?
Pacquiao.
No, I'm waiting for who do you?
That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Who's greater, Pacquiao or Canelo?
Yeah.
Pacquiao is great because he has champions and he went up in divisions, right? But to me, Canelo is a better fighter.
Okay, if you think you think Pacquiao's greater though, yeah?
I think Canelo's greater.
Nah, man.
Yeah, man. It's clear to see what this dude is doing.
Steven, I'm starting to get what you mean now, Steven.
Yeah,
I'm starting to get what you mean.
Look, man, look. No, but here's the thing: if Donnie thinks Canelo's the great, like he's entitled because Donnie, like he said, he's young, right? And he probably hasn't seen some of these other fighters.
Imran, I was being 100% serious when I asked why did Muhammad go to jail. I literally don't know why.
That's what I mean. Like you generally no. Here's the
thing. Can you
here's
please enlighten me? Like I really want to know.
We didn't really want to bring that up. But I didn't really want to bring that up because obviously it's not something that I like. To be honest, for me personally, it's something that
well, you guys
something that I don't really like talking about because like,
I don't know
Muhammad Ali for me was like more than boxing. Like like for me, he's an icon for me. Like I get a bit irritated. Like I don't really like. Let me tell you something, Donnie. Like when people start talking about Muhammad Ali and they start talking negative, I start getting a little bit irritated and start getting riled up because that guy meant more than boxing to me, So
yeah.
I get a little bit irritated when people start saying Fury's better than him and stuff. I can't.
I didn't disrespect.
No, I'm not saying you're being disrespectful. I'm not saying you're being disrespectful. I'm just telling you that like a lot of people are very attached to Muhammad Ali. He meant a lot to a lot of people. Not just. I'm not just saying not just Americans, but all over the world. He meant a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah.
He did a lot of things which changed the world, right? He isn't just a guy like Canelo that's a great boxer, a legendary boxer, which Canelo is. This guy changed the face of the world. When he said, I shook up the world, Muhammad Ali shook up the world. Like, he literally shook up the world.
And here's another thing to note, man. It's one thing to have your opinion. It's when no one's gonna down you for having your opinion. But when you talk about certain subjects, it's important to know and have a good understanding, a good wealth of knowledge about that subject. Because otherwise, you just sound like a fanboy. You know what I'm saying? You got to do your research, man. Do your Googles and find out.
I remember now.
Go ahead.
He changed his name. And became a Muslim because he didn't want to go to the army. I heard about that.
Oh, now you heard about it.
No, somebody in the chat said it. He didn't want to go to the military or something. So now I remember.
Wasn't he? How long was he out for as well? Wasn't it a few years?
Yeah. See, a lot of those fights that we know of Ali, he wasn't actually in his prime, because he took those many years off. But
very young.
when he fought Sonny Liston and Floyd Patterson, that's when Muhammad Ali was actually in his prime, where he was untouchable. When he fought like Frazier and Foreman and Ronnie Lyle, all these guys, he wasn't in his prime already. He was already. I'm not saying he's washed up, but the fact that he won those fights, man, that tells you how good Muhammad Ali was.
Wasn't he like 23 as well? Like when he was fighting Liston.
Yeah.
Yeah, 21, 22.
But Makai, he was moving like a middleweight at heavyweight. Like, you know what I mean?
You could
That's
definitely
true.
see the difference when he was fighting Liston before. Obviously, that whole thing happened. He was so much more quicker on his feet and everything.
Yeah.
And then when he kind of came back, he was still great. It's just you can just tell he looked a lot different.
Yeah. He wasn't in his prime anymore.
It
And
was
those
fairly
guys
obvious.
that he fought, like Foreman and Frazier, they were in their primes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was a huge underdog.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm about to get off here, man. I'm about to get off here and go feed my face.
Yo,
And
Steven.
Yes, sir.
Before you go off, I want you to YouTube Tay Rock, the battle rapper Tay Rock.
Okay, cool. Where you from?
Tay Rock, he's from Baltimore, I think. DMV, somewhere around there.
Okay, cool. I'll look him up, my man.
And
he be easy, man. And it's good talking to everybody, man.
Yeah, good talking to you, Steven, man. Good talking.
He's one of my favorite battle rappers, and it's crazy because you look just like him. I'm not even making up. Watching you look him up.
Okay, cool. I'll look him up, my man. Y'all be easy, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Happy New Year's, yo. Peace.
Take care.
Yeah.
Take care, man.
Hey guys, sorry I got cut off earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody who thinks I'm
saying?
joking, for real, Steven looks just like the battle rapper Tay Rock. When you guys get off, just look him up. It's a trip.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
What JP? What are you saying?
Oh, I'm saying sorry. Sorry, I got cut off a little bit earlier. I don't know what it was.
Oh yeah. I don't know what it was either, man.
It's happened almost every time. Don't know what it is.
I don't know if Dirk is still in the chat. Dirk, I left the link in the chat. I don't know if you've got it. I just left the link in the chat. I don't know where. I don't know whether you've got it now.
Imran,
yeah.
So I know people don't want to give Canelo credit for knocking out Kovalev because it was, they can't believe it. Like, what it was fixed. All right, whatever. What if Canelo really does fight, but Turviev beats him, sweeps out the whole division? Well, is he the greatest now, better than Ali?
Nah,
I don't know about better than Ali. Look, that's always going to be debatable, right? Because like I said to you, that Ali's resume is too good. So even if Canelo does wipe out the 175 pound, maybe top 10 of all time. But to say he's the greatest, I don't know whether anyone would say he's the greatest of all time. But yeah, he definitely is one of the greatest.
But Imran, if he cleans at 175 and miraculously beats Usyk at cruiserweight,
then.
So I don't even think he would. He wouldn't even say that though. He wouldn't say that.
What? You're saying Canelo has to go up to heavyweight to even beat, bro? This is the standards that people need to like. This is all I'm saying. It's like Canelo can't do enough.
No. You know what it is, Donnie.
What?
You know what it is, Donnie.
He has to fight Jesus.
Donnie, you know what it is. That's how great Ali was. That's what you got to understand. That's how great Ali was to the boxing world. That's what Canelo would have to do.
Nah, don't get me wrong.
It's not taken away from Canelo, but if he becomes undisputed at 175, is he going to be ranked higher than Ali? Just think about it. The answer is no. He's not going to be.
Yeah. I mean, Imran needs to be greater than Pacquiao.
But Imran, if he beats Usyk at cruiserweight, he has a case.
Yeah, if he beats Usyk, that's a big if, though, eh?
Yeah.
That's a.
Can I touch on that?
Yeah, go on.
Oh man, I love this conversation. So when Ali died, Canelo was quoted as saying, "My idol died today." So let's just say it was Donnie. So if he were to beat Usyk, if he were to go up and knock out Tyson Fury, I still don't think Canelo would say he's better than Ali. He made it very clear that he differentiates different eras, different épocas. In Spanish, the word is época. It's different. The last 20 years was dominated by Floyd Mayweather. You know what I mean, or whomever it was that was the greatest at that point. He wants to be the greatest at this time. I'm going to say something I think is a little bit controversial.
Go ahead.
I think that Ali would have a lot of trouble against Tyson Fury.
Yeah, he would.
I think.
The guy is 6'9", 300 pounds.
Right.
I think he. I'm gonna go even further. He might even have a little trouble against the Klitschko's. And I
Those
want to
guys are
go.
big.
I'm gonna upset somebody right now, and I'm gonna say it right now. I think Tyson was a better version of Frazier. So now with all that, this is my opinion. I love
Hey,
Muhammad Ali was one of the
JP.
most beloved. Oh, go ahead.
Hey JP, I think Frazier beats Tyson. You know why? Tyson tires out late in the rounds. Frazier never did that, right? And whenever Mike Tyson, fought someone who's just as good as him, right? Let's say Holyfield, he always faltered, right? Whereas with Frazier, when Frazier fought someone who was really good, he took it to him. You know what I mean? That's something that
Holyfield wouldn't have beaten Tyson in his prime.
So Holyfield might not have even beaten Usyk. All I'm saying is that right now, everything that Frazier does good. You're right. You know, give him 4 or 5 rounds, but Frazier didn't last too long against Norton, right? Norton dropped. Oh no, was it Frazier or I forget Foreman or Norton? I forget.
It was Foreman.
It was Foreman. So listen, the reality is that Mike Tyson does everything better. It's like Street Fighter 2 versus Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I don't know if anybody can remember those video games.
Yeah, I remember.
Mike Tyson is Street Fighter 2 Turbo for George Frazier's Street Fighter 2. So what I'm saying is Muhammad Ali is the most beloved. He's the most beloved of all the fighters. Matter of fact.
But JP, Mike Tyson tires out. You only have to survive his 4 rounds, right? Onslaught, and after that, he tires out.
Not in his prime, though. Not in his prime. In his prime, he never tired out. When did he tire out in his prime?
But that's because
Lil
right.
Penny. Let Rare Breed have his say. Let Rare Breed. Breed.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Okay, so there's this weird notion that the reason people love Ali so much is because of off the ring stuff only. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's part of it, but his resume is impeccable. Like, he fought like all-time greats in their prime, and he was an underdog in some of those fights.
Yeah.
The reason why it's so hard for Canelo is because one, it's going to be hard for him to find opponents like that, and two, the only real all-time great that Canelo has beaten, you can say close to their prime, is Triple G.
Yeah, true.
So he's going to need like at least 3 or 4 more names to touch Muhammad Ali.
And there isn't. There isn't
going to be a Rare Breed. There's not going to be a another Muhammad Ali. Not only in the ring, but outside of the ring, he was a gentleman. And when you see any of his interviews, he's actually a really, really loving person. He loves people. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's hilarious too. Just listen to his story. I mean, this is a different type of athlete. This is the rarest type of athlete, one that, you know, unites people. And I don't think we need to compete with him. I'm gonna say it right now. I think that all of us here on the panel.
Great point.
Let's stop looking for reasons to reasons to compete with that man. He's a kind, good man that was good for humanity.
I'm not competing with it. You're right. It's different eras. It's like it's not even. You can't compare it because it's just different eras and different times. I just want to mention how. Do you guys remember when Mike Tyson bit Holyfield's ear? Well, just think about just think about the same thing when Tyson Fury fought Wilder. He licked his blood.
That's different, though. I mean, biting someone's ear and licking someone's blood, they're two different things. Like,
yeah, they were both blood rituals live on TV. But speaking of Muhammad Ali, I feel like Muhammad Ali is more of a. He's a. Don't get me wrong, entertaining guy, but he was more of a marketed. You know, he was marketed.
How was he marketed? Wait. Can I answer that real quick? He was hated. He was. We're talking about 1960s America. The people, especially white people, hated him back then. The only reason people love him now is because people forget.
That's not true.
No, let me finish.
That's what you think.
I would know this more than you would. No disrespect.
How is that? You were in every room. Then why does Mike Tyson have all? Look at his old fights back then. He would sell out arenas, and they looked like all white people. They were
they didn't like him, brother.
Millions.
Look, come on, bro. Like, this is 1960s America. Muhammad Ali was pro-black. They called him a communist. They called him a Muslim. They hated Muhammad Ali. They were rooting for Frazier to knock him out. Like, nope. People forget Muhammad Ali only started being liked once he got Parkinson's. Then he became like what's the word? you feel bad for somebody.
Sympathize, yeah.
Yeah, people start empathizing because he had Parkinson's. But before that, don't get it twisted. People hated him. People
Yes.
hated Martin Luther King during his time when he was alive. Now all of a sudden, people pretend like everybody loves him, but that wasn't the case when he was alive.
Yeah, it's true. So he was a member of the Nation of Islam, the same
Yep.
as Malcolm X.
Yep.
He wasn't beloved. You know what switched it around is when they saw that he was no longer Muhammad Ali at the Olympics, when he was shaking, holding the Olympic flame, and that
Yep.
was that's so messed up.
Yep.
That's
That's
when we
all it
started
took.
saying, "Oh, okay, that's an all-time great." Yeah, I remember where I was when I watched him fight Liston. Oh, la la. It makes me sick, dude.
It's
It really makes me
disgusting.
sick. It makes me sick. Yeah.
Yeah,
It-
Carl
I-
makes a good point that that Ali also said a few things about certain fighters which were unnecessary.
Oh yeah,
I do
yeah,
agree.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
true.
Like, I don't think he should have said certain things.
Yeah,
And
Fraser.
Fraser hated Ali really.
Yeah.
He didn't even have much he didn't even sympathize with him. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think
because
Fraser hated Ali. I think he had a lot of respect for Muhammad Ali. I think on
Yeah.
camera he said those things, but I think deep inside his heart, I think he liked Ali a lot.
Imran,
to be
he was
honest.
heartbroken. He was
Let's be honest,
heartbroken
they
by
both
Ali.
kind of made each other really.
Uh-huh.
Also-
Frazier was really
Yeah,
hurt
yeah.
by Ali's comments. He looked up to Ali, and when Ali talked to him the way he did about his skin color, about he went on and on. You could see it in his eyes, his heartbreak. He was
Yeah.
like, "Wow,
Yeah,
we're not supposed to
because
talk
he-
about each other like this."
Yeah, JP, because he was saying Ali was questioning his blackness per se. Just to give a background, Frazier's grandparents they were slaves, right? Frazier came from the blackness, whereas
His
Muhammad
great
Ali-
grandparents, not his
Yeah,
grandparents.
yeah. Well, Muhammad Ali, he's half white, right? Like I think
No,
I
no,
think
it's
even
no.
I think even Frazier
No,
said
not half
that.
white. I think he's like
That's Malcolm.
quarter.
You're thinking of Malcolm X. You're thinking of Malcolm X had somebody that white. I forget what it was, but it wasn't Ali. He might have had somebody white back in the day, back generations, but no, his mom and dad were black, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But I think what he
But
said
Ali
to
was,
Frazier was not good.
We need to move to the next. We need to realize that this is a different generation of people. They all took his example.
Yeah.
Some people went the opposite way. Manny Pacquiao did it beautifully. Like here in LA, he would hand out turkeys during Thanksgiving. This is somebody that didn't even want to be on camera. Like there's different levels of humanity here in the boxing circles. Manny Pacquiao was another one that did that. He was real charitable. But again, he's not competing. He did 8 divisions. I think that's 7 more divisions than Muhammad Ali won, but he doesn't say he's the greatest. To say that is almost insulting because this is a man that went through a lot.
Hey JP, you know when we're talking about Ali's influence in boxing, I want to say something about Manny Pacquiao. In Philippines, right? Especially in the South, there's a lot of rebels, right? And they fight against the army where they have wars, right? Whenever Pacquiao fought, right, they would stop fighting. And in Philippines, the traffic, I don't know if you've ever been to Manila, the traffic is horrendous, right? It's even worse than say in London or even in New York. But when Pacquiao fights, right, in Philippines, that traffic stops. Everyone's in their homes to watch him fight. So I just want to put it out there that Manny had the same influence in Philippines.
That's what I was getting at. He's that kind of guy. He never looks for the attention. He just does the right thing. Well, I shouldn't say he's not perfect. I don't want to put him out there like that, but I definitely remember when he did that in my own town, and it meant the world to me. And he was fighting. Actually, he was fighting De La Hoya. He was fighting De La Hoya, and De La Hoya didn't do anything like that in his own city.
When Floyd compares himself to like Ali, it like irritates me a little bit. Like anyone, because it's just like not comparable, man. The eras were different, and what Ali went through was like, nah, man. You can't compare. You can't compare to anyone to him.
Imran talent level, it is actually like no one's gonna really. It is comparable as far as talent levels. Was Ali greater though? Did Ali do things that were more epic than Mayweather? Mayweather could have gone. He could have gone to the next stratosphere, and he could have all the haters could have shut up if he would have fought Triple G, dropped Triple G.
What?
You know, he could have fought
No,
anybody he
Wait,
wanted.
wait. You want
He
him to
could have
fight a
fought.
middleweight?
No, I didn't say
would've got-
that. I said if he
he
would have
would've
gone
got
up to that
battered
next
in that
level,
fight.
whatever it would have been, he could have been the greatest of all times. He might be the best ever. You got to remember, Floyd might be the best ever. We don't know. He could have been the most talented.
Skill wise, to me, he is.
So for a lot of people, you're not alone, Rare Breed. A lot of people think that. I think he definitely could have answered all the questions. You see what I'm saying?
He doesn't.
But he
in my
didn't.
opinion,
To me,
Floyd
he
doesn't
didn't.
have Ali's resume though.
That's what I'm talking about. You nailed it. That's what it is.
He wasn't as exciting to watch for me. Like look, when you're talking about the greatest, it's not just about skills. It's about
that's what I'm saying.
A lot of things. Skills is a part of it. Like skills, was he exciting to watch? Did he have a great resume?
So,
Like, you gotta
to be fair, Imran, early in his career, he was.
Categories. Hey.
To be fair, early in his career, Floyd was fun to watch.
No, but when you compare, okay, I give you that. But was he as exciting to watch as Ali?
Probably not, but I mean, I guess it depends who you ask.
So you're smart about you're right about that, Imran. You know, that's similar to Canelo. Like Canelo doesn't have that either. He doesn't have a thriller. He might not have a thriller in Manila. You know what I'm saying?
Although,
there might not
to
be
me
a thriller.
personally, though, I'm biased because I prefer watching the smaller guys fight over the heavyweights. I think those fights are more like the welterweights. Fights are more interesting to me than heavyweight. That's my opinion.
Right now, definitely.
Yeah, right. I'm not sure about back when Ali was fighting though.
True. There was more names, so yeah.
Well, before Ali came on, it was the middleweights that everyone was talking about with Ray Robinson,
Sugar Ray,
and Jake LaMotta and Rocky Graziano. Those guys were the ones that everyone was talking about. It was only when Ali came in that everyone started talking about the heavyweights. So it comes in like in the 80s, it wasn't the heavyweights. That in the 80s, it was the Leonards and the Hearns and the
yeah. And then Tyson came along.
Yeah. And then after that, there was De La Hoya and Trinidad and Mayweather and Pacquiao.
So Ronaldo, the original Ronaldo, the one that was on Inter de Milan. You remember
the Brazilian
he's
one.
The Brazilian one. So you guys know who I'm talking about. Good.
Yeah,
so that guy, in my opinion, had the goods to be the greatest number 9 of all times, right? But injuries prevented him from getting to where he needed to be. However, he was probably one of the more talented with the best instincts of anybody I've ever seen in my lifetime, at least.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, he wasn't as dedicated.
He had you're thinking of Ronaldo, right? Ronaldinho. You're thinking of Ronaldinho.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Ronaldo, the other one that was a little bit more light skinned. He was bald.
Yeah.
They played together.
Great finisher, striker. What a player.
But actually, Ronaldinho, I could still make a case that he was the greatest of all time. But I'm talking about Ronaldo.
Ronaldinho was that guy.
I'm not talking. So this is why I'm gonna make the correlation. So in an era where we had like Maradona, Messi, who's winning title after title, you got guys like that are comparable to the greatest of all times, and there's a real debate. Trophy-wise, there's a real debate. Opposition-wise, there's a debate. But Muhammad Ali is in that stratosphere. You know what I'm saying? Floyd Mayweather did not have the opportunity to continue to pursue that. And I'm gonna talk about Triple G because that was somebody that could have agreed to meet at a catchway. So I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see. I think that he could have beat Triple G.
No, that's unfair.
That would be the easiest fight of Floyd's career.
I don't think so. At that point, you got to remember Triple G was in his prime. That's not the only
He's
one.
too slow.
There was plenty.
He's tailor-made for Floyd.
But there was more than one.
150,
154.
Triple G at 160.
He agreed at 154.
No, if all size are equal, which is impossible, Floyd is way too slick for Triple G.
Without question, but he wouldn't beat Triple G. That's just too big, man.
That's not necessarily true, Imran. That's a lot of weight for somebody that Abel Sanchez says he actually walks around like a heavyweight. That's a lot of weight for someone to drop that's already maxed out.
Him Floyd fighting him at 160 and Floyd winning that.
I'm not even talking about just Triple G. I'm talking about plenty of things that he could have kept on stepping up. He had that present. He was preserved. He was number one. He was number one pound for pound.
I can't believe you guys think that he could go to 160 and beat.
I mean,
no. I said catchway. Oh, he had already agreed.
What more could Floyd do? He beat the 3 best of that era, or not only that era.
His last fight was Logan Paul. The one before that was some Japanese dude.
That wasn't a real fight.
And then the one before that was Andre Berto.
Okay, but that was his last fight.
I know, but I wanted to see a better fight.
It's when he fought him, right? That to me, where I give look, I think Floyd to me was the most talented fighter I've ever seen, right? But the thing is, it's the when, quote unquote, when he fought him. Like, for example, he fought Cotto like freaking 7 years too late. He fought Pacquiao 5 years too late. He fought Mosley 8 years too late. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, even though he has the names, it's when he fought him. That's the reason why no one in their right mind would put Mayweather higher than Ali. Even Pacquiao, I reckon Manny is greater than Floyd, but Floyd is better
I
than
disagree.
Manny.
So rare breed. So that's the strategy we're talking about. Floyd doesn't have a cause in the same way that Ali had a cause. You can't disagree with that. Ali
No, he
didn't open a
doesn't.
strip club. Ali didn't open up a strip club. He had more. I mean, I don't know what he does humanitarian wise. I hope he continues to do good things in his own life. You know, to better his own life. But
Floyd
Ali
does
had
do
a
a lot of good
cause.
things, though. Floyd does. I seen Floyd
Yeah,
go
true.
out and give a lot of
Yeah, he
homeless
does.
people like money and stuff and food, and he goes to the community.
Yeah.
He just doesn't show it as much on camera, but he does do a lot as well.
No, I think Imran. I think people do show that. It's just that because he said a lot of things in the past that were offensive. That's the reason why they don't give him that much credit. Whereas with Pacquiao, he doesn't say a lot of mean things. So when they show, like when Pacquiao giving like turkeys away or whatever, it resonates more because he doesn't have that bad
Here's
boy
the thing,
image,
though,
per se.
guys. Here's the thing, though. The guys, what Floyd does outside the ring shouldn't affect how great we view him inside the ring, though.
Yeah,
That's the
true.
problem, people,
No,
when they
you're
talk
right.
about
You're right.
Floyd.
Yeah, you're right.
I
You're
don't
absolutely
really,
right.
I don't really care what he does in terms of what he opens, in terms of what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
His
true.
greatness in the ring.
Yeah.
And there was greatness there. There was absolutely greatness there.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I guess
If
I
we
think.
look at it,
Go ahead.
one thing, if you look at it for scale all time, there's not many fighters you're gonna put ahead of Floyd Mayweather in their
Yeah,
prime,
true.
at his peak.
Yeah, true. But I would say Rare Breed. I would say Sugar Ray Robinson would beat him. Like
That's about it.
I say Sugar Ray Leonard has a good chance. Sugar Ray Leonard hits harder.
yes, especially at welterweight.
Okay, but
Sugar
if
Ray Leonard welterweight was
Floyd has
beast.
fought plenty of people who hit harder than him. He's fought people who not only hit harder than him, are faster than him. Zab Judah.
No, you
Zab
can't.
Judah. Zab Judah was more
lightweight
talented.
No,
Zab Judah was more naturally talented than Floyd. He just
But
didn't
no,
have Floyd's work
I'm
ethic.
talking about Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray is arguably top 10. You know,
Yeah.
top
Oh,
20
yeah.
pound for pound. I mean, there's no doubt that he's
and
he's top 10 pound for
JP,
pound when it comes down to midweights.
JP, Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard knocked out Tommy Hearns at welterweight, and Tommy Hearns is one of the best welterweights ever too. So he actually
He's also
knocked him
chinny.
out.
He's a little chinny, but
Floyd's not chinny.
Not at welterweight. Not at welterweight. Yeah, he's a chinny at say super welterweight and middleweight, but at welterweight, Tommy Hearns was not chinny.
Well, just like
Yeah, but
Floyd's
anyway,
never seen anybody like.
Floyd didn't have the power to hurt Tommy Hearns anyway.
Yeah,
Well, he didn't have the power to hurt Canelo.
Who did?
Still beat his ass.
No, but that Tommy Hearns, for me, that height and size, and yeah, that would have been a tough fight for Floyd, man.
I mean, I've heard that story a million times. Oh, he's too big for Floyd. Floyd's gonna get.
We keep talking about Sugar Ray Robinson. There's not a lot of footage.
Canelo doesn't have Hearns' height. Hearns was like, he was tall. He was really tall, and he had a great jab as well. That would have been
You don't even need to go back that far to give to. Honestly, you don't need to go back that far for guys that probably give Floyd some hard work. Earl Spence, Terrence Crawford, and even young Jerron Ennis.
But Rare Breed, he wouldn't have taken those.
Hell, to Ortiz.
He wouldn't have taken those risks because he didn't even fight Thurman in when Thurman was his mandatory. You know what I mean? So it's even though those fights are out there for Floyd, because the way Floyd runs his career,
that's unfair.
He would have taken those fights. Like,
No,
say for example, if Floyd was
that's unfair. Asking Canelo to fight Morrell right now.
No. Like, say for example, if Floyd was in the 80s, he wouldn't have fought Hearns because it's too risky. He probably would have fought maybe Hearns in the late 80s and asked Tommy Hearns to come down to 147 when Tommy Hearns was already at super middleweight. You know what I mean? Like,
it's the thing about fighters. None of them are scared of each other, but they're willing to fight happen if it makes sense. And by sense, it's financial sense. You're not going to fight an up and coming young guy nobody really knows, who's dangerous. Like that doesn't make any financial sense or sense pure. Like I don't blame Crawford or Earl Spence for not wanting to fight Gervonta until he's more well
What
known.
about
Go ahead.
Reddy? What about him not fighting Amir Khan? That made sense. Financially made a lot of sense. It was a big money fight. He would have got paid a hell of a lot of money because Khan was a big name. But yeah, he didn't.
I mean, it's like when you're Floyd. This is the thing about Floyd Mayweather. It's kind of a curse of the gift. When you're the pound for pound number one guy, everybody wants your favorite fight to fight him. He can't fight everybody. But all I know is he did end up fighting three best of that era and the upcoming era, which is Canelo, De La Hoya,
he fought the most relevant.
and Pacquiao.
He fought the most. Yeah, he did. I have to give. Yeah, he did. But instead of Berto, I think he should have fought Khan at that point. But
Imran, he should have
going away.
Imran, he should have fought Thurman because at that time, if Floyd fought Thurman, he would have done well on pay-per-view because the Floyd Andre Berto, it tanked on the pay-per-view. But if he fought Thurman,
it's like a video game. It's like a video game. When you beat the boss, which at that point was Pacquiao, what's there more left to prove? Why does he need to fight another tough guy?
Yeah, that's where it comes. See, that's where it comes in. You just led me to it. He could have gone up another weight division. I think it would have been a smart idea to meet somebody else, take a tune-up, and then fight Triple G at that catch weight that Triple G admitted to. He would have taken. Canelo took it.
That's crazy. That just sounds like people just want Floyd to lose it.
But it doesn't. But it doesn't sound that way. It would have been a crazy fight. That would have been an amazing fight. And you say that Floyd would have won. I didn't want Floyd to lose like that. Matter of fact, I'm not a Triple G fan.
Here's the thing, though, JP. Right? Floyd put out a poll on his own page or whatever, right? Between Khan and Maidana, and Khan won that poll, and he chose Maidana. You see, these are things that when fans look at stuff like that, because I know people are gonna say, well, Maidana won polls. No, but on his page where he put the poll out, Khan won that, and he decided to fight Maidana. It doesn't make sense.
Well, let's say he fights Amir Khan and beats him, and never fights Maidana, who beat Adrian Broner like a drum. People are like, well, he never fought Maidana, so like it'll never end. It just comes with the territory.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But remember, Floyd could have easily said, "Well, Khan beat Maidana, didn't he? So I beat the guy that beat the guy." Do you see where I'm coming from?
People could have been like, "Well, Maidana's." I can argue Maidana's a more stylistic problem for Floyd than Amir Khan, even though Amir Khan is the better fighter.
But did you think that though when he picked that fight? See, I actually thought that Floyd would beat Maidana quite easily. Like I thought
Maidana proved that wrong.
Guy, like in the sense that when he fought Ricky Hatton, Floyd got used to fighting guys like that. There was many guys that were always trying to pressure Floyd. It never worked.
Yeah, but Maidana's different. Maidana throws punches from weird angles. He's got that weird overhand left and right. He's got a gas tank. He can go for 12 rounds. He's tough. He goes to the body and he's relentless. Like that's a tough fight. And he's bigger than Floyd. He looks like a middleweight.
Look, I'm not even saying that Khan deserved the fight more than Maidana at that point, right? Because Maidana was a champion, right? And Maidana beat Broner. You're right. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that Floyd makes himself look bad when he puts out a poll, and then the guy that won the poll, he doesn't fight. Do you see what I'm coming from?
Yeah.
That makes himself look a bit bad. Do you know what I mean?
I'm
not saying that he might have made the right call. Maybe Maidana was more deserving than Khan at that point. But the point I'm trying to make is that he makes himself look bad to fans because there's certain fans that are going to look to put Floyd down anyway. And when you do stuff like that, you're kind of asking for it. Do you know what I mean? Like now, a lot of people are saying, well, Floyd ducked Amir Khan. When personally, I'm a massive Amir Khan fan. I don't think Amir would have beaten Floyd, right? So, but the thing is, the point is that he didn't take that fight because a lot of people thought that Khan's style, like you see a lot of people in the comments say here that a lot of people think Khan's style would have been a problem for Floyd. But Floyd didn't take that. fight. You know, I don't know. I don't get it. Like, he ain't gonna be able to fight everybody. You're right. And he did fight a lot of great fighters. He fought a lot of special fighters. And he probably knew that fighting Amir Khan in 50 years' time or 30 years' time, when people talk about Floyd, they won't really say, well, he didn't fight Amir Khan, did he?
Do you guys realize?
So he played it clever.
Yeah, you guys realizing something? I've been realized it, but I already knew. Floyd, even though he's been retired for, I don't know, 10 years now, something like that, officially, he's still the most talked about fighter, really, like, honestly. Like, he really is. That's the sign that the guy might be the GOAT.
No, he's definitely not the GOAT.
Well, he's definitely the GOAT of his generation, because he's still the most talked about fighter, whether good or bad. He's the most debated guy. Like, no other fighter brings out this kind of vitriol or praise than Floyd.
Well, at the moment,
let's bring CV in.
Is Canelo Alvarez.
Little Penny, let's bring CV in. CV, Floyd the GOAT?
No.
Of his generation, he is.
Ali's the GOAT. Ali's the GOAT in the ring and culturally. And I don't see anybody in my lifetime surpassing Ali, because it's not only inside the ring what he did, it's what he did outside the ring. Ali does have some criticisms, but he does not have anywhere near the criticisms that Floyd has, or any other champions that have come after him.
What were you hearing when people were saying, when Donnie made a point about Canelo being greater than Ali? Did you find that ludicrous? Or what did you?
That's ludicrous because first, yeah, that's not accurate, because again, at 160, Canelo didn't fight Andrade. That's one criticism. Like Floyd, Canelo dropped belts. So no fighter is above criticism, and Ali isn't above criticism. One of the main criticisms that Ali has, and I have against Ali, is that he didn't rematch Foreman. But that's pretty much just about it for my criticism of Ali. My criticism of Usyk, he fought Bellew. Now, wasn't Bellew retired? I'm not saying Bellew was a cherry pick, but wasn't Bellew retired? That's my criticism of Usyk. No fighter is above criticism. But the thing with Floyd, there's a lot of criticisms against Floyd, because there's a lot of things that he did and manipulated to get where he's at. Was he a great fighter? Absolutely. Could he have been better? Absolutely. But there's too many asterisks between Floyd's name.
Yeah, true.
Too many asterisks.
Yeah.
No,
and you know what?
no, in my opinion, Floyd is a very, very skillful fighter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the only thing with him is I think he's not very confident. He'll only fight the guy once he find out the weakness. That's why some of the fight get made very, very late. So if he doesn't see any weakness in some of the fighter, even though he got a very good skill, he will not fight them. You know?
Absolutely.
And CV, you know what? Most boxing fans, they wanted Floyd to succeed. They wanted Floyd to fight all of those. Like everyone wanted Floyd to fight Manny at 2011, and most boxing fans like me, even though I'm a Manny Pacquiao fan, I think he would have won that Pacquiao fight at 2011. Like, everyone wants Floyd to succeed. You know what I mean? But he didn't take those risks that boxing fans wanted him to take. You know what I mean?
Look at the interviews before the fight. Floyd was scared of Pacquiao. Look at the interviews. Look how Floyd addresses Pacquiao. He was scared of Pacquiao. So, and one of the asterisks with Floyd fighting Pacquiao is Floyd didn't fight Pacquiao until after Marquez knocked him out. And that's what you see with Floyd's record. He timed his opponents. Floyd has a super high IQ, and he knows when to pick fights. And you can look at his record, look at his resume, and look at when he fought fighters. And he timed them.
What about
and those are one of the asterisks Floyd has on his record.
Wait a minute.
De La Hoya was done.
No.
How do we know De La Hoya was done?
No, CV. But when Oscar fought Floyd, Oscar was the lineal champ at 154. So I give him full credit for that.
And Cotto, when he fought Cotto, he was coming off destroying Margarito.
No. But Cotto, Cotto was already got beaten up by Pacquiao and.
Maidana had come off destroying Adrian Broner.
Yeah. I'll give him credit for that.
And Pacquiao, after losing to Floyd Mayweather, went on to beat Thurman, a young welterweight champion.
Yeah, but dude, Pacquiao was already.
Yeah, the guy that Floyd wouldn't fight. The guy that Floyd ducked, that's who Pacquiao fought. Now you're mentioning Cotto. When did Floyd fight Cotto? After Cotto had what, like 5, 6, 7 losses? That's when Floyd fought him. When did Floyd fight Sugar Shane Mosley? That fight was set to happen at 135. Floyd didn't want any part of Mosley at 135. So when did Floyd fight him? Those are the asterisks that Floyd has. Those are the asterisks that Floyd has on his career.
No, Floyd, when he asked for that fight, that was the point of his career where he was being ducked. That's when he was pretty boy Floyd. Nobody wanted to fight him at that point.
No, Floyd ducked, and I'll send you the link on where Floyd ducked Mosley. And that's not just me saying it, that's many people that seen it. And it's on record. So I'll get that for you. I need to figure out how to post the link while I'm on the chat.
CV, he also ducked Kostya at 140 when Kostya was knocking guys out. So and then he went and fought Judah instead.
True. Make that argument for every fighter.
Floyd's prime was 135. So that's what many people say. Well, Floyd at 135 not only ducked Mosley, but he lost to Castillo. That's Floyd's prime. And that's the asterisk that I have when people say, well, Floyd at his peak. Well, at his peak, look what he did. Duck Mosley and lost to Castillo.
Yeah, just to answer
he won that fight for one. And just for people like you, he gave that guy a rematch and beat his ass.
Yeah, that's true.
Just like Canelo lost the first fight to Triple G and gave him a rematch and beat him. That doesn't mean anything. Floyd lost to Castillo.
There's a big difference. Floyd, they call Floyd the winner of his fight, so technically he didn't have to give Castillo a rematch.
And Floyd, Floyd gave Castillo the rematch because it was considered the robbery of the century. Look it up. There's plenty of links that'll give you that info. So again, Floyd has asterisks when everyone claims that was Floyd's prime.
Yeah, CV. Every fighter's got an asterisk, right? But it's just that Floyd's got a lot of them. That's the thing.
Exactly as I stated earlier, Ali has an asterisk, Usyk has an asterisk, but Floyd has many, many asterisks.
Yeah, but we can't disagree. Like Floyd is a very, very skillful fighter, right? It's just like he didn't take a risk. But if he had taken the risk, I'm sure he would have beaten all of them. He didn't like to take a risk. He just wait a bit too long, as he study the guys, and then once he got comfortable, then he'll agree to fight them.
Yeah, B, with those risks, I think had he fought, say, Paul Williams at 147, I don't know if he beats Paul Williams at 147 because of his height and his reach, and even Winky Wright at 154. Man, Winky Wright at 154 was just you couldn't hit the guy because of his defense. You know what I mean? And also Winky Wright's size as well. So I don't know if he beats those two. Those are my what ifs.
Well, one thing you guys got to think about is that Floyd. People mention Winky Wright, Sugar Ray Leonard, Hearns with Floyd. Floyd doesn't fight those guys. Yeah. Floyd doesn't fight Floyd doesn't fight Leonard. Leonard in his prime at welterweight. Floyd fought lower dudes coming up. Look at Floyd's opponents, Tank's opponents, which is an extension of Floyd's career. They take little guys that move up in weight, and that's who they fight.
Yeah.
That's an asterisk on Floyd's career.
Stevie, I think
Canelo was a little guy?
No, a fresh guy, He was fresh, Canelo was.
Okay, but most fresh guys usually beat the older guys.
The first guy, like he was not experienced, right? Canelo was at that time, so he took
See,
advantage.
CV,
Yeah, well,
I
Floyd
think,
was
I
old.
think, CV, I think Floyd. I'll disagree with you here a little bit. I think Floyd eventually will fight, say, Sugar Ray Leonard, but he'll wait until Sugar Ray Leonard's got a detached retina. You know what I mean? But he won't fight him before that.
Absolutely. Floyd times his opponents. He's not going to fight. They're the strongest, and that's what Floyd brought to the game. And everyone says, "Oh, boxing's changed. Everyone's trying to protect their fighters don't want to fight each other." You can thank Floyd for that. That's where it comes from.
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree that I do think we give Floyd a bit too much criticism as well. But I do agree about the fact that fighters now don't want to lose their that's the Floyd Mayweather syndrome, because Floyd was undefeated and fighters aren't as good as Floyd, right? So what they're doing now is they're trying to defend their but they're not as good as Floyd, right? So it's kind of like the best way to stay undefeated is duck each other. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've gone on the record all the time to say that Floyd is the most talented fighter I've ever seen, right? So I'll give him like a full credit, but it's just that I just wish that he had fought those guys in their prime, so that he has less asterisks, so that we can say that Floyd was one of the like in the same bracket as Ray Leonard and Ray Robinson, but because he didn't, I can't put him in those brackets. I'm sorry, I can't.
Floyd doesn't have Leonard, Hagler, Hearns, or the record, and an honorable mention to Wilfredo Benitez. Floyd doesn't have a resume the way Sugar Ray Leonard does.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, that era was something else.
Yeah, CV, I think he has the names, but if you look through them, you have to see when he fought him. Like, for example, he beat Manny Pacquiao, right? Manny Pacquiao is one of the all-time pound-for-pound fighters in the world. Cotto, not as good, but, one of the best, right? But it's when he fought him. He fought Manny Pacquiao in 2015. He fought Cotto in, 2017 or whatever, whenever he fought, 2016.
Floyd doesn't have those names. Duran, Hagler, Hearns, Wilfredo Benitez. Floyd doesn't have those names. And look at when Sugar Ray Leonard fought them. Sugar Ray Leonard fought them in their prime.
Yes.
Floyd doesn't do that. Floyd doesn't have that.
Maybe Hagler's a bit iffy, CV. He could have had Sugar Ray Leonard could have fought Hagler 2 years earlier, but he waited a little bit. So we can't that's also a criticism, to be honest.
You can't criticize him, but did Sugar Ray Leonard put Hagler at a catch weight?
No.
No.
Yeah.
The only questionable win and the asterisk, one of the asterisks against Leonard is when he fought Dave Lalonde, who I believe was a light heavyweight, and Leonard fought him at a super middleweight weight for a title. It's one of my main asterisks against Leonard.
And CV, the other asterisk too is Hearns beat him in the rematch.
And Hagler beat him too. I had Hagler beat him.
No, I thought Sugar Ray did enough to beat Hagler there.
No, I had Hagler beat him. But you don't see Floyd. Floyd won't take a risk like that.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's why Floyd has too many asterisks. So again, he's a great fighter. Is he the greatest of all time? No. It's gonna be difficult to surpass Muhammad Ali inside the ring and outside the ring, because he's a cultural icon.
Yeah, that's true.
So when you have guys that come on the panel, I don't care how young they are. If they don't know who Muhammad Ali is, they should not be discussing boxing on the panel, because boxing shouldn't just be about your generation. Boxing should be the sport in its entirety.
Yeah. Also, CV Muhammad Ali had a very decorated amateur career too. People forget that.
Absolutely. He backed it up. He's one of the few guys that talk trash and would actually back it up.
Can I ask you a real quick question, CB? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
If Floyd was in the era of the Four Kings, how would he do?
I don't know because I don't see Floyd fight any of them.
Let's just say you got to push. You got to push it.
That'd be difficult because I think Floyd would never. I don't see Floyd going up to welterweight. Floyd would stay in the lower divisions.
CV,
I think he would have had a hard time with Hagler at 160. It would have been almost impossible.
Yeah, CV.
No,
147. Let's stick to 147 because that's the weight that everyone fought at. I think he can beat Duran, but I don't see him. I don't see Mayweather beating Hearns or Sugar Ray Leonard at 147. I think it's only Duran that he can potentially beat.
I don't see Floyd ever going to welterweight. He would stay in lower divisions. Welterweight was king in that era, and Floyd wouldn't go up there. He would just stay at 135, maybe 140.
Yeah, realistically, yeah, I think he would do. I agree with you. But had he gone to 147, say as a mythical thing,
Tommy Hearns was there. Tommy Hearns would have given him a fight.
Oh yeah, I think Tommy Hearns beats him. To be honest.
I actually don't. I don't think he wins that fight.
Yeah.
If you think Floyd, if you have Floyd beating Duran, the guy that took Sugar Ray Leonard's O, that's pretty hard for you to convince me of. And even the Duran that lost, even the Duran that lost to Leonard, that'd be hard to convince me that Floyd beats him. It's just be hard to convince me.
Yeah, CV, the reason why I say that is because I think Floyd can outbox him. And Duran was more of a 135 at that time. You know what I mean? He wasn't that big.
I agree, but I just don't see Floyd taking that fight. It's too much risk.
Yeah.
Floyd can't ace.
I think he beats Hearns. I think Duran wanted greatness. See, that's what I'm talking about. He did go up to middleweight. He did fight. He went up to super middleweight, didn't he?
Dude, even just for him to go up to from 135 to 147 to beat Sugar Ray Leonard, that in itself is greatness. Like, you know what I mean?
2 weight divisions. He went up 2 weight divisions.
Yeah.
Guys, Zakamo's asking, just a quick question for you guys. He says, Imran, do you think Canelo has a chance to pass Ali's greatness inside the ring? I'm not sure if you already talked about this. Guys.
No.
Yeah, potential. But CV, if he cleans at 175 and beats Usyk at cruiserweight, he has a case, dude.
You're look at the metrics you're using to judge that by, okay? And look at what you're comparing him to. Ali doesn't get surpassed, not only because it was the golden age of heavyweights, not only because of all of the names at heavyweights, but it's what he did outside of the ring. He's a cultural icon. Some people, before they know of Muhammad Ali's prowess in the ring, they know about Muhammad Ali, what he did outside of the ring.
What do you think?
And that's going to be difficult. That's difficult to surpass.
But
CV, I think Zach is saying inside the ring.
His achievements inside the ring.
Yes.
Achievements inside the ring are difficult to surpass, no matter if Canelo, which I never see the fight happening, if he fights Usyk, because of all of the names, all of the Hall of Famers, the guys Ali fought, their standards in boxing, Frazier, Foreman. These guys are icons. These guys are like titans. So if people remember Canelo, really, what fights are they going to remember? Triple G? Okay. What other fight are they going to remember? Yeah, and was Triple G a titan? The way Foreman, the way Frazier, the way Norton, the way all these other guys were. And remember, Ali fought Larry Holmes. He fought Larry Holmes. Do you ever see Canelo or Floyd doing that? I know Floyd didn't. I know Floyd won't. But do you see Canelo doing that?
Yeah, Canelo will do it.
CB, I gotta ask you a question. Do you think if I were to remove that cultural icon legendary status from Muhammad Ali, how do you think he does against the 6'5"? He was a big heavyweight for his time. Everybody agrees, and he only weighed about as much as a little bit more than Tyson. How do you think he does against these 6'5" beasts of today's day?
JP, I think Ray came in here before. He said that skills usually wins fights, and if you look at the version of not the Muhammad Ali version, the version when he fought Patterson and
Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay.
The Cassius Clay version. I don't think anyone. I don't care how tall you are, how strong you are. I don't think anyone can beat that version of Cassius Clay.
I agree.
That's nearly it's nearly a 70-pound difference. I have never seen anybody overcome that much.
Yeah, but they won't catch him, JP. Though his footwork is too good, they won't catch him, and they're too slow.
All they have to do is grab him.
Yeah, but the thing is, he'll get away from that because his footwork was too good.
His footwork.
Like I don't know if you saw that. If you watch the Sonny Liston fight, to 2 fights, and the Patterson fight, they couldn't clinch Ali because he was too fast.
But here's the thing, Little Penny. George Foreman was a big heavyweight. He was like 6'5", weren't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was big.
He was massive. He was a huge guy, and Ali knocked him. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't really know when people say that, Ali, Usyk is the same size as Ali, and Usyk just destroyed Anthony Joshua. So Tyson Fury.
And when Ali fought, and when Ali beat Spinks in the rematch, I think Ali was 232. That's the same weight as
yeah, exactly. Usyk 233.
That's not the ideal. That's not the ideal Muhammad Ali though. The ideal Muhammad Ali was 118.
True.
I'm sorry, 218. 218. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But
and also people forget Mike Tyson's prime. Mike Tyson was 219. He was 219 in his prime. So it's not.
But Little Penny, here's the thing. When Tyson Fury fought Deontay Wilder the first time, how big was Deontay Wilder? 2'9"?
213.
213. Yeah. And didn't he almost knock Fury out twice?
Yes. Oh, dude, I was at that fight, you guys.
Oh, really?
That's what.
I was at that fight. My daughter was born 2 days later.
JP, you would know that Wilder came very close to stopping him in that fight.
Yeah, dude, in the arena, my brother and I were going for Deontay Wilder. I told you I seen him at the Amir Khan undercard. That
was at LA,
we saw him
right?
before. That was at the Staples Center.
Yeah.
But afterward, everybody in the crowd started cheering for Tyson. It was like Rocky. They didn't know who he was really because this was a lot of casuals. But it was like Rocky. They started chanting for Tyson Fury at the end. He won the crowd. I've never actually seen that before outside of a movie. Tyson Fury won that crowd.
JP, you're in that arena. So who do you think, before they announced who the winner, which is a draw, obviously, who do you think won that fight?
The consensus was you could hear Tyson Fury's punches. They sounded like slaps. Deontay Wilder's punches were much, much louder, but there was very few of them. So everybody that was in my row here was pretty loud at the very beginning. The crowd was silent. It was mostly Deontay Wilder fans that was screaming "Bomb Squad," but the crowd was silent at the end. So when Tyson Fury won, nobody was surprised. Everybody knew he won. My little brother knew he won. It was pretty clear. It was a great fight. Right before that, Luis Ortiz.
Because Wilder knocked him down twice, he only has to win like two swing rounds, and it's a draw.
It felt like he was swept. It felt like a complete sweep.
Yeah.
But except for those 2 rounds, there might have been one round in addition that Deontay Wilder might have landed a good amount of punches. But the movement, what you don't see when you're seeing him up close, is everything that's happening. The amount of distance between his back and the ropes. He knew exactly where he was at all times. It was like Muhammad. I hate even saying that, but it was like Muhammad Ali. The way he moved, his awareness of every single step, everywhere it's going, everywhere it'll be. It was real different. Listen, guys, I got to get out of here. My daughter's about to wake up. But this was so much fun, dude. Happy New Year, you guys.
Man. Take care.
Have a good one.
Last spell boxing. So Carl basically is saying that Tyson Fury smashes Ali only due to his sheer size. What do you guys think of that?
That's if he can catch him. And
Look,
so Ali had a great chin as well.
But the thing is, Ali also had IQ. The way he beat George Foreman, he didn't beat George Foreman through punches, through muscle. He knocked him out in the end. Why? Because of his IQ. What strategy, what tactic did Ali employ that no one employed before that people employ now?
Yeah, true.
Again, that era was a 15-round era. This era, they
Right.
badly struggled for the 12th round.
Right, and a 15 rounder. It's just the IQ. Like, when people mention Ali, I don't hear people mentioning his IQ. The guy was incredibly intelligent. Even when his skills faded, even when he lost his speed, everything, his IQ and that Foreman fight just proves it for me.
Yeah.
Foreman was a destroyer. Foreman was destroying opponents that Ali had fought the way Pacquiao was destroying opponents that Floyd had fought. Destroying them. And then to see that fight happen the way it happened and the way it ended, that's extreme IQ. That's extreme durability. And then to stick to the plan after getting berated with all of those punches from Foreman. I mean, you can hear the punches on TV that Foreman's landing on him, and Ali is still teasing him in between the rounds. I mean, come on. I mean, that's why it's difficult. And then the way Ali fought, catch and shoot. These guys, those heavyweights and that era, they definitely had skill. Even when I saw the Fury Wilder 3 fight, it was just big dudes fighting. I did not see any skill. I didn't see any catch and shooting. I didn't see any of the type of footwork that I seen that the guys like Frazier, the guys like Ali, all of these guys displayed in the 70s.
Again, point to make the old era was the best. One of the guys in chat called JM84, he says the Foreman came back in 40s and 1990s and won a champion. That says that old era was really good.
Right. That win aged well for Ali because you're right. Foreman came back and became a champ. 10 years later?
CV, I think people remember the Muhammad Ali fighter. But people don't realize the Cassius Clay mold that was better than Muhammad Ali because
it's just you're right. It's like Mike Tyson before going to jail and getting out after jail. It's two different Tysons. It's two different Alis.
Yeah.
CV, what about Tyson Fury v Vitaly Klitschko?
Oh man, that was a horrible fight. That's like Floyd versus Pacquiao. That was a horrible fight.
No,
horrible.
Not Vladimir. I mean, Tyson Fury v the older brother.
Vitaly, with Vitaly?
Vitaly.
Oh, I don't know. You know what? Honestly, Imran, I don't know. I've never even thought about that.
I don't know. Vitaly was almost done when Derek Chisora was fighting him. So
no, I'm saying prime Vitaly against Fury. Prime Vitaly.
No, I've got Tyson Fury in a very boring fight. I think Fury will make it a very boring fight.
I don't know about Vitaly.
I don't know. Lennox Lewis struggled, isn't it, with Vitaly?
What do you think?
I think Vitaly would win that fight.
I think Vitaly, man. Vitaly was a monster.
If the fight with Lennox Lewis, it's pretty much almost like Vitaly could have won that fight if the fight did not stop.
I agree. Vitaly was giving Lewis the business in that fight. I'm saying he was beating Lewis up, and he got cut.
The fight, isn't it? For technical decision, isn't it?
Yeah, Vitaly was a monster. He was an old school heavyweight. His brother, I think he would have battered his brother personally.
Yeah, I think Romy, if you guys want to know an analysis on who would have won between Vitaly and Vlad, Ramy's Corner's got a video on that. It's really good.
I think Vitaly would have knocked his brother out.
Yeah, because one was chinny, one was granite chin.
Yeah. Vitaly had a granite chin, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
I think he would have knocked Vladimir out personally, but that's just an opinion, But yeah, I agree. I think Ali, the early version of Ali was unbeatable,
Again,
man.
if you see olden days, technology, about the nutrition stuff. In the olden days, there was not much information about the nutrition, like videotape. This era, they got so much technology to like study the opponent, physical fitness, everything.
Yeah, B, that's what I was saying before. If Ali was born, like, say, in the 1980s, he wouldn't have weighed at 219 or whatever. He would have weighed maybe 240 or 250 because of those advantages you were saying.
Yeah.
Carl made a good point, actually. He said that, he never fought, I think he's talking about Vitaly. He never fought someone with the IQ and size of Fury. Well, I'll make a counterpoint. I don't think Fury fought anyone as relentless, as good a chin, as punching power, with boxing skills of Vitaly in his prime. I don't think, because Vladimir definitely wasn't as good as Vitaly. I think Vitaly would have knocked his brother out, and Wilder, Vitaly would have cleaned him out. Vitaly had one of the greatest chins in heavyweight history. Vitaly had one of the greatest heavyweight chins in heavyweight history, in my opinion. Like, he was a beast. And you know what? He wasn't like his brother as well. He wasn't cautious. Vitaly would come and get you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Vitaly wasn't like Vladimir.
But Imran, apart from a washed up Lewis, he wasn't really tested though.
No, that's what I mean. But then you can say the same about Fury. Who's he for?
Wilder.
Yeah, but that's one guy.
Yeah, but at least Wilder was in his prime.
One guy who really, and who's he for?
Wilder's overrated.
And who's Wilder for?
Ortiz.
Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's questionable. Is Wilder an all-time great? Little Penny.
All-time great? Probably not. No. But his career's not finished yet.
I mean.
But Imran, if he beats, say for example, AJ loses to Usyk, if then we have a big fight between AJ and Wilder in London, and Wilder is going to is traveling across the pond, and he knocks out AJ. I'm not saying he's going to be he's not an all-time great, but he has a case of being in the Hall of Fame, though.
Who, Wilder?
Yeah.
No, I just don't think Wilder has any sort of resume. His best win is against probably a 60-year-old Ortiz.
No.
Hold on a second. I don't think he's got any kind of win.
Ortiz was undefeated at the time.
Hall of Fame.
But Imran, when Ortiz fought Wilder, Ortiz was undefeated, and he was ducked by a lot of the heavyweights.
Yeah, I agree. It was a good win. It was a good win. But what I'm saying is, when we're comparing it to some of the old school heavyweights, yeah, you can't really look at that. Like, what I mean is like, yeah, we know Ortiz is a good fighter, but the point I'm trying to make is Wilder is very untested. We don't even know how good he is, and Fury had life and death with him twice. When you think about it, so we're basing the fact that Fury's this all-time special great fighter because he's fought two guys. One was a 40-year-old man who potentially, in my opinion, was being told by his brother a couple of fights prior that he should retire. And I rate Tyson Fury very highly. But the point is that Fury's like, if we're gonna say Vitaly didn't really fight anybody, then really Fury's not really fought anybody.
Imran, in a scenario where Wilder beats AJ in England, if he does that, do you think he gets into the Hall of Fame?
No, anyway, he will get to the Hall of Fame. Anyway, maybe in 10 years' time, 20 years' time,
Who goes into the Hall of Fame?
Wilder. If he beats AJ in London, does he get into the Hall of Fame?
But at one stage, they won't have anybody to put in the Hall of Fame. Eventually, they'll
if he beats AJ, I'd give him that. That's a good win. But this is what I mean, a Little Penny. Like, he hasn't got wins like that. Like, if he wins against AJ, which I think he probably would, Wilder hasn't got a resume. When I think about it, he hasn't got any resume. His best fights or his most memorable fights are going to be ones he lost. You know. You got
That's what he's known for.
Resume. Say that again.
That's what he's known for. Wilder's known for his losses, not for his wins.
And that's not really like now Bassid's right. Everyone
Yeah.
gets into the Hall of Fame nowadays, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everyone gets into the Hall of Fame for for doing very little sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know, man. I don't think Wilder is that win really a great win. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what would Wilder beat Vitaly Klitschko? I don't think so.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, I agree
What
with
do you
that.
guys think? Bassett,
No, he doesn't.
Speedy, what do you guys think?
Wilder will not lost with Vitaly. Vitaly will easily knock him out because.
Yeah, I think that as well. I think Vitaly would destroy Wilder personally.
But he
He's
has
got
a
good
puncher's
chin. He's
chance,
got
Imran. He has a
yeah, he
puncher's
has a
chance.
puncher's
Though.
chance. Yeah. You got a good. Yeah, they're definitely he does.
Yeah, one thing we can't deny, he put everybody he fought, he put them down.
Yeah. He has. Yeah.
Yeah, but who did he fight? I mean, half of his career are cruiserweights that he fattened up to fight at heavyweight, and a lot of those cruiserweights had flip-flopped records.
But anyway,
That's what.
Gervonta itself is a cruiserweight guy, you know, because his body and stuff. Like he's most of the fight, like he's 200 pounds.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, he's a small guy, Wilder, ain't he?
He's tall, but he's lanky.
Yeah, I think Wilder's a good fighter. It's just that his resume is not. His resume needs to improve.
Do you think like he was relying too much on his punches than boxing? Because he's a bronze medalist, you know. He can't get bronze medal if you're not a good boxer.
Yeah,
for some
exactly.
reason,
I don't understand. Wilder's funny. He's just a bit of a difficult, horrible style. But Wilder's good, man. Wilder is a good fighter. It's just that he's not got a resume. He definitely doesn't get in the Hall of Fame at this particular moment. No.
Maybe you didn't get the proper trainer and stuff, like, you know, like he was just relying too much on his 1-2 punch.
Carl says Wilder beats the rest of the heavyweight division. What do you guys think?
Disagree.
Yeah, if he lands, yeah, no, there other heavyweight are not Tyson Fury to get up.
Yeah,
lands, yeah. But he has to land it, you know.
Carl says nobody else can do to Wilder what Fury did.
Well, I think Usyk beats Wilder.
Usyk beats Wilder.
Yeah.
I don't have to agree there.
AJ Wilder 50-50.
Interesting, 50-50. No, I'm going to slightly favor Wilder on that one, even in London. Just because AJ, even if he loses to Usyk, man, it would devastate him. But
Spike wanna come
miraculously, if AJ
I'm trying to get him in. His connection's bad, man. His connection's not allowing me. I can't press the button.
If AJ beats Usyk in the rematch, I do favor him against Wilder, though.
If AJ beats Usyk in the rematch, then you do favor AJ.
Yeah, against Wilder.
Yeah, that's a big if, though, Little Penny.
Yeah, I know.
But there was some video on YouTube, like a Floyd Mayweather is training AJ. I don't know if it's true or not, but
yeah. I've seen video. That as well.
Oh yeah. But you know, Imran, I'm hoping that AJ will beat Usyk so that we finally get to see this super fight between AJ and Wilder. That's what I want to see. That's what everyone wanted to see at the start. We didn't want a Fury versus Wilder. We wanted AJ versus Wilder. Right?
Yeah. We did, to be honest, and we didn't get it. Yeah, Carl says Tyson is the only elite fighter in this era. I don't know what you mean. You mean heavyweight elite? Fighter.
Yeah, it means heavyweight. No, I think Usyk is elite.
Yeah, I think Usyk's elite. I think I think you have to give him that credit because Usyk is. I think he's definitely an elite fighter, Usyk. I think Carl might be talking about maybe he's not an elite heavyweight. But that I think we'll find out.
These heavyweights? Yeah, I reckon these heavyweights. Do you reckon they're level very lower than the golden era? Because even you see Vladimir Vitaly, they were like dominating for 10 years, like in 2000 to 2010 or even not, and they were beating every heavyweight, all the mandatories and stuff. Once they're gone, only then the heavyweight become very interesting. You reckon when the old level B fighters are fighting, maybe that's what making it more interesting.
Who wins? Abdul, who wins?
Yeah.
Usyk or Fury?
It's very very tough to pick because like if when you have to pick a boxer versus boxer,
yeah,
it's very difficult to pick. But I
it's
can
not
only...
an easy fight though, is it? You know how
Yeah.
people say that Fury beats
No,
Usyk easy. It's not easy for Fury.
No, it's not easy fight for both of them.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Very difficult fight. If Usyk could win that fight.
Yeah, I think Tyson Fury, he wouldn't box. Tyson Fury will be like having a dog fight with
Yeah. That's what I think as well. That's what I think. I think if he boxes, he'll get outboxed.
Yeah. In his career, Tyson, when he can't outbox the guy, he always goes for the dog fight.
Yeah. I think that's what he's gonna do.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree that I think Tyson's gonna look to have a dog fight with Usyk. What do you think, Little Penny? Little Penny?
Please go.
CV, are you there?
Yeah, I hear you.
Do you think Tyson will look to have a dog fight with Usyk?
I mean, he's 6'9".
Yeah.
He's gonna throw his weight around. He's gonna make it an ugly fight. It's gonna be. I already foresee a horrible, boring fight.
Yeah.
And I'll watch it. I'll pay for it, and I'll watch it. But I already see it's gonna be. If the fight has any type of value, entertainment value, it's gonna be. It will be because of Usyk, not because of Fury.
Yeah, I probably agree.
Have you seen a fight? A Povetkin versus Vladimir.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may do that if you want, like, because of his. I think Tyson is good because of his physical attribute than his skill. And he has got a skill, but I think his physical attribute actually pays him more.
He's a good boxer too, Fury.
Yeah, he is good for a boxer. Yeah, I do agree. I'm saying his physical attribute actually pays him more.
And he's now a more offensive fighter too, which I give him credit for because he could have easily.
Is a new coach actually made him a different fighter now?
Because before he fought Wilder, a lot of people thought that Fury was just a boring pillow puncher. Like, he had that reputation. But then when he fought Wilder, he completely changed his tactic, and I have to give him credit for that because he didn't have to do that.
If you watch Tyson Fury on the interview, he said that the first fight on the 12th round when he got knocked down, then he got up and then he fought Wilder. Yeah, he didn't box him the rest of the round, so that's what he said. He figured out Deontay. That's why he started out where he left in the second fight.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, but can Fury do that with someone else? I don't rate Wilder with boxing skill because I've only seen one fight where Wilder showed skill, and that was against the guy that he fought for the vacant belt. What was his name? The guy from Jamaica?
Yeah, what's his name?
How can I forget his name? It was on the top of my head. But that's the only fight I've ever seen Wilder have skill, and it's because that other guy had no skill. I don't give Wilder any skill, and Wilder
was scared
is
that fight.
Yeah, and Wilder's a one-trick pony, So what if we put Wilder with someone else who has skill? He couldn't beat. I had him losing to Fury 3 times. So if we put
Otto Spike, like he almost was losing every round until that one punch.
Yeah, exactly, until that one punch. So I don't rate Wilder. And then again, if somehow, some way, Wilder was ever to fight Joshua, you got to bet, because I will bet on Joshua to beat Wilder. I'll put money on it because I don't rate Wilder. And again about Usyk beating Joshua for a second time. Usyk is a different kind of fighter, a way different kind of fighter. That doesn't take anything from me in seeing Joshua beating Wilder. And again, guys, I got money, so if you guys want to bet, I will gladly bet.
That's a good that Wilder AJ fight. That'll have a lot of value there because that could be considered as a 50-50 fight.
I don't think so. I think Joshua would still be rated as a favorite.
Yeah. Yes.
And
Especially if it's in England too.
right, and that's why if one of you guys want to bet, I can bet anywhere from $3,000 to $8,000 that Joshua beats Wilder. Or if anyone out there on the chat, I do it all the time. I bet all the time. So if you guys think that Wilder can beat Joshua, well then come take my money because I don't see it.
That would be that's kind of a fight though, CV, where it'd be very risky. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of like one punch could change the whole. Like that's like I wouldn't bet on that kind of fight. It's just too risky for me.
Yeah, 50-50 fight always dangerous to bet.
But that's why you can get bets when there are fights like that. If it was a lopsided fight, people don't bet. People won't bet. If I was trying to bet on Canelo versus Avni Yildirim, you think anyone's going to bet against me if I bet on Canelo? No. No one's going to bet against me. So again, I will take Joshua over Wilder because I've never been impressed with Wilder because I seen Wilder fight cruiserweights that he fattened up, cruiserweights with losing records that he fattened up to fight at heavyweight. Now, if you're going to tell me, well, Wilder weighs 219, fine. Joshua weighs 250, 255. That just goes more in my favor.
What's that new division? Like they made one division in between cruiser and heavyweight.
Bridgerweight.
Go down there.
No, that's
what
not
about
official.
Andy Ruiz? Guys, what about Andy Ruiz? We're missing Andy Ruiz out.
Yeah.
I don't rate him.
You don't rate Andy Ruiz?
Not right now because he looked horrible in his last fight.
Ariola.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Even though he won, yeah, he did.
He won
on a canvas twice, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can tell that loss of weight affected his punch resistance.
Yeah.
So he may be in better physical condition cardio-wise, but his ability to stay durable and absorb punches, it's not there. Maybe he needs a couple more fights. I don't know.
Hey, CV, do you think that AJ gives him a trilogy? Because it's 1-1, you know what I mean?
No, because Joshua's gonna. You know what? Good point. I don't know. It depends what Ruiz does. Is Ruiz gonna fight Wilder? Is Ruiz gonna fight Ortiz?
Because CV, I think he has to fight Ruiz because Ruiz has his soul. To get his soul back, he needs to fight Ruiz and knock him out. Once he does that, I think his confidence will be back. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're looking at it that way, I don't know if that's the reason why a fight would get made. A fight's going to get made if it brings money, and I don't think Ortiz brings money. He's not a draw.
You mean Ruiz?
Yeah, Andy Ruiz.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought you said Ortiz. I think if that fight was in England, CV, I think that will do well financially, don't you think?
Yeah, but you don't think Joshua versus anybody else would be even bigger? Joshua versus Wilder, you don't think that would be bigger than Joshua versus Andy Ruiz?
100%.
Yeah, Wilder fight will definitely be big because everyone's been wanting to see that fight.
So I don't know what Ruiz is gonna done because I equate Ruiz to a Ryan Garcia. They have no heart.
Ruiz don't have heart. What do you mean by that?
I just don't see it. The way he's going with his career, like what's he doing?
Maybe hard is the wrong word. Maybe he's not dedicated.
What's Ruiz doing with his career? What's coming up? He turned down fights with Dillian on record, right? He turned down the fight, didn't he?
Yeah, I think I remember
Ruiz.
Yeah. So I don't rate Ruiz. I don't rate him. I've seen him here. I live in Southern California. I lived in an area. I'm in an area where he used to train, and the guy has always been plagued with problems, personal problems. The guy has just been known just to not have discipline. Super nice guy, super funny, but as far as other people in the gyms, he's just always lacked discipline, and he's very stubborn. Now, that may have changed going over to Reynoso, obviously, but I don't see any improvement. His last fight, he fought Areola, and I did not see any improvement. Does he need a couple of more fights?
Coach now. He's a different coach now, so he's trying to learn a new stuff. We don't know.
So then he needs a couple of more fights.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't rate him. Right now, I don't rate him.
So who's the best heavyweight in the world then, CV? Little Penny? Abdul?
Yeah.
Ash?
See,
Ash hasn't spoken for a while.
To get that one, I think Usyk and Tyson Fury has to fight, and then we know who's a best heavyweight. If Usyk beats Tyson, then these bunch of heavyweights are mediocre. Yeah, I mean it was like when Vladimir and Vitaly was dominating the divisions.
For me, the top four. For me, the top four is going to be White. It's going to be Joshua. It's going to be Usyk. And it's going to be Fury. Those are the top four at heavyweight. And hopefully they all fight each other. Hopefully they all fight each other.
CV, you mean in any order? Or are you giving in an order?
No order. No order. Those are just the top four. And hopefully they all fight each other.
Ash, what do you think?
How's it going, guys? You good, yeah?
All good, man.
Yeah,
Happy
good,
to
Ash.
see you.
Yeah, you know, to be honest, they're all shit, to be honest, man. You know why? Because if Usyk's come up and he's arguably one of the best. That's a smaller guy.
That's why I just said, like, if Usyk beat Tyson Fury, then yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, to be honest, yeah, Fury is the best in it at the moment. I think. Just in a nutshell, anyway.
But Abdul's got a good point. If Usyk beats Fury, then that means this era of heavyweights are mediocre, right, Ash?
Yeah. I agree with that guy if he's saying that. Yeah, because you got to remember, like, you know, Vitaly and and Vladimir, even though even at their time they weren't the best heavyweights that they were fighting, but they did the job. You know, they beat every one of them. But when you guys like these guys now, like Anthony Joshua and these guys, in my eyes, you know, I'm not a professional. But I mean, as a professional, these guys are average because there's nothing special about them. Like, you know, it's supposed to be the glamour division. Look at Muhammad Ali. You know, go back to his times. He was one of the fastest guys, and you couldn't hit him. And you know, and you go George Foreman. He hit it so hard that you would want to fight him. And and you can go on with Joe Frazier and so on. But these guys, they're just average. There's nothing. They're just big guys, and obviously, any big guy can another big guy and knock him out.
But Ash, Usyk is a heavyweight now, so if he beats Fury,
no, what it is, I want to touch on that. Yeah, what it was is, because everyone really says that, why didn't AJ, walk him down and knock him out or what? But what you got to remember is Usyk would know that as well. Okay. Usyk would be expecting that. So AJ thought, okay, let me try boxing. Okay. So you got to give where people are saying that, oh, why the hell did he do that? What you got to remember is, when you go in with a guy like Usyk, he's a bit smaller than you, and he's got a lot of head movement. You gotta find. It's not easy to find him. So you can't just rush up to him and try to walk him down. So you try to box him, and it didn't work out. But back to your question, I think because Usyk is so skilled, and the guys up there, none of them got any skills to really match him. The size doesn't matter. If someone up there was skilled as well, to a certain degree, and had that size, then it would be a different story. But which is Tyson Fury. So if he beats Tyson Fury, then we'll have to wait and see. But I can't see that happening because Tyson Fury's size is just he's way bigger than the AJ, and it's to be a different fight. But yeah, that's my opinion on that. Tyson Fury is number one.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, at the moment, Tyson Fury is number one at the moment. Just hanging on there.
Yeah, I agree. Tyson Fury is number one for me.
And another thing I wanted to add was that everyone that this is Deontay Wilder and says that he fights guys that are not really good. But what you got to remember is no one wanted to go in there with him because he's a shit boxer. Don't get me wrong, everyone can see that by looking at him. But what you got to remember is a lot of people are scared if he hits that one bomb. It's only Tyson Fury that's got up from his one bombs, so it's not like everyone can get up from his punches. So that's why people are hesitant to get in there with him. He ain't got special skills, or he's so good. He's just that he's got that power that no one else has got, where one punch can put your lights out. So that's why he's talked about like, oh, he's gonna have, if he never had that power, he's got nothing else. You know what I mean? Like whatever he's learned, like a bit of skill, like head movement, other fighters have got that as well. They're not world champions. So for him to be a world champion, his only reason is because of his power and the people he's been fighting. So if Tyson Fury didn't come and whoop so none of these guys will ever be world champions. If Tyson Fury had a dedication and stayed like a Mayweather or someone like that, these guys would have no bouts, and Tyson Fury would have all of us right now.
Also, people forget in the 1970s, George Foreman, he also relied on that one hitter quitter too. George Foreman in the 70s didn't have any boxing skills.
Yeah, but I got no penny. But just by looking at George Foreman, he would yes he would come walk it down, but he was educated the way he did it. He wouldn't just take punches. Yeah, later in his career when he came back, he was old and he would take a few shots to give a few. But when you look at his early career, he didn't really take much punishment to give his shots because he was a big guy and he's very educated the way he came in. He wouldn't just walk straight in, as far as I can remember, anyway.
Also, if you see about George Foreman, he's the only guy very old. He's still alive and he hasn't got a brain injury. He still speaks very nicely.
Yeah,
yes, that's what I mean. I don't think he took much punishment,
yeah,
as far as I can remember, anyway. But I don't think you compared him to Deontay Wilder because I'm sure George Foreman and I felt like I don't know if he was weight heavy. I just felt like George Foreman was a bigger guy. I don't know. I ain't looked at his measurements or anything, but I just feel like if you ask me on the spot who's a bigger guy, I'll say George Foreman.
Yeah.
Definitely. Guys, Ortiz v Martin. Who wins that fight today?
Are they fighting right now, or when did the match start?
No, I think a couple of hours time.
Late, sleep.
I got Martin because I think Martin's got some. He's not completely washed up, whereas like Ortiz now at this stage of his career, he's completely washed now.
So but I don't know how can he even get a title shot because he lost to AJ in the first round. To me, it was like he already lost the fight with AJ before he even won. It was like very scared, and so I don't know Charles Martin like. Is he even real? Like he didn't even fight AJ. I think he just came for the money at the time.
Yeah, he did. That was terrible fight, man.
Yeah.
That was
Imran, who do you see winning that fight today?
I think Ortiz is gonna knock him out in 2 rounds. To be honest,
okay.
I don't rate Martin, man. I don't rate Martin whatsoever. I think he's terrible. I think he's absolutely terrible.
Let's use a better word. Imran terrible. Let's use terrible. He's terrible. You're right, Imran. Like I said, I'll go back to what I said. If Tyson Fury doesn't beat, let's just put some respect on Tyson Fury's name, right? He came and beat Klitschko and spread the belts out so everyone else can earn a bit of money. And secondly, he came back and beat Deontay Wilder, who everyone was avoiding to get in the ring with the big name stars. So let's just not just say Usyk beats Fury like some people are saying, because it's not easy to beat Fury because things he's done is kind of special in a way because to come to a division when a guy's beating everyone and to do that in the way he did it and then to beat Deontay Wilder 3 times. And in different ways as well. Like I boxed him, and then just mold him, and then the last time just beat the shit out of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So no fighter can do that. Look at AJ. I'm not. He went to America, and Andy Ruiz beat him. Anyone that was not a boxing fan looked at that and thought, "Whoa, flipping out! Look at this guy. Looks like a flipping athlete, right? And this guy looks like like a fat little kid. And look what he's done. So anything can happen in boxing. It's all about skills. This is why I say these guys are no good. Andy Ruiz has got more skills than more than everyone at British for heavyweights besides Fury.
Yeah. Imran, just to change the pace a little bit, I've been hearing that Kell Brook is looking good in training. Like I've heard some article, I think it was boxingscene.com, where Kell Brook is working on his speed. and his speed is looking good. Like, I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know myself. To be honest, Kell Brook's been kind of like he's been kind of tucked away, hasn't he? Like I don't really know what's going on in that camp. To be honest, I don't know how Kell Brook's looking. I know that Kell Brook always looks good.
Yeah.
I think since he got beat up from Golovkin, and even maybe a year or two before that, or even most his career, to be honest, I think all his career, in my opinion, he's always drained himself to make that weight. I'm sure everyone agrees with that. But what's happened is now that he's got so old, his body can't take the punches anymore. So when he's killing himself to make these weights, he gets in the ring and he's timid. Like that is not Kell Brook against Crawford. That was a shell of himself, right? And even in the fight before, in other fights, like with Errol Spence, like you don't see him normally gas out. Yes, he didn't have the competition, but doesn't mean the competition doesn't give you stamina. You know what I mean? So I think because of he's been draining himself all his career. He's like half beat before he even gets in the ring. Doesn't matter how you look on the scale; it's how you perform. Like I said, Ruiz didn't look like a bodybuilder on the scale, but look how he performed in the ring.
But he got a 2-pound advantage now. It's a fight is at 149. So
nothing, man. That doesn't matter. If that guy walks around at one, did you see him at the press conference? He's about 170 plus.
Yeah, he looked big.
Yeah.
And, no, more than that. Actually, probably about 185.
I was trying to be nice in man, but 185. Yeah. But I mean, like, seeing his face, like, really fat, and like now, I've seen a few videos of him. I'm sure Little Penny has as well, and he's really drawn already.
Yeah.
I just when you start watching more boxing and you follow people, you realize these things. And I tell you something, Amir Khan's gonna beat him easy. You heard it from him. Easy.
But again, Kell Brook, is it like he can't take a punch, or even when he lost to Crawford, he was like blinking his eyes again? Is it eye socket, or is it punch resistant?
Yeah, his punch resistance is no longer there.
No, but again, when he was getting up, he was like more of a blinking. So I reckon maybe it's more to do with the eye socket than the punch resistance.
Yeah, I've got Amir Khan winning by TKO in the middle rounds, in the middle of the fight. I think he's
because I was watching one of the video, it's like an Amir Khan fight. Every fight he actually cuts everybody. Only Canelo didn't get cut. Even Crawford get cut from Amir Khan, so he's quite good at targeting the eye. So I don't know.
But if Kell Brook is still in the fight by the 6th round, then the fight gets interesting. Because
I think so.
But Kell has got a stamina, because if you've seen one of the Carl Jones fight, second half of the fight, he was like struggling.
I don't know though. I don't know. It depends on. I don't know. It's a tough one. Khan hasn't fought for almost 2.5 years.
Yeah.
That's 45. Sample.
Okay, second one.
Light ice on both of them, please. No, it's a soda.
We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going on,
But I just want to say one thing regarding Amir Khan chin, because everybody says Amir Khan is chinny, but what I think is for chinny stuff, it's about how when you get hit, I reckon for Amir Khan, when you get hit while moving, that's why you see the jelly leg. But if you see most of the guy, you call them, he got a granite chin. Actually, he's still standing. They actually disguise their hurt. They don't move. If they move, you can see the jelly leg, but they don't move. So that's what Amir Khan has to do. When he's hurt, he shouldn't move. He should stand there and just bob and weave,
But I think it's instinct, isn't it? It's like, when you get hurt.
Yeah, you want to move, right? Because of his game plan always on moving, isn't it? So he's trying to move. When you don't have the leg, when you move, it's gonna show you, you're wobbly.
Especially in that Danny Garcia fight when he got knocked out.
Yeah.
He should have you don't get up too quickly, because your what do you call it? Your equilibrium is still
it's off.
I'll for example with Maidana, when he fought Victor Ortiz, when Maidana went down, he stayed down for a while and waited until the 8th number, and then he got up, so that because if you go up straight away, that's not good.
No, but I think now actually Amir Khan learn how to after knockdown. If you see a Crawford fight, Crawford is one of the best finishers. Once you see the guy hurt, he'll finish them off. but he couldn't finish Amir Khan because I think he learned now. Like once he got knocked down, then he's actually holding and trying not to being like what he did with the British Prescott or Danny Garcia. He's not doing that mistake anymore. Fire with the fire.
And Amir Khan always gets flack for all of his knockouts, but look at the people that he got knocked out from. So he got knocked out by Canelo, by Danny Garcia, and
but Danny Garcia, he was stopped on the
all of those guys are KO punches. Anyone who got caught with those punches, with the exception to a few people, they would have got knocked out too. Especially the Canelo one, that was flush.
Yeah, it was a different weight, but in his weight, in 140 or 147, in that Khan, he got very good recuperation. He can quickly get his sense. It's just like he need to not to go fire with fire. If you get knocked down, not a problem. Get up, just do a little bit defense and then lose the round, come back to the next round and start winning. So I think he knows to do that now. So it's not like what other people think. Like I don't think he's really chinny. It's just like when he get caught, it's not balanced when he get caught with a. That's why he seemed like a wobbly or like a.
But he learned that too late. He
but if he's a flat-footed fighter, he like you see in Maidana, he was fighting